Alright. Let's see here. Okay. We should be ready to switch over now. Where's my full screen? Nope, not that. Game capture, but I think I have to change it back to this. Oh wait, no, I don't have... That's not that. I had to make a separate thing for it, right? Because the game only runs at 720p, so I had to stretch it. There it is. Yeah, we discussed how God made G feel or something like that. I don't remember all the details. It kind of passed over my head. I just kind of went with it, honestly. Alright, data load. Where were we? So I think I saved right before the ending. So that's why the ending's like 2 hours long. So we'll at least do that. And then I'll see where we're at if we want to start another route. But I am good on rhythm games for the night. Tonight was gonna be Osu. But, you know, things changed. Did I miss anything else? Oops, didn't mean to do that. No, we're good. Alright. Let me take some water so I can actually read. I mean, look, when you have a controller like that, of course I'm gonna play Step Mania. I don't look like some idiot using some silly soft mat that's been sitting in my collection for like 10 plus years. Using real equipment now. Of course I'm gonna play it. Alright, so we waded through everything. We should hopefully be on the route to going with Umbrella Girl, whatever her name was. I forgot her name. But hopefully we did everything right. At the very least, the ending should at least be different. Maybe. Hey, today's the day, isn't it? Still getting ready when Forney asked me this. Her tone sounded slightly grave. It seemed that Forney remembered that I told her all the details of what Fal and I had spoken about. Yeah. Have you made your decision? Did I actually make a decision this time? That's the important thing, because last time we didn't end up making a decision and we got fucked. You have, haven't you? I guess so. Good. So are you gonna go see her? I mean, we kinda should, right? That's kind of the objective here. Thinking of going. I see. Forney. Yes? What did you think of Fal's voice when you heard us rehearse the other day? Well, why are you asking that all of a sudden? Just tell me what you thought. Well, I thought she was great. Hey, of course, not as good as me, though. Hey, there isn't a human that can compete with you, right? You call yourself a musical fairy, after all. Of course there isn't. Anyway, you were asking about Fal's voice? Yeah. It's true that she is quite good, but I felt like she was lacking something. Lacking something? Like what? I can't find the right words. But I can tell you it's not her technique. What could it be then if it's not her technique? I don't know how to explain it. If you say that she lacks something, then I think that she really is lacking something. She wrote that song herself, so she should be able to sing it perfectly by now. It's not like I doubted her ability, but it was something not unlike the countless number of tiny scratches on the surface. Tiny scratches that appeared throughout the long period of time I had spent sharing music with Val, listening to her voice when she sang. Tiny imperfections that only I could sense after becoming accustomed to Forney's perfect voice. But... So, I thought that perhaps I would be able to help her. By making up for what Fal lacked? At the very least, if there's something you have, but Fal does not, I think I would be able to determine what it is. But what for? Fal is already well beyond the level of a student. Why do you need to make such an effort? Because I think that she isn't satisfied with where she's at, and she deserves to go further. You say it's for her, but isn't it just because you want to continue playing with her? Yeah, I think that's part of it. That I admit. That's why I'm thinking of asking her to be my partner. You've thought this through? After hearing what I just said, you thought that I came to this conclusion without giving it proper consideration? No, I didn't. Okay, thanks. This is essentially when you order food, but it's missing an integral ingredient you cannot add. What kind of ingredient is missing from Osu? I'm curious now. Fun? Oh, hey now. Them's fighting words. We only have fun on these Osu streams, alright? You should see some other Osu streams. They don't have fun. Those people, I've seen some people, they definitely do not look like they're having fun. I've seen people that are like, they repeat the same 10 seconds of the song over and over because it wasn't perfect. And that's like half an hour of that. To me, that's not fun. Turning off the background, playing with the video off, that's not fun. Playing with a skin you can barely see, that's not fun. Ari had visited my place twice, at Natalie last year and the year before. For some reason, Forney had taken a liking to her, sitting on Ari's shoulder when she had the chance, brushing her cheeks. Why is it that Ari can see her? Why didn't we introduce her to, like, literally anyone else? At least Val. Like, why do we have to go through that awkward situation where we had to pretend to talk to ourselves? That seemed weird. Then again, she had responded the same way to Torta as well, who rarely came to visit. Perhaps Forney had simply liked the look of them. And so, Forney had more or less taken sides with Ari and Torta about this. Truth be told, I'd expected Forney to be against my decision. Based on that, I had considered that changing my opinion was a possibility also. But it seemed that Forney had been satisfied one way or another with the decision I had reached after serious contemplation. Corey's fun color is red, my fun color is blue. Osu has like red fun, not blue. I mean, if it's not fun to you, that doesn't mean it's missing fun, it just means you don't have fun with it. Re-download Winamp? Wait, did the site work or did you get it from somewhere else? I don't want to go to that site again. The site has to download. Yeah, but like, when I clicked on the link, it almost froze my browser too, the same way as yours. Like, it came up with a blue screen and then the tab locked up, right? It does eventually load. Oh boy. Yeah, I don't think I need to click on it again. My Winamp works. I'm not touching it. Works just the way I want. You know how much work it took me to like crop it and get it ready to fit in the stream? Boy, that was actually kind of annoying, the way I had to do it. And then don't get me started back when I was playing Mario Maker and the way I had it cropped there. That was even worse. Okay then, I'll see you when you get home. Yeah, see you later. The voice had a slight hint of disconnect. Forney whispered something at the end. Chris. Yes? See you when you get home. Wait, she thinks I'm not coming back? The fuck? Does she think Val's gonna kidnap me or something? Or is she just gonna like fuck off and I'm never gonna see her again when I get back? Finished my last class of the year with Miss Cordell, then headed to the practice room at the far end of the hallway, as if this was another course in my curriculum. I had no intention of destroying my relationship with Ari, but a completely different part of me just wanted to do what I could to help a certain girl named Falsita Fawcett. I wasn't lying to myself or trying to deceive anyone. Oh, Chris. I came for practice. Of course. Before I sat down in front of my Fortel and placed my fingers on the keyboard, there's one thing I had to do. Listen, Val. Yes? There's something I need to say to you. Okay. What I'm going to say might sound stupid, and you might wonder why on earth I'm saying it. I truly hope that I had just been getting the wrong idea. There would be nothing wrong with me being subject to embarrassment if that meant everything would be wrapped up. Is it about Arietta? How did you know about... Tortinita told me. Well, actually, I kinda made her tell me. Sorry. No, that's okay, but... Good. Tortinita did nothing wrong, so that's how it is then. Yeah. If what she was saying was true, then all of this was just me getting ahead of myself. Although, I didn't think that I was stupid enough to simply believe that I was misinterpreting the various things I had felt from her. Chris. Yes? Singing is what I love. Shifting her gaze slightly, Val started to talk about something entirely different. I'm truly glad that I was able to get into this school, and for the past 3 years, I have taken a very serious approach to everything I've done. I simply nodded. So, for me, this graduation recital is a really, really important thing. It's not just something I have to do in order to graduate. It's a special... Her voice trailed off at the end, and I could not make out what she said. But I understood more than enough what she wanted to say, and what she was feeling. But why me? That's what I wanted to know. Why would she choose me? In these 3 years since I got into the school, I've been doing my best, but I'd always felt that I didn't mesh with the essence of this school. I've been unable to find a balance between the things I wanted to do and the things I did not. I felt that I was not acknowledged, except for by a small number of teachers. And then just after we had met, Val wanted me, of all people, to be her partner for a very important graduation recital. It's hard to put the reason into words, but after I first heard the way you play, and then rehearsing with you, I felt something. You felt something? I felt that you have something that I'm lacking. That strange something that I felt when we performed, that Forney and I had discussed this morning. Had Val been aware of it too? I don't know what that something is, though. But if I can help you with that, even in the slightest way, then... Chris, that's the reason I'm here again today. Thank you. All she said were those two words, and then her gaze fell to the score in front of her. For a split second, I was captivated by the way she averted her gaze. For a moment, we both said nothing. It was not uncomfortable. It was simply a moment that we needed to gauge the distance between us. Well then, alright. Shall we start practicing? Go easy on me if you can. No way, didn't I just tell you I wanted my graduation recital to be perfect? Am I pushing it? It's far too late to be saying that now. The room was filled with an audaciously bright feeling. With neither of us taking the lead, I sat at my fortell and looked at my score. Are we actually playing this? You know what, that's good, because I need a warm-up on this shit. Figure out what I'm doing again. I didn't actually think we were going to be playing anything with this route. Okay, yeah, I need to definitely... A little rusty on that. It's been a little bit. Like what, 2-3 weeks now? Oh my god, no. That's okay, we got it. We're good. Unless I somehow screw up the last section here. Alright, there we go. We're good. First, I just have Winamp put the music info in a file and just have OBS pull the text and customize in OBS. Yeah, that's one way you could do it. I don't know. I did it this way because I like the look of Winamp, so I wanted to put it on screen. Because, like, at least with like the old Mario Maker thing I did, it kind of fit in because I like the because I had all the bevels and stuff in there. Maybe having it floating doesn't look as good, so that's something I could consider. I think I also didn't know I could like get Winamp to output everything to a text file. I'll have to look into that. Isn't this a DJ Max song? I mean, it sounds like a lot of DJ Max music. It's got like the piano and like the accordion and shit. There's a number of DJ Max songs that use the same instruments, so I mean, maybe? I don't know. This visual novel is from 2007, so there is a chance it could have been in some DJ Max song at some point. I couldn't give you a name. I guess I could go get a name. You want a name to look it up here? Let's I should be able to go back to. Let me go back to the title because there's like a free play mode, and you can see all the songs in there. Let's see which one this is. I don't know which one it is. Probably this one. Music of Rain. Pretty sure. We'll just see. I think this is it. Yeah, it's this one. So there you go. Music of Rain. If you want to go look it up, there's all the info you need. You know, DJ Max. Well, I just meant like in Google. Actually, you know what? I could probably Google it then, since we're just going to use Google. Music of Rain, and then who was the person who made it? Okay, let's just see. We can find some info on this song. If I just Google Music of Rain, what happens? I don't even get the song. That's cool. Who made it? Mitsuko Okazaki. Okay. That's it, right? Yeah, I spelled that right. I mean, I get OST from Symphonic Rain. Not seeing anything that screams DJ Max based on just the song itself. What if we add DJ Max? No, I'm not seeing DJ Max. It looks like there aren't many great matches for your search. It probably just sounds similar to something. Yeah, if you find it, that'd be pretty interesting. What a deep pull that would be. But Google searching is not coming up with anything at the moment, unfortunately. The walls absorbed the final lingering sounds of my foretell and created a silent sound as if everything had come to a halt. I could hear Fallon's heavy breathing now, clearly now, as if she were whispering in my ear. I had almost never ever complimented myself, but just for today, I felt as if it were okay to give myself a pat on the back. You. Val took a large breath and exhaled, then smiled. She had no words of praise, no critique of our performance, nothing. These things were not needed, as the two of us were aware of everything. Recitals are in about a month and a half? Yes, I think we have plenty of time. It's probably not good to be overconfident, though. It's not good to be too belittling either, though. Being able to evaluate yourself correctly is most important. Good point. After some time passed and the feeling of elation was beginning to fade, I started to notice that my fingers and shoulders were much more tired than I had thought. Practice that made you lose track of time was never tiring, not while you were maintaining your concentration. Tired? Yeah, a little. Oh, just a little? Let's keep going at this pace tomorrow too. Are we gonna be practicing every day? That's something we'll have to discuss later. Well, I suppose we should at least take it a little easier doing Natalie. Val kind of smiled implicitly and finished speaking on a cheerful note. For the time being, it seemed I would at least be able to relax during Natalie. That's a relief to hear. Haha, but tomorrow is going to be another hard day of practice, you know. Yeah, as you command. Let's get packed up. Oh, you found the one you're thinking of? Oh, this song! Yeah, it's got like the exact same instruments. I love this song. No, I see what you mean now. I could totally see the resemblance. It's kind of got that, like, I don't think this one's bossa nova, like the one in the game, but it definitely sounds like a similar rhythm pattern, just about. No, that one's definitely similar. Ain't no original music? I mean, there's bossa nova is like a very specific style, as you can hear. It's like the songs are gonna sound fairly similar to each other because like you have to have that like that same rhythm, because that's literally the defining aspect of the genre. That like Latin bossa nova kind of feel. Why don't we decide on a basic plan for tomorrow? At the 3 Street junction where we often parted ways, Val decided to confirm what we would be doing. I guess we should meet around midday. As for the place, let's use the school. So, I was thinking about the time. Maybe we could start a little earlier? A little earlier. That sounds like you mean in the morning. How does 10 o'clock sound? It's not so early if you think of it as same as going to class. Thinking of a day off as the same as a school day might not be. Then, what about your place? That's even worse. I won't be able to break out of holiday mode. Fine. Okay, how about this? What if you think of it as going to a friend's house to visit? A friend's house? What, like Asino's? There happens to be someone right in front of you? A friend who also just became your recital partner? Oh, that's what you mean. That's what I mean. For practice. But then, visiting a girl's place is awkward for you? I guess so. You could deny it just a little, you know. But I'm really not used to that kind of thing. I jokingly responded to her, and as expected, she laughed a little. If we went to my place, it would have been better as I would have Forney around. It wasn't like I wanted someone to attest to what kind of friends Val and I were, but entering a deeper relationship other than for music could end up in a bitter result for both of us. Alright, since you're gonna be like that, I'll add an extra bonus. That way you won't be able to say no. An added bonus? If you come over in the morning, practice will come with 2 meals. How about it? Oh damn. Bribing him with food, are we? You're gonna cook? That's tempting. It was getting harder and harder to say no. I should have just gone with the idea of going to my place. How big is your folder? Now, mind you, it took a while to scan my folder as well. But it should, like, load the songs instantly. It's just all the metadata that it takes a while to find. Now, to be fair, I haven't, like, ever tried loading in that giant BMS pack that you gave me, or that J-Core pack, or whatever it was, before. That's probably would take a while. If you're trying to load something like that, then yeah, maybe. I only have, like, 4,000 songs in my collection, and the stuff you hear is, like, 1 folder of that. The stuff I was playing on stream, so... I could go back and suggest my place or to school, not anymore. I guess we'll just start in the afternoon? Oh, actually, there's something I haven't mentioned, sorry. I'm gonna be busy and won't be able to practice from the end of Natalie until the day before school starts again. I should have told you earlier. Until the day before school starts again. You mean until the 3rd? Yes, I was planning to mention it after we partnered up. Sorry. Right, I see. Anyway, don't worry about it. I'm partially to blame since I was slow to make a decision. I suppose we won't be able to practice for about 1 week. I'll be able to come back on the 2nd, so we should be able to practice on the 3rd. Sure, that's no problem. Either way, we'll be practicing all day long after school starts again, so it should be a good break for both of us. Are you going to go somewhere? I was thinking of going back to visit my parents. Oh, really? But I suppose even if you head back, you'll still practice at home, right? Of course. You have to practice during the break too, you know. Don't worry, I won't forget. Thanks. Now about tomorrow. Practice bright and early, right? Thank you. Don't mention it. Okay, let's just make it 10 in front of... Let's make it 10 and just in front of Cooper. It's easy that way. I suppose it was too late to change where we were going to practice. Fair enough, but we're really going to practice at your place? We certainly are. See you tomorrow? Alright, see you then. I'm sorry, 27,000 songs? Jeez. Yeah, no, this dude is totally fuck himself over. But remember, he does have a girlfriend already, and he's desperately worried that this is gonna fuck up that thing. So he has a reason to here. I saw her off, and while returning to my apartment, I thought about the idea of taking Forney with me tomorrow. Yeah, taking your fairy as a wingman? I don't know about that. Especially her? Might not be a good idea. So, tomorrow it turns out I have to go to Fal's place. Do you want to come? I assumed that she would say she wanted to come, even if I didn't actually ask her to. You're going to practice, right? I'll just get in the way, so I'll pass. Huh? Even if I did go, I wouldn't be able to sing anyway. And also, you're running out of time, right? You're awfully understanding today. Hey, don't treat me like a child. But you are pretty much like a child. Going to come along whether I like it or not? Nope. I said I'll pass. Are you sure? I said from the beginning that I'd pass. This was odd. But instead, yes. I'll help you practice after Natalie is over, as much as you like. That's what you really want, isn't it? That's right. I guess it was best to leave it at that. Got it. I'll go by myself tomorrow then. Sure. Make sure to practice hard, okay? Yeah, I will. Wasn't like her at all. Forney seemed to be being extra considerate. But for the time being, I decided to go with it. Now, what I'm more curious about, once you have that all loaded, how long of a playlist is that in terms of time? Because Winamp has, if you open up the playlist window, it should show you how many, like, minutes, hours that playlist is. Because if I load all my songs, I get about 127 hours or something like, no, 170, like just over a week. However long a week is, that's probably 170. But like 1 week of 24/7 playtime. Oh, I'm sure it's way longer. If you have like 27,000 songs, I'm sure it's way longer than that. Even if they're like super short. You probably have like a month. You could probably run Winamp for a month straight and not run out of music. I should see how long those those J-Core packs you gave me were. Kind of curious like how many songs are in there. Perhaps it was because it was the day before Natalie, but there were a lot of people coming and going in town. Most people would be going to church tomorrow, and shops tended to be closed. The devout would often spend the time from tonight until Mass tomorrow in silence. As I was not as devout as others, I would of course visit the church for prayer tomorrow, but would most likely not spend the eve of Natalie in quiet preparation for prayer. Averting my eyes from the people that passed by, I looked through a familiar window and checked the time on the clock. Still got plenty of time. Unconsciously listening to the sound of the rain hitting the shelter, I stood under. I suddenly realized I'd forgotten about the existence of the rain. I'd heard that the human body is a function to shut out noise and other constant sounds after a given period of time. I could kind of understand why the people in this town were indifferent to the rain. I suppose I too was becoming the same, after the months and years I had spent here. I focused my hearing and extended my hand, feeling the rain land on it. Minuscule particles of the drizzly rain danced about in the wind, dampening the palm of my hand. I thought I would get cold if I did it for too long, and eventually pulled my hand back in. What are you doing, Chris? Hey, Fal. Morning. Morning. That was quick. Really? I thought you only just made it. I thought you might have to help with something again, like last time. That's definitely not going to happen today. So, what were you doing just now? I was just feeling the rain. That's weird. When it rains like this every day, I sometimes forget it exists. That never happens to me. Weren't you from around here, Fal? Actually, speaking of which, we've never really talked about this kind of thing, have we? How did you mention it? No, we haven't. But my place isn't far away, so let's just talk there. Oh, you did it? Alright. Alright, I want to see this. I need to see these numbers. Throw me some numbers. Holy fuck. 36,000 songs? That's it? But it's somehow 111 days? What's all in that? Is it like J-Core 1, J-Core 2, plus like something else? There's only 2 J-Core packs you sent me, right? Yeah, there's only 2. Oh, I'm thinking of the diverse system. There's one J-Core pack, super Eurobeat. Oh, you have all the Eurobeat songs in there. Oh, okay, that's why then. Yeah. And the verse system. Okay, yeah, no. If you have, I forgot I gave you the Eurobeat download. The fucking super Eurobeat, all 250 albums of it. Well, see, the thing with that though, there's a lot of repeat songs in there because there's like some of the super Eurobeat albums were like best of. So there's some repeats, and then there's like the non-stop versions of them as well. Like if I search for like say running in the 90s in this pack, just in general, I'm gonna get like 10 results. Night of Fire, probably like a dozen. And some of them are exactly the same, some of them are slightly different. But yeah, somewhere in here is like a lot of them probably repeat as well. But that's a good collection to have. I'd like to transfer this collection. I need to go through and kind of relabel some of the things. Some of the metadata is not to my liking in the Super Eurobeat, but I'd love to put that shit on my phone. 250 albums of Eurobeat? Fuck yeah. I have the room. I have like a half terabyte SD card in my phone, so probably take up like a drop of that space. 16 running in the 90s, all of various links interesting enough. Yeah, the 36-second ones, it's probably one part of a non-stop album. So it's like just a small snippet of it, and then it goes to the next track. There's a lot of non-stop albums in those numbered Eurobeat CDs. So, this is your place. Come on in. Once through the door, Fal handed me a dry, clean towel. You used one last time, right? Thanks. After quickly drying my hair and using the towel on my face, I noticed the towel had a nice dry fragrance. Once you're done, feel free to leave the towel wherever. Upon wiping the droplets of water from my Fortel case, I unfolded it and placed it carefully on the table. I couldn't quite see it from here, but it seemed that Fal was doing something in the kitchen. I looked around the room once more, and noticed that it wasn't particularly feminine. Well, I hadn't imagined her room to be especially feminine either. Perhaps the impression I got was due to the overall lack of things in the room? In that respect, it was quite similar to my place, so I was hardly one to talk. What's up? Oh, it's nothing. You're surprised at the fact I don't have many things, aren't you? Pretty much. But I have everything I need, so I don't really feel inconvenienced. Oh, okay. What's my favorite Christmas treat? My mom makes really good gingerbread cake. I think last year she actually made one for my birthday as well. Because, like, my birthday's 3 days? No, yeah, 3 days from now, basically. I guess 3 days from tomorrow, so I guess 3 and a bit. But yeah, my birthday's on the 27th. So there's a lot of overlap in, like, stuff that we do. So she sometimes makes, like, gingerbread themed stuff for my birthday. But she makes really good birthday gingerbread cake. I like that. A lot of gingerbread stuff, honestly, is really good. Just, I don't know. Any other time of the year, it's kind of weird. But gingerbread around Christmas, hell yeah. To be honest, I'll probably still use Plex for the music listing despite almost every other feature being inferior. Has neural network analysis for every song, can make dynamic radios and playlists. Oh, that's sick. That actually does sound sick. You're tempting me with that, but unless I can make... Honestly, the look of Winamp is a huge reason I use it. So, I think I'll stick to it, but that sounds kind of sick. I make my own playlists anyways. Like, I've got... On my phone, I use a program called AIMP, A-I-M-P, and it's kind of like Winamp, but it runs on Android. And it has a lot of the similar features, and I make a lot of my own playlists on there. But it's also... It's really good in that regard. Does Plexamp have, like, old-school looking themes like Winamp, or is it fairly modern looking? Because there is a modern theme for Winamp. Like, you can make it look fairly, quote-unquote, normal. Oh, it's modern looking? Damn. Can you, like, install themes on it? Or is it pretty set in stone? So, we still have some time until midday. Shall we practice? Already? The only thing I need to do now is practice, right? That's true. It may have been best just to focus exclusively on that. Other feelings shouldn't have been necessary. So, where should I set my Fortel? Where you are is fine. Then, shall we begin? Yeah. That's a very small window? Oh, okay. Oh, it's meant as a client tier Plex Me. Oh, I see. There's like, it's an add-on kind of thing. Phew. Taking a large breath and exhaling, Val took a drink from her cup that was sitting on the table. I guess that's about it for today. Yeah. Besides taking a quick break at lunchtime to eat some sandwiches, basically hadn't taken anything that constituted an actual break. Spent the whole afternoon until dinner time practicing. My body had become quite tired, and there was a number of times when we were playing that my fingers didn't move properly. The room was only slightly warm as we hadn't been using the heater, but our clothes were now dampened with sweat. Yeah, how do you get so sweaty just like sitting there playing an instrument? Because that happened to me too. Like, even if the room's not warm, like, how does an instrument energize your body in such a way that you just get all sweaty? Like, even just something simple like a piano. I don't understand it. I mean, hell, sometimes just sitting here playing video games with my mouse and keyboard, I get really sweaty. Osu especially. I don't even know how. It's like literally 2 buttons. I'm barely doing anything that would even constitute as actual exercise. Bodies are weird. Now that we're finished, I better get cooking. We can just make something with the leftover bread, you know? What? You want the stew that's been slow boiling since morning to go to waste? Since this morning? The meat isn't exactly the best, but it should taste great after being boiled properly. But aren't you tired? It's okay. I'm doing it because I want to. I mean, she's been making it all day. That's the whole point of slow cooking. Slow cooking's sick. It's like big brain. You just toss everything in a pot first thing in the morning. You go to work, do whatever you want. You come home, food's ready to go. It's like, I can't think of a single downside. Saying this, she then walked off in the direction of the kitchen. Despite the fact she was tired, she still moved about energetically. Although you know that bread would probably go really good with the stew. Just saying. It's not something I was capable of doing. Doing it because I want to. How many times I heard her say those words? I wonder if there was anything that she actually disliked. When people asked her to do something, she accepted with a smile. She worked a part-time job between the gaps in her school life and didn't mind cooking because she liked to do so. It was the same when she made a copy of her score for me, when she said that she would cook dinner just now, and when she sang. Sorry to keep you waiting. I think it came out well, though. Please, eat up. This is the now playing page. They're visualizers, though. Are we talking, like, cool-ass Windows Media Player 6.0 visualizers? No. I didn't mean to drag that. I just meant to click it. Oh, that looks kind of like, I've seen some other people use this. Oh, is this for, like, phones, or is this on a computer? Because I've seen some people have a very similar interface on their phone, so maybe they were using the same program? Oh, it's on PC? Oh, okay, that explains the interface if it's on both. See, the thing I don't like about this, one detriment I see already, forget the interface for a sec, but just like it rounds the corners of the artwork. I don't like that. I put all the effort I can into using all 1 million pixels that I have in each of those 1000 by 1000 JPEGs. And for it to round the corners, it would just ruin everything because like I bevel all the edges. So if the corner was rounded, it would cut off the bevel and like ruin the effect. So that wouldn't be very good for me. I like AIMP because AIMP doesn't do that. Although Android 8.0 now like has this weird like it's wherever it is, the notification like pull down window, the way that audio is stored in there, or like audio playback, it kind of like has this weird fade thing. So like half the album art isn't even visible because it fades in from alpha. It's really dumb looking. But I do like the part where it takes the image and it colors the rest of the little widget to match the image. I like that. It like themes the background and the text according to like whatever colors are in the picture. So it makes it worthwhile to go through and add album art to everything, but I just don't like that it now fades it out so you can't even see half of it. Why is this a setting? Oral fixation. Set your hemisphere if you get offended when people assume December is a winter month. What? The fuck? What does that even do? Does it, like, change the music? Does it, like, look through the music as, like, if detects the word December or winter, and then censors one or the other? Changes, like, winter to spring? You know, that would actually be really impressive if it managed to do that. Censor every song to, like, change winter to spring somehow, even if it makes no sense. Just that one word, it just finds the word winter and it's like, spring. The more I learned about her, the more pathetic I felt. And, to put it positively, it was an interest. But negatively, it was a fondness that I was starting to feel towards Val. Uh-oh. Shouldn't have been doing anything besides practicing, but here we were, doing something that wasn't practice. What shall we do tomorrow? I suppose it would be okay to pray at the church sometime. Was I not looking forward to tomorrow? But there's actually a different place I'm more interested in going to. I just nodded like a fool, ate another mouthful, and said I'd let her decide. Oh, that reminds me. I have 2 tickets to a recital. I'd like to go to that too. I tried not to acknowledge my feelings. I tried to not ruin our relationship. I pretended to be indifferent. I pretended to be happy. And in reality, I was happy. It does have auto-generated playlists for moods with that neural network stuff, so maybe it makes... Oh, that makes sense then. It probably, like, it'll look at December and instead of making winter's playlist, it'll make, like, a spring-themed playlist. Okay, you know what? That's kind of smart. What a funny setting, though, but it's still, that makes sense. They had a feature since they called it Sonic Analysis where you add 2 songs to find a common ground between them. They call it Sonic Adventure, oh my god. Is there a Sonic Mania mode? Or what if you put a CD in your computer and then you click the Sonic button? Do they call that the Sonic CD version of the feature? So, does my place again tomorrow work for you? Uh-oh. It's too late now. She's got us trapped. What are we gonna do? No problem. You don't mind if we start from midday, do you? Oh no! Didn't she say she had to go somewhere? It was all a trick. I knew it. Of course not. The afternoon is fine. Also, there's that recital at the concert hall that I want to go to at 3 o'clock. Sure thing. What kind of recital is it? The alumni from our school gather every Natalie and hold a recital. Didn't you know? I have a feeling I've heard of that before. Aren't students supposed to get a discount or something? Unfortunately, unlike my other recitals, student concessions aren't provided. This is something I wish they'd ask us students about, but it seems that the number of tickets themselves is limited, and they are barely sold to the public. And on top of that, preference is given to friends and family of those in the orchestra, or the higher-ups and so on from the school. If that's the case, how did you get tickets? Didn't I just say preference is given to friends and family of the orchestra? Val casually produced 2 tickets from her bag. You know someone? I happen to know a lot of the teachers. Oh, right. It's times like this I'm glad I helped so many people out. You know, that sounds rather calculated. Defeat her, then all of your problems will be solved. Yeah, let's just murder her in the street. Then we won't have to worry about, like, cheating on our girlfriend. If we commit crimes, if we just commit crimes, we don't have to worry about cheating on our girlfriend. Because if this guy can't, like, resist, then it's the only option, right? I mean, what else are we supposed to do? Oh, you're terrible. The teachers wouldn't give her the tickets if they just thought she was simply helping them. Anyone who had spent any time with Val would have known the feeling of wanting to help her out if there was something that she wanted. Val loved singing and was always aiming for higher places. She's putting in the effort, and she deserved to reach those places. In that case, I guess it's okay to leave my Fertel at home? You don't plan to practice at all? I was thinking that listening to a good recital would be one form of practice. And that, I guess we need to do actual practice too. Yeah. Exactly. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow then. Oh, come in your uniform, okay? In my uniform? Why? Because it's the alumni recital. You need to dress formally, and since we're students, that means in uniform. Okay, I see. Got it. See you tomorrow. In contrast to how it was in the morning, the streets were now empty. After finishing up the shopping, everyone had returned to their houses to prepare for prayer with their families. I also felt I would like to pray once I get home. Yeah. Yeah, with this fucking shitty situation you're in, yeah. Pray for forgiveness for what might transpire tomorrow. When I woke up, it was a time of day that probably couldn't be considered morning. I was expecting to wake up to Forney staring over the cover, saying something angrily at me. Aren't you supposed to be somewhere at midday today? Morning? Don't morning me. What am I supposed to say then? Just be quiet. I guess it wasn't the time to be playing around with Forney. In an attempt to shake off my sleepiness, I got out of bed quickly and prepared for my shower. I had about 30 minutes until I was supposed to be foul. I didn't have much else besides my foretell to prepare, so I had more than enough time. I can't wait till we do the fairies route. I want to see how that goes. I like her. It's hard not to feel there was something different about everyone I passed that day. There were people who had already completed their prayers for the day, and others who were on their way to church now. The Mastery Natalie was different to those held on other holidays, as all the church doors were opened wide so that as many people as possible could attend. The ceremony itself was quite unceremonious. The priest didn't read from the teachings, and neither bread nor wine was given out. However, the church was always filled with the sound of hymns. And perhaps this was the most troublesome thing of all. One could line up to receive the Father's blessing. Of course, as the church was open to the public, it was possible to just go straight in and start praying. But it was normal to wait, in a line that stretched outside depending on the time of day, for a blessing. For the past 2 years, Arietta and I had lined up and received blessings. Not this year, though. Alright, we're gonna meet Fal, we're gonna go get a blessing, and he's not gonna know what the fuck to do with himself because he feels like he's gonna go too far. Calling it now. While waiting for Fal in front of the trattoria, the familiar voice called out to me. Chris. Oh, morning, Torta. What are you doing hanging around here? And why in uniform? I'm waiting for someone. For Falsita? Yeah, we're going to a recital later, and we have to be formally dressed, which is why I'm in uniform. I see. What about you, Torta? I'm on my way to offer prayers. You're going too, right? More or less. More or less, huh? I guess I might see you there then. Maybe, yeah. Well, I know you're not in a rush, but I wouldn't want to hold you up. Saying this, she waved her hand briefly. Torta, I know we don't have many chances to meet, so if I don't see you at church, I guess I'll see you next year? Sure. See ya. Bye. I watched her walk off until she was out of sight. Then I looked away as I turned around. Good morning. Morning. Though I think it's probably a little late to be saying that. That's true. Did you just arrive? Val glanced away for a moment as if she was uncomfortable, but then made up her mind and spoke. I got here just before. When you were speaking to Tordanita. Sorry for making you have to walk on eggshells like that. No, it's okay. Don't worry about it. This is between Torta and me anyway. You might have realized that too. Which is why you don't need to worry about it. Okay. So, what's the plan? Yesterday you said that we go to church and then the recital. Wasn't there somewhere else you wanted to go? Kind of, yeah. Well, I guess we can do that later. Shall we head to the church for now? May as well. It's basically a yearly tradition after all. I wonder if everyone who's walking in the same direction as us now is heading to the church. We continued chatting on our way to the church. Probably, which means we could be in for quite a wait. I was surprised myself at how long it had been since I last visited the new district. The streets we walked through and the church we were headed to were all built after more nobles moved into the area. Perhaps because of that, it seemed too gaudy compared to the old district I've grown used to. I just couldn't take to it. However, thinking that perhaps a girl would have a different opinion, I cast my gaze at Fal, who was walking beside me. Surprisingly, she didn't seem particularly interested in her surroundings, and kept her eyes forward as we walked. Is something the matter? No, I was just thinking it's been such a long time since I visited the new district. Now that you mention it, it's been a long time for me too. I don't get many chances to come here. I never do my shopping here either. Everything around here is expensive, huh? Exactly. It's just a little further to the church in the new district. In comparison to the number of people going to the church, the number of coming back was surprisingly small. People who were deeply devout would enter the church now and remain there until early evening. I was starting to think we should have come earlier, but it was a bit late for that now. So, I'm not sure if I can be bothered anymore. Oh, really? To tell the truth, I was thinking the same thing. We're in agreement then. We're such good partners. Partners that agree on the worst things. That's true. Well, anyway, why don't we keep going just a little more? Told you, it's too late now. Now that we're this close to the church, the sheer number of people was amazing. It was more like a cathedral than a church, and it could hold a few thousand people. There's so many people that I thought the entire town was here, and the number of people lined up at the entrance was, again, amazing. However, as to be expected in a place like this, no one was speaking in a loud voice, so there was a persistent quietness about. Hey, I know what you're thinking. If we end up waiting in line, it might take over an hour just for us to offer prayers. What do you want to do? You've done this every year, right? How was it last year, or the year before? I came a bit earlier than this, because of, who I was with. Turning away from the awkward silence that came, I noticed that we had somehow ended up near the back of the line. Let's wait in line for a bit longer. Sure. I suppose we waited over 30 minutes. We were only about the middle point of the line. There's no way to tell how much longer it would take us for it to enter, offer prayers, and receive a blessing. Chris, consumed by the silence, Val spoke in a small voice, without making eye contact. What is it? At this rate, we're not going to make it to the recital, so maybe we should just leave? Just when I thought I'd heard her small voice, I was suddenly being pulled by the hand. You can pray anywhere, you know. Assembling out of the line and returning to the place where we started, I looked back and saw that our spot had already been filled by a few people. Val? If we spend any more time here, we're not going to make it back to the recital, you know? Yeah, I know, but... Come on, over here. Being dragged by the hand, I looked over my shoulder for a moment and saw Torta from the back, standing in line. Distanced slightly from the main path people took, watched the line grow longer. What should we do about our prayers? Why don't we just offer them here? Without the father present? That'll be okay. The father of this cathedral is quite renowned, so even if we aren't close by, I'm sure he'll deliver our prayers. Saying this, she closed her eyes and placed her hands together in front of her face. She remembered some simple lines of scripture that even I knew, and I realized that she was really in prayer at this point. Natalie was originally a celebration for offering prayers to reaffirm our existence as flesh. Simply put, God was only a spiritual being. People could not speak to God directly, nor even imagine him. And obsessed with things of the flesh, such as idols or material wealth, many people would forget their spiritual side. Reaffirmation of one's existence and confessing of one's acts were the objectives of Mass. And it was the Father who acted as a bridge between man and God, delivering our prayers, which meant that going to church for confession should have been more important than prayer. He'll be okay. She didn't seem to have any reason behind this, but even so, she seemed opened her eyes and smiled happily. In the same manner as Val, I closed my eyes and reflected on myself. It was impossible to put all those feelings into words. First, I thought of Ari, and then Torta, Forney, and finally, thought of Val. I guess that's about covers it. Val, who from some point had been watching me, commented mischievously as I opened my eyes. Of course, it would be impossible for someone like me, who wasn't a father, to feel the presence of God, but when I looked up at the massive church in front of me, I could feel even a trace of his presence. I felt that the smile in front of me held greater sway over my heart at the moment. Shall we get going? Alright. In the corner of my eye, I watched that familiar silhouette enter the church, and then continued on my way. Not devout. Really fucking concerned about praying in the church, though. Alright. If you say so. It's just about the right time for us to go, shall we? Yeah. I thought she said the concert was at 3? How long does it take to get to school? Because they got like 3 hours. It's only noon. After walking through the New District a little and spending time at the church, it had almost become time for the doors to open. Just gonna sit in the concert hall for like 3 hours? Unlike the church, the concert hall was not decorated as grandly at all. However, it did boast a certain functional beauty. Building designed with straight lines for practicality was still beautiful. It seemed that the concert would be starting soon, as a crowd would begin to gather. Same with Christmas tree. I think I answered that earlier. I said gingerbread. Like anything gingerbread related, but especially the gingerbread cake that my mom makes. But other than that, I don't know. We always get chocolate at Christmas, so I mean, I like eating that, even though a lot of it just sits there all year. Seats were allocated to tickets for this recital, so there wasn't a pressing need to hurry. Nevertheless, Val said she wanted to head in early, so I followed her lead. Bacon-covered gingerbread. I mean, maybe not that, but like, you know, normal gingerbread stuff, like cake and cookies and... oh, sometimes even like gingerbread hot chocolate is really good. Well then, if you'll excuse me. Thank you very much. A fine-looking gentleman spoke to Val, and then went about his business. Who was that? I think it was an acquaintance of the school director. You have those kind of connections? I've been tutored by him before, too. Arriving at the hall, many people came up to us in the same manner. We got to our seats early, as the entrance hall is full of people. But even then, the number of people greeting Val didn't seem to change. Hello, Falsita. Oh, and who do we have here? What a surprise. Good afternoon, miss. Good afternoon. Well, I suppose seeing the two of you here together means that you really have decided to partner up? You doubted us? I wouldn't say that. However... well, it doesn't matter. I haven't heard you two perform together, but perhaps you make an unexpectedly good pair. Yes, we are most aware of that. Val spoke in a voice full of confidence. I simply nodded in the ambiguous way I always did. I see. Well, then, no slacking off before the recital, and keep up your practice. Yes, miss. Please don't start a lecture here, okay? I would never dream of it. Listening to good music is also a good experience for you. Well then, I don't wish to bother you much, if you'll excuse me. Gingerbread and chicken soup? That actually sounds like it would work. Gingerbread's kind of savory. I wouldn't say it's very sweet. Definitely more savory. I think that would probably go good with chicken soup. Enjoy the show. Actually, Miss Cordell, come see me in the new year. I'll listen to you play. Barely listening to what I was saying, Miss Cordell simply said what she wanted and left. She always did this, even in places like this. She's a good teacher. I suppose she is. The buzzer indicating that the show would soon begin rang out through the hall, and the murmur of voices went silent in an instant. I thought that... did we not say the concert... she said the concert was going to start at 3, right? Am I crazy? Like, can we scroll back up to that? Can I see that far back, or are we fucked? Where was that? That was after... I need to know. Is there like a fucking contradiction in the plot here? Where was the date? This is the date. Okay, it was like after the date, I think. And then we'll need like a control F in here. Okay, where was it? There we go. Yeah, the afternoon is fine. Also, there's that recital at the concert hall that I want to go to at 3 o'clock. This doesn't look like 3 o'clock to me. It looks like 12 o'clock. What does she mean by 3 o'clock? I think she even says it again. Did she say it at the time again? Nope. Okay. But she still said 3 o'clock. I'm not crazy. The hall would soon go dark, and the performance would begin. I didn't end up getting a good chance to look at the program. What are they going to perform? You'll know it when you hear it. That's true. If I recall correctly, there are a lot of a cappella songs for the Mass. Might be a nice alternative to going to church. Alright. Was that just like a typo? That's a strange typo. Did it say something different in Japanese? Did this just not update correctly? I have so many questions. Why did she say 3 o'clock? Did she mean the concert would end at 3? Hall soon filled with attention unique to this kind of event. No one was speaking, but it was not completely silent either, due to the small sounds of people coughing, or their clothing rustling. But after the applause for the conductor appearing on stage and bowing, those small sounds became insignificant. I let the waves of beautiful music overcome me. It was a completely different sensation to performing the music myself. I didn't become part of the music, but instead felt the mass of the music as one sound, with my entire body. It felt like not only my ears, but my skin and every part of my body capable of sensing the waves of sound had become one big organ. I was unable to move until the last fragment of sound was absorbed by the concert hall walls. The first part of the program had been concluded, and the audience was given a 5-minute recess. The excitement hadn't yet died down when I looked at Val. She wasn't smiling happily, nor was she shedding tears of emotion. Val? Oh, yes? We have a 5-minute recess. Yes, I know. Okay, good. That performance was great, wasn't it? Yeah. Is something wrong? It's nothing. Anyway, I'm gonna quickly go to the bathroom before I miss my chance. You okay, Chris? Yeah, I'm fine. Okay then, excuse me for a sec. In the end, Val came back just as the second part of the program began, so we didn't get a chance to talk. Once the entire program had finished, many people were already starting to head for the doors. Next to me, Val just quietly stared at the stage. It ended at 5, so I don't know where she got 3 o'clock from. I guess that was just like a really strange typo. Just really confused me about like the whole scene at the church, because it seemed like they had plenty of time to make it. Next to me, Val just quietly stared at the stage. What's wrong? Nothing. Do you mind if we stay here a little longer? No, we can stay as long as you like. Thanks. She thanked me almost curtly, and then went quiet again. As for me, I had no problems with just burying myself in the soft cushioned chair. After experiencing the recital, I was impressed anew at how the Piova Communal School of Music was producing such talented musicians. I was overwhelmed by a comfortable sense of despondency once the recital had finished. My ears were still sharp, searching for any remnants of sound that could be lingering in the hall. All right, shall we go? Oh, sure. Val seemed to have finally returned to her usual self, and stood up as she spoke. I followed her and we headed outside. So, what's going on? You didn't enjoy the recital or something? What do you mean? I might just be imagining it, but you seem kind of down since the recital finished. I do? Well, I guess I might be. First, Val seemed surprised. Then she nodded as if she were convinced. They were really good, weren't they? Yeah, that's why I was kind of surprised that you seemed unhappy. Is this how Japanese books are written? I mean, it sounds a little stilted because they're trying to translate a lot of, like, Japanese speech, like what would be considered a normal way of talking in Japanese into English. So it sounds a little stilted. But, I mean, as far as I know, it's not really how books are written. No, it's how visual novels are written. Yeah. Books are written very differently in Japan. They're not too different than like they're a lot more flowery. There's definitely a lot more like descriptive words and stuff. Not to the extent of American books, at least from the ones I've tried reading in Japanese. They definitely seem a little more. They like, I guess just Japanese text in general just feels very kind of blunt and to the point. And it's weird seeing flowery Japanese text, but that might just be because I'm not used to it yet. But like this kind of stilted, what seems like stilted dialogue is very natural in Japanese. I've played Japanese visual novels, like ones in Japanese, and yeah, it's a lot like this, but it just sounds more natural that way. It's another aspect of the language that like doesn't really translate because it's not the way that we would speak or the way we would write things in something like this. It would require someone to like go through and basically make an entirely new script instead of the old one and just like do their best to hopefully like hit all the same like story beats and everything for it to sound natural in English. You can't just like directly translate it. Like this is definitely a step up. This is a decent translation. It's a step up from just like transliterating it for sure. But it's definitely still got that like, I don't know what to change this to make it sound supernatural in English, so I'm just going to kind of leave it. And it'll probably be fine, because it doesn't sound like weird, it just sounds not ideal. No, that's not it. I'm not unhappy at all. Actually, perhaps it would be appropriate to say that I was unhappy about something. What do you mean? Looking about as if to check whether there were too many people around or not, Val smiled mischievously and continued. That reminds me, I said there was one more place I wanted to drop by, right? Alright. Let's go there, and I'll tell you what I mean. Come on. Hey, wait a second. The place that we ran to reach was for some reason our school campus. Perhaps because it was Natalie. But even though the practice rooms ought to have still been accessible, it was strangely quiet. We only passed a small number of students that were heading home after finishing up their practice. We're walking in the opposite direction, towards the school buildings. It was the practice rooms you want to go to? But even if that's the case, we don't even have an hour to practice, do we? Let me take care of that. Actually, I was planning on letting you do so from the beginning. Thanks. Well, at least now I can justify carrying around this heavy foretell all day. Oh, shush. We stopped in front of the school building and Val instructed me to wait there. I'm sure the practice rooms are still open, you know. Just wait, okay? Upon saying this, Val went inside the first hall. And then a few minutes later, she returned. When I went to enter the second hall, she called out to me from behind, stopping me. We're not going that way. So, we're going to the first hall? You're up to something, aren't you? You're half correct. Anyway, let's go. Val stopped again, in between the two halls. Wait, don't you mean... What do you suppose I have right here? The ring of keys she held in the hand was clearly for opening a very large door. Oh. This is the place I want to drop by. I'm impressed you'd get your hands on those keys. Laughing, Val continued inside. About 1 month from now, we'll be standing on the stage performing our recital. Yeah. What she said had been deeply emotive. There have been a number of occasions in which I stood on the stage by myself, but never had I performed there with someone. I suppose it was safe to say I felt a lot of responsibility. Even if I hadn't practiced especially hard, I'd always managed to pull things off well this far. I liked music and had been blessed with good teachers, and had been more or less evaluated well. But this next performance wasn't only me, and it bore the potential to influence both of our futures. Perhaps I was glorifying it, but I thought that those who were successful in this recital would later join renowned orchestras, or at least get preferential treatment if they wanted to become a music teacher in other countries. Whatever it was that Val aimed to become, I was sure that succeeding here would be a prerequisite. And since it was me whom she chose to be her partner, I had to do my utmost. What's wrong? Nothing, just started to feel a little nervous. I think you may be getting a little too ahead of yourself there. It wasn't that almost uncomfortable feeling of nervousness that one feels before a performance, but the type that grips one's heart and makes it hard to breathe. To tell you the truth, I feel it too. Just as she said that, she climbed on the stage and extended her hand to me. Come on. Yeah. The hall was silent, with no signs of life. My hand, still gripping Val's, trembled ever so faintly. However, her face showed no signs of fear. On the contrary, it displayed a certain defiance, as if she were about to take on a great challenge. Oh my god. The voice is already, like, shot from reading. I've been doing that a lot this past week and a bit, haven't I? Seen, like, Final Fantasy and now this. Hey, do you remember what we were just talking about? About what I asked you? Yes. Of course I do. You're going to tell me, right? All right. She eventually let go of my hand and stood in the center of the stage, closing her eyes just as she did when she sang. To be honest, I felt frustrated earlier. Twiddling the pendant around her neck with her fingers, she stared into the distance. It was good. I was kind of tired, so I didn't want to go too long. I mostly just did the Christmas quest, which had some fun little prizes for it, so I'm kind of satisfied with that one. I contemplated buying the Santa outfit, but I was like, I don't need it. I can't really wear it anyways because gear. So I kind of just left it, but it's good to know that people are selling it on the market. And I can just buy it with gold at some point if I wanted to. But about the rest of the stuff. The pendant seemed special to her, as if she never seemed to take it off. Why did you feel like that? After hearing a recital at that level of perfection, how did you feel, Chris? I thought they were incredible. Also, it reinforced my feelings that I loved music. Exactly. For me, it reinforced my feelings that I'm not at their level. But Val, you're still... I know. But I want to be professional, as soon as humanly possible. What, like straight after graduating? That's right. I want to make a living from singing. If anyone can do it, it's you. I wonder. I mean, you're... Sorry, the way I said that was misleading. I think I can imagine what you were going to say next. I'll rephrase my question. Alright. What is it that I'm lacking? The thing that you lack. We talked about it before, didn't we? And at that time you didn't disagree. That's right. If it were only me, I could have disregarded it as just my imagination. But if you have the same opinion as me, it can't just be something I'm imagining. Those words especially rang true for me after hearing what Forney said. You don't know what it is either, do you? Sorry. Don't be, but this is why I want to perform the recital with you, Chris. Can always put as a glamour plate. Can you just, like, equip those? Like, they just stay equipped? Yeah, I guess I could, but I also want to, like, I still want to see all the gear that I get. So I figure, like, if I equipped glamour, I would miss out on, like, some funny outfits or something. Like the Jester outfit that I'm putting together with all the quests. If I was wearing a Santa outfit, I wouldn't even get to see that. So, stuff like that. I want to still see all the new armor and stuff, because I like games where you get new armor and then you get to see what it looks like on your character. So I'll figure out glamour like later on, but I've been building up a collection of stuff for glamour that I might want to change later. Like I've got, I'm definitely gonna save the Jester outfit when I get past it. I'm not throwing that out. That's staying with me. Yeah, you have to like reapply the plate. That's also kind of annoying. So I figured like I might as well just ignore glamour for now, because one, I want to see all the stuff that I get, and two, yeah, you have to like constantly re-equip it and everything. So it's just easier if I don't. But it's definitely something I consider. I keep all the stuff I like. Half of my retainer, like one of my retainers, is like full of old gear that I've just been hanging on to for glamour purposes later. So please continue to help me from here on in. Likewise, from here on in. Did she just mean the recital? Or did she mean beyond that? I smiled evasively and broke eye contact to hide the flush I felt. Now, since we're here on stage, shall we rehearse a little? I had a feeling you were going to say that. I'll set up immediately. Okay, I'll be warming up in the meantime. I finished getting ready, and we took our places on stage as if it were a proper recital. I played the first note for her, and she started humming in tune with it. Being in the center of the light on stage, we could barely see as far as the seats for the audience. Her eyes met mine, and our music began the moment we synchronized our timing. Her voice was clear, and being right next to her, I could hear it well. Our eyes met each other and turned in the song, and we matched our timing perfectly for each progression. Matching the pianissimo of the song, she gently rounded her shoulders, and in response to that, I lightened the pressure I put into my fingertips. The two of us could do what a duo without a conductor needed to. I felt a sense of being as one, different to what I had felt earlier as a member of the audience. Phew. You look like you feel better now. Yes, that's because I do. Had it just been the pressure? She had been aware for a long time that she was lacking something, and she had undoubtedly been practicing like crazy in order to make up for whatever it was. And now frantically trying to deal with it all on her own. Of course, this was nothing more than my own speculation, but I thought that by performing together and sharing part of that burden, it would be marvelous if I could help her find what it was that she was seeking. Thank you. There's no need to thank me, but if you really feel you have to, just thank me after we do a good job of the graduation recital. There wasn't even the slightest need for her to thank me. It was me who had to thank her. There was something I had felt back when I liked music even more than I did now. It wasn't just because it had been fun, but also because I wanted to play better. It was a feeling of the purest kind that only a child could feel. Thanks to Fal, I can remember that feeling now. I guess it's about time? Upon looking at the clock on the wall, saw that it was well past 8. This might be a problem. But since you're here, I suppose we'll be okay. Sorry, might get in trouble. What? I told him we'd be gone before 8. You told that to one of the teachers? The security guard. It's supposed to be Natalie. In that case, we better hurry. Sorry, you might get in trouble too. Oh, well, less of the blame will end up on you if I'm there, so it's all good. I mean, it's only like 15 minutes. Just say you're packing up. Or you're practicing and you ran a little late. It's fine. I'm glad we didn't get into too much trouble. With you around, the school starts to seem like a different place. Why is that? It was a long time ago, but I got into trouble with the security guard once. I think it was when Asino and I went to get something that he left at school. We got caught and the guard really went off on us. Didn't you have just explained why you needed to go in? We did, but the guard didn't listen, so we sneaked in. How strange. I always thought he was a nice guy. Probably is to you. What is that supposed to mean? It's a compliment. It doesn't sound like one. In that case, you should rethink it until it sounds more like one. Oh, by the way, are you getting hungry? Huh? Yeah, now that you mention it. I realized I was actually quite hungry. I hadn't had any time to eat in the morning. Do you want to have dinner at my place? I've already prepared it. Just what have you prepared? Cuthbert's specialty lasagna. All I have to do is bake it, and it'll be ready. She had this fucking plan, didn't she? Of course she did. God. Perhaps it was because I'd eaten it twice before, but I could already taste it in my mouth. My hunger suddenly became one notch stronger. You already made it, and there's no way I could say no. Does that take like an hour and a half to cook? They're not eating until like 10 p.m. I made it a lot, so feel free to have seconds. They're not eating until like 10 o'clock. Lasagna takes forever to make. And they're not even home yet. No, they're not eating until like midnight at this rate. Good shit. That's my kind of night. You make lasagna and then you eat it at midnight. Can't tell you how many times I've done that. Like actually. You take one of those frozen lasagnas and it's like already 8 o'clock. By the time the oven warms up and you put it in, and then you take it out later, it's like already 10:30. Even if Natalie wasn't quiet for us, but it was peaceful. Val planned to visit her family and was going to come back by overnight train one day before classes start again, on the 3rd. It was very like her to want to fit some practice in on that day. You miss lasagna? What happened? The only thing that deters me is the thought of making lasagna with boil-free noodles and Kraft cheese. Like, we're talking like actual cheese that's just Kraft branded, right? Because that exists. You can get bricks of cheese that have Kraft on the label. I hope you don't mean like Kraft singles. I'm sure someone's done that though. Oh right, yeah, you can't eat dairy. Oh yeah, that does suck. You can't have like lactose-free cheese at all? I mean, I guess it's a little more expensive, especially if you want to buy it in like a large amount, like the kind you need for a lasagna. Because you can get like, I thought, isn't goat's cheese lactose free? I thought that was the whole point of goat's cheese. Or something. Am I wrong? Like it's something else my parents don't care to find out. Oh, so they're just like, no cheese. It's easier for us. I mean, fair enough, I guess. But it's like, a lot of grocery stores these days sell those alternative cheeses. Not only for people who like vegans kind of cheese, but they also sell alternative animal cheeses because of lactose intolerant people. They make a lot of that stuff now. You can actually, I think the grocery store I worked at, for a little while anyways, they might still sell them. If you go to like the natural food section of your store, you might actually find like frozen lasagnas that say lactose free on the label. Those are things that exist now, so it's become a lot easier these days to get around allergies, and sometimes they taste really good. I don't know how they do it, but they make that alternative stuff taste really fucking good. So that's really nice. Like, on one hand, like the whole gluten fad, for example, on one hand, it's like kind of insane everyone's gone on this train of thought that like gluten is terrible for you, which it's not. It's just the new fad. It's up there with like fat and salt and what was the other one? That's one that starts with a C, not carbohydrates. Fuck, I forget what it is. That eggs have. I don't remember what it is, but it's like it's one of those kind of fads. But then there's actual people who are gluten intolerant and can't eat gluten. So all this new stuff that's come out that's like actually gluten free and doesn't taste half bad, it's pretty nice. Good for those people. Someone say, yeah, like, okay, so you go to like a restaurant or something and you're like, I can't have gluten. They're gonna roll your eyes at you because they just assume you're one of those people. It sucks. But at the same time, they respect it. And they have the means now because it's popular to be like anti-gluten. It's good for those kind of people because now they at least have the options, right? Yeah, the chefs don't take it seriously. Yeah, that's like part of the problem. Yeah, like that's fire. Hopefully people don't get offended if you ask if it's an allergy. Yeah, exactly, because like you have to actually take proper precautions, right? Because if it's not an allergy, then it's like, okay, whatever, we'll just not use gluten, but they won't really care, right? But if it's an allergy, fuck yeah, you have to, it's like legal, like law, you have to actually follow the law and shit, right? A little gluten is okay. Yeah. I mean, like, it's definitely a double-sided coin, right? Like, on one hand, all these companies and stuff have now, like, put in the effort to come up with all these cool and great-tasting products that are actually gluten-free. But then on the other hand, it's like, yeah, it kind of sucks because people don't assume that it's an allergy. They just assume you're one of those people. Yeah, can I get the chocolate cake for dessert? Oh, it's fine. Yeah. No, it reminds me of my part of my extended family is they're like half vegan, half vegetarian. I don't know what they do. I'm not, it'd take me forever to explain. But they're just like, because of like religion, they're like half vegan, half vegetarian. But the parents, my aunt and uncle, will like secretly eat meat when no one else is around, anyways. So I don't know what the fuck they do, or at least like my uncle does. He'll like go and get steaks and shit once in a while. But then when they're in front of everyone else, they're like, no, no meat in the house. You can't even bring me in the house. You're at our house, you're eating stuff without meat. And then they've got it so drilled into their kids, my cousins, that they make fun of us for liking meat. Which is really stupid. Like they've called, like they've criticized us to our faces about eating meat. And it's like, what the fuck? Fuck you. Yeah, it's really dumb. I never like going over to their place because the food that they made always tasted terrible. Because like it's missing half the ingredients you'd normally add, and they don't know how to work around with the ingredients they do have. It just like make a bunch of shit. I don't like their food, to be quite honest. Yeah, no, it's well, okay, so part of it is like, so we'd sometimes go over there with my grandpa, and my grandpa, whenever he goes over there, he can't stand their food either. So he always brings, like, he'll go to Safeway and get, like, a chicken, like one of their roast chickens from Safeway, and bring it there. And we'll all eat it, except them, of course. They won't eat it. But they'll make fun of us, and they're willing to criticize us in front of it while we eat it. We're like, whatever, we're eating the chicken, fuck you. I don't eat pork, but I understand if people want it. Yeah, exactly. The reason it's popular. Yeah, I don't know. It's just a really dumb situation. It's kind of funny, but it's also super annoying. And a lot of us don't like going over there. Like my family and other parts of my extended family as well. Like, don't always like going over there too. I mean, I'll eat their food, whatever. I'm not gonna not eat their food. But I don't necessarily like it a lot of the time. Their desserts are fine, because, like, you know, usually dessert doesn't necessarily need a lot of that stuff anyways. Criticize them for not eating meat? Oh, we do sometimes, but, like, there's no point to it. We're the bigger man so to speak, in that situation. So it's like, whatever, you want to criticize us? We tell them not to do that, because they're just kids. They're probably a lot older now. I don't know, I haven't seen them in years, so I don't know what they're like now. But we don't like, we've done it before, but we try not to, because it's like, you know, you got to be the bigger man in that situation. Just let them criticize you, brush it off, it's like, whatever. We'll go eat meat on our own. When we know for a fact you do it anyways, you hypocrites. Yeah, you could totally cook good vegan food. I don't know if it's just like, I think they try to emulate non-vegan food. I don't know if they're like vegan or vegetarian, because it's weird, because they eat some stuff that vegans would not eat. Like, they're totally fine with honey. Honey's good. They'll have like honey and sugar. They'll use like a lot of stuff like that. They don't like cocoa though. They use carob. That's the one thing I'll always dread. Whenever they say they have some sort of dessert, I'm like, please don't be fucking carob. Anything but that. And usually when it's not carob, it's fine. But whenever it's carob, oh, that stuff is disgusting. So apparently they think cocoa is like abusive animals, because they think that like animals stomp on the cocoa beans to produce them or some stupid shit like that. And I've tried explaining to the kids that that's not a thing, but they don't believe me, and they're like, go look it up. And I'm like, whatever. Yeah, it's all manufacturing, exactly. But they're under the impression that it's like covered in animal feces or some shit, because they think they use animal feces as like fertilizer or something. I don't know. But they don't eat chocolate, they don't eat cocoa, they don't buy cocoa or anything like that. They buy carob. And if you don't know what carob is, let me Google it for you. It's like, think chocolate, but disgusting. I don't even know where carob comes from. Probably some other plant that's probably treated the same way they think cocoa beans are, in that case. Like, what makes carob so different than cocoa in their mind? I don't know. But it's like, it's a little bean. It actually kind of looks like a pea pod. I'm looking at pictures of it now, and it grows on trees kind of like cocoa. But they think it's better for you. They think chocolate's horrible, etc., etc. I like that the first result on Google is how carob traumatized a generation. God, you don't even know. That shit is so bad. It's like... Okay, think of like eating dry cocoa powder. Think about how that tastes, like the texture of it, and how dry it is, and how bland it is. But like, somehow think about, imagine something even further beyond that. And then think about the fact that even when the carob is cooked, let me see if I could get like a proper picture of it up on here. Think about when like the carob is cooked, it still tastes like that. It is, oh, like it doesn't look too different from, like cocoa beans. Like it just looks like little peas. It kind of grows on trees, kind of like cocoa beans. I don't know, but it's just like, ugh. I can still taste it in my mouth. Learn how to cook just to spite them. Give a link, yeah. It's just Google carob. It's C-A-R-O-B. You can find it at most grocery stores. It's usually sold in like the health food or the organic aisle, where they sell like all the other kind of alternative food stuff. Far, far away from the actual chocolate. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it is better for you. Who knows? But it, like, cocoa's also apparently super healthy for you. It's just like the sugar and shit that's like not good for you, right? As, you know, one would expect. But carob tastes fucking terrible, and I don't, if I could avoid eating it forever from now on, yes, gladly. I don't turn down a lot of food, but man, carob is up there. Carob is up there. Yeah, I mean, like, it's worth trying. Maybe you'll like it. So they like it, but they also probably grew up on it, so they're probably super used to it. I don't even know how much chocolate their kids even ate, because they've, like, demonized chocolate in that house to the furthest extent possible. And carob is God, or, well, obviously not, because that would be blasphemy and sacrilege to use that terminology in there. But yes, it's basically, for all intents and purposes, you just substitute cocoa powder for carob powder. in any recipe, and you congratulations, you ruined the recipe. I don't know what else to say about it. But it's like, for baking wise, it's the same as chocolate. Favorite dish to cook, like in general, for me? Oh, I mean, usually around here we usually cook like steaks or hamburgers a lot, so I usually put those together because I don't know, something about like just the way my mom does it sometimes. I don't really, I liked it done my way. Her way is fine. Anyone else's way is fine. But I have like a very specific way I like doing it, and I like the way they turn out when I do it that way. So I prefer to do it, and she likes it when I prefer to do it. I mean, she also likes it, so it's like it's fine. What's my way? How to explain? I don't know. It's really hard to explain. I think it's just like how long she cooks it, and like how long she cooks on each side or something. I think I cook mine for a little less than her, so it's not as like charred on the outside. Like it's cooked the same way through. We all like our steaks well done. That's just how it is. We all like our steaks well done. So we like our meat brown all the way through. But it's just I don't know what she does. That's like really different. It's like really hard to explain. It's more like I can tell the difference, but it's like super subtle and probably super stupid. I'll sometimes like, if I'm really feeling up to it, I'll like sear the steak on a pan and then toss it in the oven to finish cooking all the way through, because sometimes it does end up like weird if I cook in a pan. Yeah, I like to marinate my steaks too, for sure. Sometimes we'll just like buy some like a sauce or something, and I'll just throw it on if I'm lazy. But I'll sometimes throw it together like a good steak sauce, depending what we have. Whenever I do like custom steak spice stuff, it's just whatever's in the cupboard. Whatever we have on hand that's in the cupboard that sounds kind of good. I usually throw some of that like Clubhouse Montreal steak, and I'll mix in like maybe some like cilantro or something. I'll usually follow a recipe when it comes to like a sauce, and then like add a couple extra things that I like. Ever made homemade jerky? No. We used to have a dehydrator, and we used it to make like dried fruit and other things, but I don't think we ever threw meat in there. I don't know what happened to that thing. I mean, we maybe still have it, but it hasn't been used in like 12 years at least. Rosemary, garlic mix, spice, paprika, and barbecue spice. Yeah, that's kind of what I do. We don't have like barbecue spice, whatever's in there. But yeah, garlic, paprika, definitely. Rosemary or cilantro, I'll definitely throw in. Maybe a little bit of pepper. If I'm doing like an actual sauce, I'll probably throw in, I usually throw in like dry mustard as well. If I'm making like a sauce and not just spices. Yeah, we usually just buy canola oil when we do it. Ooh, horseradish sauce sounds good. We've definitely bought that like a couple of times before, but honestly, it's sold in these like tiny little, like any sort of horseradish anything is sold in such small amounts for like exorbitant prices. I'm just like, you know what? I'm not gonna bother. I would love to have that, but I'm not gonna bother. The price per amount is not worth it around here, and I'm not sure why it's like that. People don't like canola for some reason. Yeah, it's kind of basic. I mean, different oils. Ground horseradish and mayo. Yeah, the horseradish itself is the hard thing to source around here. I would have to like probably order it online. That's what's weird. It's not even like that hard of an ingredient to get. I don't know if like canola oil is unhealthy. Like it's just like a really basic oil. Different oils have like different purposes in cooking. I know like I've watched a ton of Good Eats, and any episode where he's frying anything, he's always like, he goes over oils all the time in Good Eats. I love that show. Yeah, Alton Brown's great. Like I grew up watching that shit. Like my childhood was Discovery Channel, Food Network, and like some other similar channels to Discovery Channel. So like Knowledge Network, which I think is Canadian. There was like a channel called Access, which was like Knowledge Network. But just like channels like that. Animal Planet back when it used to be good. But yeah, it was just like channels like that. Food was always either Unwrapped, Good Eats, or Iron Chef. One of those three shows. If I saw it on there, that would be like my first choice, basically. Yeah, we don't get a lot of TV channels like that anymore, but I do instead. I just I have all the Good Eats episodes downloaded, and I started watching the new series, but then I kind of like I was waiting for new episodes to come, and I kind of forgot about it. I know it's ended now, so I should go back and finish watching it because I just like watching it. They're fun to watch, really. I puts like all the work into it, and sometimes there's like plot and shit even in the show. Like I just love his presentation of everything. Yeah, I started watching the new Good Eats. I watched all the revisits of like he did like a selection of revisits of old episodes, and then I started watching the actual new stuff. But then I had to like because I pirated it all. You can't watch it in Canada. It doesn't come to a Canadian TV station we get, and any online thing, it's like, oh, you can't. We don't want Canadians watching this show. I'm like, all right, fine. You don't want my money. I'm not gonna give you my money. Your loss. Simple as that. So I was trying to like find it, and I couldn't find like some of the episodes. I'll probably just have to like actually download them or something. Yeah, it's made of canola. That's why it's called canola oil. You can actually, it's fun to go through. If you ever go to Alberta, the southern part of Alberta, like near Calgary, you can just, and Saskatchewan as well, actually. Saskatchewan's even better, because Saskatchewan's like super flat. You'll go drive through during the summer in Saskatchewan, all you can see is like a sheet of yellow bordered by a sheet of blue. The blue is the sky, the yellow is canola. Canola is like one of the biggest crops in Saskatchewan and Alberta. It's huge up here. It's why it's so cheap, because it's made like locally, essentially. I have to do at least a little practice, you know? I know. Look, it's getting late and it's going to get cold tonight, so we should head back soon. Do you really understand? Well, as long as you do. I would say the same goes for you, but it wouldn't be very convincing, would it? You don't need to worry about me. I know that. Well, anyway, you'll come to the station when I arrive, won't you? Yeah, actually, okay, so on the note of piracy of Good Eats, I downloaded the entire series of Good Eats because, guess what? They never made... I don't know why they never made it. I feel like they would make a lot of money if the Food Network put together like a box set of the entire series of Good Eats. I even had to like dig for certain episodes because the main torrent at the time did not have a lot of the specials that aired as well, so I had to go find those too. And I think I'm still missing a couple. I don't know why Food Network doesn't just make like a set of every season of every episode. Just put it all together and let people buy it. I feel like they would probably make a decent amount of money from that because that show is super popular, has a pretty big fan base, and like that's like a show you definitely, that'd be a great collector's item. Yeah, the most we ever got for Good Eats was like themed episode packs on DVD, and sometimes they had repeats, sometimes they just had like 5 or 6 episodes. So even if you bought all of the Good Eats DVDs, you're still far from having like the entire series. So it's like, whatever. You don't want our money? Fine. You're not gonna re-air all the episodes. Fine. At that point, it's like, yeah, fuck piracy to some extent, but it's like, I'm more than willing to give you the money for the thing. But it's, you won't let me have it. You don't want to take my money. So, alright. I mean, I could just not watch it, but, yeah, you know, that's another discussion. When's like the Food Network? To be fair though, like if Food Network made the only thing is, I would rather buy DVDs or Blu-rays. I don't think I would pay for like a Food Network subscription, like I don't know, whatever you want to call it, Netflix, Food Network, Netflix. some sort of like on-demand thing. I don't know if I would even pay for that. Just for good eats? Yeah, I don't know if that would be worth it, to be quite honest. I would rather just buy the Blu-rays. Anyway, you'll come to the station when I arrive, won't you? At 2 o'clock. Are we sure it's 2 o'clock this time? Because last time we talked about time, it was completely off. We were off by like 3 hours. Thanks. I want to get back into the swing of things as soon as possible. Roger that. Okay then. See you when I get back. Sure, see ya. Unwrapped was also good. It was kind of like How It's Made, but for food. But that's like a bit of a lower key show, I think. I don't know if it was as popular. But that was another good show. A lot shorter lived than Good Eats, though. Yeah, it was like, if How It's Made... Sometimes I had a hard choice because it's like sometimes you'd have How It's Made airing on Discovery at the same time as like Good Eats or Unwrapped on food, and it's like, what do I watch today? I can't watch both because they're on at the same time. I didn't have one of those fancy TVs that let me get 2 channels at once. Anyone remember those? It used to be TVs. I don't know if it was like the TV or the service or like a mixture of the two, but my grandparents at the time had TV where you could watch 2 channels in split screen at the same time. I don't remember how audio worked, but it was a thing you could do. I don't know why you'd want to do it, but you could have like 2 channels at the same time. I don't know why you do it. That's probably why it didn't last long as a feature, but it was a feature. I distinctly remember seeing them watch 2 channels at the same time. And you could like change the channels individually. It was a really strange feature. I wish I could remember how the audio worked. If it was like 1 speaker for each, if they just mixed all the audio together, which would be really strange. Or if you could just like choose which one you listen to and just watch the other. Dear Chris, I wonder, is it still raining there as you read this letter? The weather here is lovely as usual. It's Natalie today, and I wonder, did you go to church and pray? Up until last year, we'd always spent Aunt Natalie together, so I'm a bit worried about this year. I know you're not a morning person, Chris. You must have gone in the afternoon, I guess. That's about when I went to pray too, and I hope our thoughts were together as one. This is my last letter for the year. In any case, next year's letter will be there very soon. Recently, I've been thinking a lot about the last time you came back. I hope that nothing's changed, even though we can't meet this year. I wonder if you've learned and become a better musician at the school. I also want to hear you play the Fortell, Chris. I want to hear it so much that it makes me cry. Speaking of which, I guess you've picked someone other than Torta to be your graduation recital partner. It was a little unexpected, but if that's your decision, then I think it's for the best. I'm so far away, and who can say what things may change by the time this letter gets to you? But I know one thing's for sure. Chris, do what you think is right, no matter what that may be. I am my own person, as are you. As long as you choose your path carefully, there's nothing that I will not accept. So if you're ever at a loss, remember my words. Chris, do what you think is right. That is my only true wish. Until next year, Arietta. Well, that used to be like a really lucrative feature. I remember like in the 80s and 90s, whenever you saw someone watching TV, if it was like a future themed thing, it was always some guy on like a huge wall-spanning TV watching like 30 channels at once. I don't know why. You see it in Back to the Future Part 2 especially. You see Marty's kid like watching like 15 channels at once. He like tells the TV, go to these channels, and just puts them all on screen at once, and all the audio is like playing at the same time. I don't know how anyone could watch TV like that. But considering some of the stuff I've seen kids do these days and like how many different screens they have on at once, I mean, I do it too now sometimes. I'm like playing a game and I'm watching something or listening to something in the background. I feel like that's different because it's only like 2 things, and I usually have the game quiet so I can listen to the thing because I don't care about the game audio that much. So I turn something else on. But like 15 different channels at once, and it's like, how the fuck do you do that? You always determined by a camera that checks which channel your eyes look at. Ooh. Now see, we could do that now if we wanted. Maybe not in 2015, when Back to the Future took place. We could do that now. That's a thing. You can get like, I don't know what kind of hardware you need for it, but I've seen some streamers have like eye tracking software set up, and then they have like a little screen in the bottom of the corner of the stream, and it shows where their eyes are looking at. There's like a line that it draws to show you where they've been, and you can like record all that and see all your info. And then I think Oculus has it built in, and there's an add-on you can get for one of the new Vives coming out that also adds eye tracking inside your headset. So you could actually map your eye movement to like your character's eye movement. So if you're playing something like VR chat, then you can actually like look around and actually blink. And you actually control your character's eyes. It's definitely a real thing. I don't know how they managed to do it, especially since the headsets are so dark. Yeah, I have not looked into the technology. I don't know how it's accomplished or anything like that. Yeah, Valve got bored with the Index. They're apparently making something else. It sounds like it might be, rumors say it's going to be like a standalone thing like the Oculus, which kind of would make a lot of sense. I'm sure Steam Deck's like a step towards that. But it's a real shame that we didn't get like an Index 2 by this point. I would have bought an Index if it was wireless. That's like the one thing that stopped me from getting an Index, and I went with Vive because it's wireless. It's not Oculus. That's the other thing. Well, standalone would be cheaper too, right? Because that's the whole point. That's why Oculus is so popular. There's not really a lot of competition in the Oculus price range. Like, you've got Oculus and you've got PSVR. The problem with PSVR is you need a PlayStation to play PSVR. So not only do you need to spend $300 on the headset, but now you need to also make sure you own like a $400 console, or in the case of PS5, a unobtainable $600 console plus the headset, right? So Oculus seems like the better choice, because then you also, one, you don't need a computer. With like a Vive, you need a fancy ass computer to run that shit. So that's another couple $1,000s. It would definitely be a downgrade in graphics. I would imagine it would be very similar in specs to an Oculus 2, which isn't that great. Kind of unfortunate. But if they can like stuff a Steam Deck in there maybe instead, then perhaps. I think some people, weren't there some previews of the Steam Deck and they talked about using it for VR, and they were like, yeah, it should work for VR. Or like people built computers that were similar in spec to a Steam Deck and the specs they gave out, and were like, yeah, this works okay with VR. So if they could like stuff a Steam Deck, or maybe something a little better than a Steam Deck, into a helmet, that wouldn't be too bad. If you look at some of the games that the Steam Deck's able to play natively. Yeah, like it probably sucks, so you'd probably need something a little better. But I don't know, it seems plausible. I think I could see how they would do it. I don't know how feasible it is. That's the problem. But I mean, if they can make something cheap that is better in power than Oculus, and then also has compatibility with all the PC VR stuff, I would just want them to do it and hope that it gets popular so that people are more willing to make PC VR games. Because right now, all the cool VR games, aside from like a handful, are coming out exclusively on Oculus because Facebook is funding them. No one has any desire to make PC VR because who the hell's playing it? The few dozen people that own Vives and Indexes? Yeah, okay, great. How about I go and make a game that's for like the hundreds and thousands of Oculus players who can buy the game. Make a lot more money that way, right? Is PC VR and Linux like is bad? What's wrong with it? I assume that like, is it just like driver support maybe? Because that I can understand. Because like, yeah, fuck HTC drivers. They were pain in the ass enough to work on Windows. I can't imagine them running on Linux. But I'm surprised Steam VR, like for Index and stuff, doesn't just work. You'd think that would work. That's weird. I'm surprised even Alex isn't. I never noticed that. But I'm very surprised it isn't. Well, I mean, Linux support for games was utter shit until they started making the Steam Deck, right? And then our Proton became a thing, right? And they're like, hey, that was like, hey, we're gonna improve Linux support for games out of the blue. Maybe they'll do the same with VR at some point. Put in all the effort needed to make VR work on Linux. Either make native drivers or something. I'm sure they would solve the problem that would arise if necessary, you know? I'm sure they wouldn't just leave Linux in the dust at that point, if they could help it. In the stillness of the morning, my eyes opened by themselves. There was absolute quiet in the room, and the cold air caressed my face. That's something I must do immediately after hanging up. I had to write a response to Ree's letter. If I was able to send it this morning, it would still reach her on the same day it always did. That way I wouldn't make her worry unnecessarily. She would feel at ease sooner. But I couldn't help but be aware that the fact I was thinking about this was already the seeds of betrayal coming to fruit. I was already making her worry. It weighed on me. This was nothing less than evidence that I was thinking of beginning to betray her. Do what you think is right. That was indeed what Ari had said in her letter. No matter what that may be. Did Arietta realize what was going on? Or was it Tordanita that had realized? See, okay, one thing I've been noticing a lot, and you don't see it in English, because in English it's not a thing we do, but the shortening of a name is like the most intimate thing you can do in Japanese. Like Womp was asking earlier, like the dialogue was kind of weird. This is an example of that. This is something that just doesn't translate at all. But using pet names is huge, at least in like Japanese literature and anime and stuff. It's so to all of a sudden stop using your like the shortened name. Like the closest we would have is like a shortened name, using like Bob instead of William. So to all of a sudden stop using that, that's like a change in tone, and it basically implies shit's about to go down. Yeah, like you already stopped using Torta for quite a while now. Either way, it didn't seem like the end result would change much. Torta would probably continue to tell Ari about me, and I didn't intend to stop her. Something that couldn't just be expressed by my letters alone, even if it were the truth, or even if it was only Torta imagining things. It was all Ari had. Ari could only know what was going on from our 2 letters, which meant I had to write to her, so that Ari could know about me, even if just a little more. So that Ari could know the truth, even just a little more. Isn't it a little early for that kind of face? Morning. Morning. You haven't answered my question. I haven't looked in the mirror, so I don't know. Orion descended gently next to my pillow and stared at me with a fed-up look on her face. What about your letter? You haven't even written it yet. I'll do it soon. And after that? After? I haven't thought about that. It's a day off, so I was going to just relax. What? You're such a meanie, Chris. How is that mean? You didn't let me sing last night. You came home late and then went to sleep saying you were tired. I stayed up pretty late waiting, you know. Sorry. Come on, isn't there something else you should say instead of apologizing? What would that be? Are you still half asleep? Maybe. I have no idea what you're getting at. What? That's not gonna make me understand any quicker. I want to sing! Oh, so that's it. Hey, it might not mean that much to you, Chris, but... Sorry, what I meant was, I don't mind if that's all it is. Really? What are you being so suspicious about? Well, I always sing on Sunday nights, right? And then suddenly last night I couldn't, so... Forney, no need to worry about it. For no apparent reason, I thought of Ari. At that moment, I was all that Forney had. All she could do was look out the window the whole day, or sing by herself. Everything else she did depended on my actions. She could sing along because I played the fortell. She was able to go outside because I invited her. Perhaps I'd underestimated just how important that was to Forney. Sorry, how about we spend the whole day performing ensembles? Huh? Really? We can start anytime, once I've written my letter. I don't have anyone else I'm supposed to practice with today either. If you did, you wouldn't play for me. Nah, even if I did, I'd still play for you. Good boy. What? Thank you. Why are you saying that so seriously? Do you want me to make it a joke instead? That's not what I meant. Anyway, I'll be finished with writing my letter soon, so just wait a little bit longer, okay? Sure. I'm gonna have to fucking look up how to get this fairy next. It's gotta be a thing. Maybe it's like the last thing though. I don't know. But I need to see this, if this is a thing. Oh, phew. It's been a while. Was that sarcasm? It's only one day later than usual. Yes, that was sarcasm, directed at the boy who forgot all about me. Okay, ready? Ready. I've been playing nothing but Lisei's song recently, but my fingers surprised me with how smoothly they moved, and the first few chords sounded beautiful. As always, Forney took to the music into herself and overlaid it with her voice. Despite her small body, her voice was as loud as any human's, and she produced a harmony so beautifully clear that it seemed to pass straight through you. The gentle motion of her wings reflected the song's rhythm. Sounds were part of her, and the song expressed itself within her. There was a certain sense of unity in our ensembles that I didn't really feel from my ensembles with Val. It was impossible to put into words what was different. You took away the fact that Forney wasn't human. Well, there was no reason Val couldn't achieve this. Hey. What's wrong? Chris, you were getting distracted, weren't you? She'd stopped me so suddenly that both my brain and my body froze up and didn't work for a while. What are you talking about? We were doing so well, but then you sounded all wonky. Oh, did it? You were thinking of someone else, didn't you? No, well, yeah, it happens sometimes. I don't like this. Okay, I admit it. I'm sorry. I apologized frankly, and instead of getting angry, Forney muttered something with an almost sheepish look on her face. Don't apologize. Why? I was just being selfish. What are you saying? I said... Forney tried to sound as gentle as possible. Dummy. What? I said that you're a dummy. Even I knew that my face had broken into a smile. Poked her forehead with the tip of my finger, which almost made her fall over. You're the dummy, Chris. Yeah, that's true. Say it again. Nope. Dummy. Yeah, dummy. Ah, you said that about me, didn't you? That was about both of us. Gah. Come on, let's forget about that and go back to practicing. I won't think about anything else. Really? Yes, I promise. In that case, okay. Thanks. I lightly rubbed her fluttering wings, then turned to face the Fortell once more. You'd try to squish it? It'd be pretty hard to squish. I mean, she's at least as big as a pen. We're not talking like a fly here. And why would you squish it? You don't want, like, a singing fairy in your house? Usually, the days before the new year were supposed to pass by uneventfully. The past 2 years, after spending Natalie with Marie, having a quiet night at home and not taking part in the festivities on December 31st was the way I enjoyed the season now. But this year, things would get a little noisy, it seemed. The song of a tiny fairy, whom I might have to part ways with in a few months. The sounds of my beloved Fortell, played however I wanted. And of course, with the songs from my graduation recital that I had Forney learn, so I could practice. I felt that it had been a while since I had last been able to spend time like this, without thinking about anything. Being in a place completely cut off from the rest of the world, with a fairy that nobody knows of, just playing the music we loved. Time passed ever so pleasantly. I mean, I hear a homunculi can look pretty weird, but I only know of like 2 homunculi that I've ever seen, and they definitely look pretty fine. I wouldn't think of them as weird. There's another game where you actually have to make homunculi, and they go into detail about how they're actually made. They stop before the certain parts, but it's pretty clear that they were following like the actual, you know, mythos of making a homunculus. Where yes, you take, what was it? Well, you take human cum. I'm just gonna put it that way, put it bluntly. You need human cum, and you need, I think, human blood, and I think there was some other weird thing. Like, nothing mythical, It was just like a lot of really gross objects, and they make a joke of it in the other game where you make one. It's like one of your master's like, oh, I'm gonna make you a homunculi as a present. Did you ever want like a brother or a sister? And then you answer the question, that's the one that she makes. And then she comes back like a week later, it's like, hey, I made you a homunculus to help you out. And it's like, whoa, how do you make that? And then you get the book and she's like, what the fuck? Have a good night, Yorton. Thanks for sticking around for a while. You know how a homunculus is made. Yeah, it's pretty weird. I don't understand what the logic is supposed to be with a homunculus. But it's kind of gross. I don't know what they're supposed to look like. I don't know how they're traditionally drawn, but the ones I've seen are pretty human looking and look fine. And definitely not gross. Without any fanfare, the new year had already begun when I awoke. I had no errands to run, so I was about to go back to sleep when I saw Forney standing on the other side of my pillow. I don't think they make him in real life, but I'm sure some people have tried. Morning. Morning. And what day is it today? New Year's. Good night. That's right, today's the start of... Hey! I'm still sleepy. I peeked at the clock before my eyes closed and found it wasn't even noon yet. Could have gone up, but I didn't have a reason not to go back to sleep. You'll be sorry? Oh, I'm so scared. Anyway, please keep your eyes open. Why? Weren't you taught to look at the person when they're speaking to you? Technically, Forney wasn't a person, but it would have been unfair to tease her like that. Yes, you're probably absolutely right. Good boy. But I don't need to go out today. Not at all? There were probably plenty of people being rowdy yesterday, and I guess there'll still be some today as well. Do you need to do any shopping? I did it all last year, remember? So you're totally free? I want to spend my day in peace and quiet. Then why don't we sing? Listen, you've been singing every day, haven't you? Let's have today off at least. That's not what you promised. Something to say about a promise from last year? I'm kidding, but I am really sleepy right now, so why don't we start in the evening? I have to get my letter from Marie. But that's just like every other day. Nothing wrong with the usual way. It's Sunday today. It doesn't matter if it's New Year's or not. In the evening, then? Yes. Definitely? Definitely. Meanie. Yeah. You're supposed to deny it. If I denied it, you would try to use that against me to make me play the Fortell, right? Oh, so that's one way to... You hadn't thought of that, huh? Anyway, that's how it is. So just wait until the evening. I guess that's okay then. Thanks. Now, good night. Good night. Like chicken egg. I think that's a little different. I don't think that's like a homunculus in the traditional sense, because that way is literally impossible. Science doesn't allow it. But I'm sure making life, yeah, they've tried that before, to some varying degrees of success. I'm sure it's possible. We just have to figure out how. I don't know if I trust a lot of those videos, because a lot of them are very sensationalist. I don't usually look for science on YouTube. The problem with like looking up science on YouTube, very sensationalist. They usually exaggerate things for either clicks, or they like pick and choose what they want to talk about to make it sound cooler than it is, or like leave out specific details that don't fit their narrative. So I would be very careful looking up any of those videos. Yeah, okay, even less reason. If they're like fucking basement people, yeah, less reason to do it, to like consider it real. Closed my eyes for a while, but I kept hearing the sound of Forney moving her legs restlessly next to my pillow. Just as I was about to doze off, Forney started singing a beautiful melody. It was a song I'd heard before, perhaps. It made me feel extremely nostalgic. Something I'd heard somewhere. But maybe not. Somewhere between dreams and reality, I drifted along the gentle waves, then I was fast asleep. Forney? Right after I opened my eyes, I called out to Forney thinking she'd be in the same place, and after a while I finally got a response. Yes, yes, just a sec. Horny glided across the short distance from my desk to the bed and landed gently. Morning. What are you talking about? Morning's long gone. I know that. Come on, don't be angry. Let's go get my letter. You're just trying to change the subject. I certainly am. Putting on a jacket, I went to the entrance of my apartment building to collect my letter from Marie. You have to put a jacket on to go downstairs without leaving the building? You don't want people see your pajamas? Or something? What did Marie say? I won't know until I open it now, will I? Well, come on then, let's open it and see. And why is it that you're interested again today? I'm not really interested, or anything like that. Good, then be quiet like usual while I write my reply. Fine. You know that letters aren't supposed to be shown to people they're not intended for, right? I know that, but I still tell you what they're about, right? I know that too. So then why do you want to see? Because lots of things have happened recently, like with Fowl. I was just worried, okay? Blah. Horny. I can understand why she might be worried, but there was no need to get angry and vanish like that. I was pretty sure she only disappeared like that when I was about to go to sleep. Or if she was really angry? I guess it could be because she's concerned about Ari. It would be very hard, like, there's a reason we don't have a lot of, like, scientific progress in that field. One, it's really complex, and two, there's a lot of, like, moral shit around it about the idea of playing God that a lot of people don't like, so it's hard to get funding for that sort of thing. Go on, read it. I'm waiting. Gah! I've been waiting since morning, you know? Yeah, sure. Good boy. It's really not good for my heart, you know? Wonder what that's translated from. Good boy just sounds really wrong. But I don't know. Maybe it's more literal than I'm thinking. Quickly grabbed my letter knife and carefully opened the letter. Altogether, I'd received well over 100 letters. In the beginning, we wrote about many things over numerous pages, so I wasn't sure of the exact number. Over time, the number of pages decreased, but our feelings were still as one. Just speaking with someone I could only speak to once a week, our exchange of words continued on naturally. It was almost as if we were conversing face to face. Well, there's like a lot of science stuff. Like, there's progress in making organic, robot-esque beings, I guess, for lack of a better term. But I don't know how much, like, trust I put into a fucking some random Russian in the basement doing that sort of thing. I don't know if I'd call that exact scenario situation real, but I can believe someone might do it, yes. Because it has been done to, there's a lot of research into it, and there's proof that it can happen, can work. Or theories anyway, with a lot of, like, proof behind it. I don't know if anyone's actually done it, but I don't know if I trust a random basement-dwelling Russian to have done it first, or at all, based on one YouTube video. I could sense Ari's presence. I put trust into the outcome. In general, I don't put trust into the fact that some random Russian did it. Because I don't know if we're at that point yet. Although using chickens, you can, that said, you can incubate a chicken egg, or not incubate. You can take like a chicken egg that hasn't been fertilized and fertilize it after it's been laid. People have done that. Or they've taken like a chicken, they've poured the egg into like a artificial container, and they have like artificially fertilized that egg to make the chicken grow. That has been done. So I could totally see someone trying to do it. That's not that hard to do at home if it's just a chicken. Making something custom, that's something else. But if it's just a chicken, people have done that. There's lots of videos of that being done before, actually. There's one that was like super popular that went around. It was like a time lapse of them doing it, and they grew a whole chicken in like this artificial egg. So it's, yeah, you can definitely do that. But making something unique and like customizing it, I don't know if we're quite there yet, but I think the science checks out. Because, like, the problem is you can't just, like, put any old, you can't fertilize with any old species. It has to be chicken, because, like, we don't know enough about DNA to, like, make any DNA compatible with any other DNA, or if that's even possible. At this point, there's a lot of DNA that's just not meant for each other. You can't crossbreed freely yet. Dear Chris, I wonder, is it raining there now as you read this letter? The weather here is lovely, as usual. I imagine the new year will have come by the time this letter reaches you. Now, there's just 2 more months, and then your long school life in Piova will be over. I may have written this before, but it makes me feel a little scared. I have no right to tell you what I want from you, or what I want you to do. I'm simply waiting for your return, Chris, but I am a little afraid that you'll no longer be the Chris that I used to know. In your last letter, you wrote to me about Falsita. I feel proud of you for wanting to help her. I believe I wrote this in my last letter, but let me write it once more. Chris, you can do whatever it is you want to do. Please do not worry about what others think, or what I may think. Do what it is you think you should do. It's almost time for your graduation recital, so please stay in good health. Please put on a wonderful performance. I'm sure it will help you have a bright future. Love, Arietta. Chris, you can do whatever it is you want to do. Forney? I see. So that's how Ree feels. Could you not look without my permission? Come on, it was only a little. Why so serious? Of course, I've got a serious look on my face. Why is that? That was the second time that Ree wrote something like that. Upon hearing this, Forney made a face, but then laughed in an almost lonely kind of way. People's hearts are complicated, aren't they? She spoke in a serious tone, which was very unlike her. Her words could have been taken as a joke, but her face and voice would have betrayed such an idea. Sounds like it means something else when you say it, Forney. I guess it might. Yeah. And? What are you going to write in reply? I guess the only thing I can write for the time being is that I understand what she's saying. What do you want to do, Chris? At the moment, I want to focus all my energy on the graduation recital. It's too late for me to just go and change partners. I see. If that's the case, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Yeah. Forney's smile wasn't comforting. In fact, if anything, I felt there was something cold about it. My fingers were almost shaking, but I somehow overcame that feeling and wrote my reply. I wrote exactly what I had said to Forney. I don't think we can make something... Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, we can't customize what we're making yet. But it feels like we're really approaching that. I could see by the end of the century that just being like a normal thing you can do. Grow your own weird-ass creature. It'll be sold at Toys R Us. Like when they used to sell sea monkeys at Toys R Us. Except much more complicated. I could totally see it unless like research into the field just suddenly halted for some reason. End of the century. That's like a thing. I barely added any other words to it. How would Ree feel receiving my response? A letter that was much shorter than usual. Would she still be accepting? Are you finished yet? Let's sing. We don't know how many more chances we'll have to do this. What are you talking about? The end always comes eventually. That's why I want to enjoy our songs while I still can. Damn, why is she being so existential all of a sudden? Forney, what are you going to do after all this? What do you mean, after all this? After I leave this place? Who knows? Maybe nothing will change, you know? Will you still be here? Maybe I will, maybe I won't. That's vague. Forney laughed again, then she spoke in a song-like voice. When the time comes, you'll see. What is that supposed to mean? Was that from next door? No, it's too loud for that. I hadn't made any plans to meet anyone today. Was it Torta? Or could it be Asino? Coming! I grabbed my jacket from the chair, tried to make myself presentable, and then headed to the door. I looked at the clock and noticed it was more or less noon. It seemed that because I had said those things yesterday, Forney didn't have any intention of waking me up. Yes, who is it? It's me. Oh, Asino. Okay, hold on. Morning. Morning. What's with the getup? I just woke up. Why are you wearing your uniform? I'm heading out to school after this. That's right. Campus is open from today. And if you're asking me to go, I'll pass. Wait, I wanted to talk to you. It's nothing really, but do you have time? Sure, if you give me time to change. Hey, who is it? It's cold. Can I come in while you get ready? Sure. Asino, do you mind looking the other way? I'm going to change. What, we're both guys here. I don't swing that way. Besides, who cares if I see anything? Since you don't care, you don't have to look, right? Fine. I know you're weird about things like that. Mama said it's okay to not be ashamed of yourself. Fine. I know you're weird about things like that. I won't insist. Someone might get the wrong idea if I did. Is that Asino? Yeah, the one and only. I see. But why is he here? That's what I want to know too. Said he wanted to talk. Huh? Did you say something? It's just myself, don't mind me. Poor Chris, life's so hard. You probably shouldn't be saying that, considering you're the reason my life is so hard. It's being a little mean, but Forney missed it because her eyes were glued to Asino the whole time. Hey, he's kinda handsome. You think? Is he your type? Not at all. I see. Anyway, I'm heading out with Asino. What? I'll be back by the evening, promise. I might even be home right away. Quickly put on my pants and the jacket from before. Ready? Yeah, I'm ready. Oh, okay. Heading out. See you later. Just a habit. What was the crawling used for Mario 64? It is used for exactly 2 stars. There is an igloo in World 10, Snowman's Land, on the 2nd floor. There's an igloo you have to enter. And you have to crouch and slide and crawl your way into the little opening. That's it. It's the only, like, actual use it serves. There is 0 other place where it's even, like, a viable option, where it's a sensible option. The only move more useless than crawling in Mario 64 is the breakdance. Like, if you crouch and press attack, Mario does, like, a little breakdance spin. It does damage, but I don't know why you'd ever want to do it. I think the only reason that exists is just so that it's not clunky to attack if you're like crouched for some reason and something approaches you and you want to attack them back, but you can't like let go of crouch and stand up and then attack in time. So it's just to make things a little smoother, which is smart. But as a move on it of its own, yeah, there's like no reason to ever use it because I can't think of a single time where I've been stuck crouched and needing to do an attack. So the crawl is like the 2nd most useless move in that game. Despite the fact we had gone out, Asino didn't make any effort to talk about anything, so I took the first step instead. Are we going somewhere? Nah, not exactly. Okay, I guess that works too. I walked slowly, short distance behind Asino. Hey, so I heard you decided who your partner will be. Asino didn't look back as he spoke. Right, Falsita. You met her the other day. That I did. Which reminds me, I didn't actually tell you, huh? Sorry. It's all good. I guess that means you heard it from Torta, or Miss Cordell? Exactly. Asino answered in a tone that almost seemed curt. We're heading in the direction of the new district. Are we going to the new district? Maybe? Wherever, really. Oh, that's just some trash. Heard a sound of something from under Asino's feet. Even last night there were rowdy young people, students probably, creating a ruckus in the streets. This must be what they left in their wake. Most people had given up caring, as these were people that always got rowdy at the end and the beginning of the year. However, I had never really felt that I was one of them. Some crap's in the way. I guess just no one cleaned up yesterday after they had their fun. Asino kicked the garbage, as if sweeping it off to the side of the street. Come on, cut it out. Why? I didn't make the mess. Are you gonna clean it up? Of course I'm not. Then what's the big deal? Dust will end up over here too. Besides, your shoes will get dirty. Guess it's like you to be indifferent. What did I say that could possibly sound indifferent? Nah, it's nothing. Something wasn't right. This wasn't the usual Asino. His words, his actions. Was he irritated about something? Guess it's nice once you come this far. Unlike what I expected, there wasn't an abundance of people, but there weren't that few either. Same went for the shops. There's some that were closed, but a good number were already open for business as usual. Was it the streets that Asino was talking about? Even if, for example, it was the townscape that he was talking about, I still would have agreed. It's nice that there's some peace and quiet here. That wasn't entirely the case during Natalie. It got pretty noisy. Gotta hand it to the new district. Even while partying, they were able to retain their manners. Just as I started to say this, I noticed a few people were cleaning the streets. Or is it just because people have been cleaning? From the clothes they were wearing, I could tell they weren't the local residents. Perhaps the local government had anticipated the mess from the festivities and dispatched some people to clean up. The government? Issuing cleaning orders? On the streets? Ha! Sure. That'll be the day. The fact that the old district was still dirty was simply for no reason other than that the news district cleanup was being prioritized. It was a common occurrence. So, how are you doing? I suppose we were at about the middle point of the main street. Zeno stopped walking when we were along a part of the street which was lined with restaurants. Not bad, I guess. That's no surprise. Found yourself a good partner. So she really is that famous? Are you being serious right now? Oh wait, yeah, I forgot who I was talking to. Mel is quite a good singer, huh? Practicing with her really made me realize that. That's right. Zeno started to sound like he was going back to normal. I can no longer sense the irritation he showed towards the trash on the street. How are things going on your end? I haven't made a decision yet. I got a couple potential people, though. Jeez. Good luck with that one. Kinda leave it to last minute. Like that girl we met the other day? Not her. We only rehearsed together that one time. You don't think that's a little too soon to decide? There are some things you only need one rehearsal to tell. That's true. Either way, I think I'll take my time. There's a bit of a itch of him saying that when he laughed at me for saying something similar in the past. So if you're heading to school, I guess that means you're going to look for a partner today? Pretty much. Zeno nodded while responding in a voice that showed a true lack of motivation. You're not particularly motivated, are you? Nope. It's just the graduation recitals, you know? Pretty nonchalant about all this. Admittedly, I used to feel the same way. But now you don't. I guess not. Things might be different for you too, Asino, once you find a partner. Let's hope so. When you said you wanted to talk, is this what you meant? Yeah, was kind of curious. Oh, okay. Perhaps it was because I recently had had a lot of conversations where I had to dig for answers. I had trouble believing that was the entire truth. If that was just my imagination, then I would be especially happy with that. But for the time being, I answered that I understood. Alright then, so what are you going to do now? I don't really have anything planned for today. I hadn't really decided on anything either. Want to grab a bite? Damn, we're just ditching the ferry? Poor Forney, just stuck at home, eagerly waiting our return. We're just like, I don't got anything planned. You want to go get some food? Great. No wonder she's so upset. Alright, let's see. Before we even finished speaking, Asino was looking left and right, trying to find us a cheap place to eat. Asino, we're not going to find anything good around here. Huh? Well, what about that restaurante over there? That's not really a place for students. We shouldn't have been looking in the new district in the first place. Hotel students received financial aid from the state, so tuition was unbelievably low. But even so, I was getting by on the money that my parents sent every month, and I couldn't afford many luxuries. I didn't mind going to Trattoria once in a while, but a restaurante with a proper dress code wasn't appropriate for someone of my age or position. Oh well, there goes that idea. Yeah, hey, what about Copper? They're closed today. I think they open up again from tomorrow. Oh, really? You didn't know that either? I've only been there a couple of times, you know? I see. Oh well. I'm gonna grab something to eat here. Sure, I might go home and sleep some more. What about practice? I'll start tomorrow. Fair enough. Anyway, good luck. The graduation recital? Yeah, what else? Remember, we're all in the same boat, you know. Got it. Thanks for worrying about me. It's not you I'm worried about. Okay, as long as you're worried about something. Alright, see you around. I couldn't tell if he was being shy or just in a bad mood, but Asino didn't sound very excited when he spoke. After all this, I still didn't really understand what he wanted to say. I feel it was just his way of telling me to do my best, and not to make life difficult for Fal. It was a rare occurrence, but Asino seemed almost emotional today. It didn't seem to suit his usual disagreeable attitude. These were all part of the friendship, so I didn't mind. Oh, getting kinda cold down here. I had like the heater off all night while I was doing Step Mania, but now it's time to turn it back on again. Put my foretell over my shoulder and headed towards the Seoul station in town. Yovia was surrounded by mountains and sea, so this was the only land route connecting to the outside world. But having said that, I hadn't left Pyotava once in the past 3 years, so I never actually used the station myself. If I wasn't going to meet someone like Fal or Ari, as I was today, then I had no reason to visit a remotely located station. So why are we going there? Huh? On arriving, I noticed it was quite lively around the station. I could see many people like me waiting near the front of the station for someone to arrive. Just after the train arrived, people returning from somewhere came out of the station, joyous at being reunited with those waiting for them. I suppose I too was one of the people who were waiting. Not much longer. As if I was waiting for someone special, as I couldn't help but look at the time. My heart raced as if the person that was going to be coming out of the station was Arietta. Forcing those feelings down, I took a few deep breaths and calmed myself. And then, conveniently remembered a specific part of one of Ari's letters, no matter what that may be. I was fully aware of how ridiculous it was to use that as an excuse. Chris, do what you think is right. Still, I couldn't help but recall those words. Sorry to keep you waiting. It seems the train was running late. Oh, no, it's fine. Oh, right, yeah, she was supposed to come back today. It's the 3rd. That was only the 2nd. What's wrong? Nothing. I was just thinking about something. Oh, that habit of yours? Pretty much. After this quick exchange, I had the feeling that Fal was a bit tired. The long journey in the sleeping carriage must have been tough for a girl. She carried 2 heavy-looking bags, filled with the things she needed for a trip home. Let me carry something for you. Are you sure? Thanks. Don't mention it. So, shall we get going? Taking the bag from one of her hands and slinging it onto my shoulder, I realized that it was actually pretty heavy. The bag I was carrying appeared to be the bigger of the two, so I assumed the one she had was lighter, but... So, are you tired? What makes you ask that? You look kinda tired. Sleeping carriage isn't exactly easy to get a good rest in, right? I guess so, but I did get some sleep. We can skip practice if you like. You're just saying that because you want to take it easy. That's not what I mean. It doesn't take much more than a glance to tell you're tired. Oh, well, thank you for your concern. I don't mind either way, so why don't you decide? In that case... Almost as if she was discussing it with her own body, her face was slightly stern as she sank deep into thought. And then a few moments later she looked refreshed as she spoke the answer I had been expecting. Let's practice. Okay, I had a feeling you were going to say that. Do you have your foretell? Right here. I pointed towards the foretell that lay at my feet. Good. Well then, shall we go to the school? Or would you like to practice somewhere else? Not sure I want to go to school on a day off. But if we go to your place, Chris, doesn't that defeat the purpose of you bringing your foretell? Really, the only option left is my place. I'm pretty sure that it was Fal who told me to bring my foretell. And she had probably anticipated that I wouldn't have wanted to go to school. These were the revelations that suddenly came to mind. I guess you're right. It's all fucking... She's been manipulating the whole time. Can't believe this. Fell right in. Alright, let's get going. Val started walking with a perpetual smile on her face. Read him like a book. Excuse me. Following Val into her place after saying this, I found that there were 2 towels folded and waiting for us in the entranceway. Feel free to use the towels. Quite well prepared, aren't I? Were you planning for us to come here all along? Not exactly. I'm just glad they didn't go unused. Fuck you. God damn it. I was wiping my hair and clothes down with a nicely scented towel. Val had gone into her place and gotten a rather familiar-looking score out of her bag. Did you take that home with you? Folded up the towel I used and placed it on the table. Just so I wouldn't forget the feel of it, but actually, I've memorized the whole thing. I can recall it without even looking. I think it's just because it's something I've looked at so many times. I feel at peace when I have it with me. Thanks to the notes and annotations written all over it, the score probably looked messy and hard to read for someone first laying eyes on it. But for Val, who had practiced and mastered everything she had written on the score, almost like a special partner. So for Val to feel at peace when she had it with her was not surprising at all. I know what you mean. I guess the fact you've gotten that out means... Are you not ready? I shall set up post-haste. Very well. Her voice sounded as if it had become even more radiant than before. I could just tell from hearing her singing that she hadn't missed a single day of practice since returning home. Of course, if you knew her well enough, you would have no cause to doubt that, even without hearing her. As for me, I'd also used my foretell every day, so my skills definitely hadn't lost their edge. It was none other than Forney that I had been practicing with. It practically didn't matter that Val and I had rehearsed together for over a week. And on top of that, there was one thing I was able to realize, having spent more time hearing Forney's voice than I usually did. I was able to feel that something in Val's voice that she previously didn't have. I could tell that whatever it was that Forney and Val herself had thought she was lacking is now present in her voice. Just like when Forney was singing, I could feel her unwavering voice and flowing presence through my skin. I wonder what happened during that time we'd been apart. Was it simply something that fixed itself naturally through the passing of time? I unconsciously began to play the foretell as I thought about these things. Phew. After we finished playing our song once, Val let out a heavy sigh that showed she was tired. Are you okay? Oh, yes. It seems I'm a little tired after all. Perhaps she had given up trying to force herself, and instead sat down in a nearby chair and took a deep breath. Despite the fact that she herself said she was okay, I could tell at a glance that she wasn't in good condition. Just when I was wondering if I should check on her again, she moved first and asked me a question. So, what'd you think of my singing today? I think you know the answer to that without me telling you. I suppose if I was to give a one-word answer, it would be superb. But if I actually said it, it would sound like it wasn't true. Besides, in the end it was only the audience who could give an accurate evaluation. What'd you think when you listened to me sing, Chris? If I give you my honest opinion, will you promise not to take it as flattery? It almost sounded like flattery already. I thought you sounded good. On answering in a serious tone, Val stopped laughing and waited in earnest for the words I would say next. You once said that you were lacking something, right? Yes. You sense that too, right? At that time, yes. But today, not so much. Really? I nodded silently. I figured that if I said any more than this and added extra sugar to the cake, it would gradually begin to sound untrue. Thus, I silently let her know that I was speaking truthfully and seriously and not trying to simply win her favor. I see. Practicing any more than this today might end up having the opposite effect. Feeling this, I started to pack up my foretell. Let's continue our rehearsal tomorrow. Okay, sure. I should probably make this clear first, but I didn't say that just because I wanted to give myself a rest, okay? Thanks. We'd only been here for a short time, and since Val had begun our rehearsal immediately, we got packed up and ready to leave in the blink of an eye. My foretell on my shoulders, I spoke to Val, who was still resting in her chair. So, I was wondering, did something happen? My question was supposed to be tactfully casual, but Val widened her eyes in response to it. In that reaction, I knew something had indeed happened, but I was not sure what it was. I was unable to ask. If nothing happened, then it's all good. Well, get some rest and we'll rehearse again tomorrow. Sure, let me see you off. Oh, you don't have to. By the time I answered, Val had already stood up and walked as far as the door. I followed behind her and reached out for the door before she could. Okay, this is far enough. We've got rehearsals starting tomorrow, but what's the plan? Let's see. We don't have any private classes now that the new year has started. From midday, then? First thing in the morning, would that be too mean of you to do to you? First thing in the morning would be too mean to do to you, so why don't we start the time you would normally have a private lesson with Miss Cordell? From 10 o'clock. That should be okay. Don't be late. Hey, speaking of Miss Cordell, I just remembered something. Oh wait, she wanted to hear us play at some point, didn't she? She did. Shall we try doing that tomorrow? Yeah, we probably should. If that's the case, make sure to get a good rest. Okay. Usually this kind of thing went the other way around, but Val nodded without complaining. Alright, see you tomorrow. Oh. When I went to turn the doorknob, Val let out a small voice, as if she had something to say. Could I ask you just one thing? Yeah, sure. Does my singing have any value? Value? I sometimes wonder if I'm actually capable of becoming a professional singer. I let go of the doorknob and turned to face her. Realizing this, an almost angry expression crept onto Fal's face for an instant. Then she looked at the ground. However, it seemed that was not towards me, but herself. Don't worry about it. Okay, I'm not really confident I'll be able to word it right, so I'll just keep this simple. It does, and you are, and you have the talent for it, and you've earned it too. As I finished up, I smiled to Fal, who was still standing silently in place. See you tomorrow. Her response was a little slow, but she did it with a faint smile. See you then. Are you going to be home early today? I guess so. Fal's to start work again today. She couldn't get the day off. Seems that way. So that's why you're up early. That's right. My private lessons with Miss Cordell are finally over now, but I really wasn't expecting I'd still have to go to school in the mornings. You look pretty happy despite that. You might be right. You don't even deny it. I wonder if you'll be able to understand this. I like her on a human level, of course, but also in terms of music, there's something special about her, so I can't help it if I'm a bit excited. All sounds a little self-serving to me. You're right, it is self-serving, but the way she sings has changed a little. Is that something that can actually change so suddenly? Could be because whatever it was that she lacked wasn't something to do with technique or ability. And now, you find her even more special? I guess so. And you don't feel bad about this? I do, but at the same time I feel this is right too. Oh, then I guess there's nothing else for me to say. Sorry. I apologize. It was written in that letter from Marie, wasn't it? To do what you thought was right? Yeah. In that case, practice a lot and do your best to put on a good recital. Alright. Good boy. Okay then, see you later. There are times when I can't understand the way this relationship between Forney and me works. The moment we met, it felt like we were owner and pet. Forney couldn't do anything by herself, but it wasn't that she needed anything either. However, she always needed my assistance when she wanted to go outside. Because of this, I always thought that Forney is a high-maintenance housemate. But she was probably the one supporting me mentally. Talking to Forney about things I had already gone and made a decision on, just like earlier today, helped me a lot, and she would always be supportive of me. There were things I couldn't say to Torter or Asino, but could say to Forney. Since I couldn't get a response from Marie immediately, I needed something I could turn to. After navigating the surprisingly crowded hallway and then entering our practice room, I saw that Fal was sitting down as she had always finished getting ready. Morning. Yes, good morning. So, getting straight down to business. That really is getting straight to it. I spoke to Miss Cordell just before. She's going to check our rehearsals after lunch. What are we going to do till then? We're going to practice, of course. I want to warm up too. I'm too scared to just suddenly go and rehearse in front of her. You saying that makes me start to feel nervous. It will be good practice for our recital. Okay. Alright then. Open up to the first page of the score. I felt relieved at how Fal seemed to be free of the fatigue she felt yesterday. Of course, I was worried about her physical state. I was also concerned about the words she said yesterday. However, it seemed that she was back to the usual Fal. I thought we were going to play this one. I thought there was like one more session of playing with the last route. Somewhere around this point. Maybe not. We ate the packed lunches that Fal made, and then went to the classroom in which Miss Cordell was waiting for us. Maybe this'll be what we play. You're right on time. Thank you for offering to check our rehearsal. We really appreciate it. Not a problem. You said you would practice this morning, so I assume you don't need to warm up? That's right. This will be my first time to hear the two of you play. I'm quite looking forward to it. I'd prefer if you didn't have too high expectations, though. You'll be fine. Just play like you usually do. Yeah, you're right. It seems you're confident despite how you sound. Well, we have been practicing now and then. A lot more than now and then. Understood. In any case, let's hear it. Yes, Miss Cordell. Finished saying up, placed my fingers on the keyboard of my Fortel, and played the first note. Yeah, see, there it is. I knew there had to be at least one. Because I think this one's like the super strict judgment. I know there was like one that last time was like very unforgiving. I still can't hit that fucking P. Fuck. Okay, that's fine. It's good enough. I just have to make sure I get the timing right for the final section. If this is the strict one. Caramel Dancing is Swedish. It's a Swedish pop group called Caramel. That's why it's called Caramel Dancing. But yes, Sweden? Yeah, I want to say it's from Sweden. It's not Japanese in the slice. It's just really popular there. That's why it's in DDR. But it is definitely not. We finished our song and the final sounds of Fal's voice and my Fortel disappeared into the soundproof walls. Good. Miss Cordell gave her evaluation with a satisfied look on her face. Phew. That's pretty much it. No one in the room needed to give an opinion about the quality of our music. We all understood quite well. However, that change in Fal's voice that I noticed yesterday seemed to have reverted to how it was before. It was something small and delicate, a special thing that perhaps no one else besides Forney and I would notice. Or it was possible that no such thing even existed. Looking at the expression on Miss Cordell's face, I almost felt that it might have been something more than my imagination. Being able to gather this from Miss Cordell's otherwise unemotional expression was something that was only possible for the students like my E who took private lessons with her. To be honest, when I heard that you were partnering up with Falsita, I had some concern, but it seems that your compatibility wasn't so bad after all. Compatibility? A combination of one student who is highly dedicated and one who isn't. I believe there's more than enough cause for concern there. Is that praise? Did I not say it wasn't so bad? Not bad, you say? Coming from Miss Cordell, that's actually quite deserving of praise. Normally, even if you did a good job, she'd just tell you to do it again, and that was it. Oh, I see. I can hear you, you know, but I suppose you're not trying to hide it from me. I don't think we could hide anything in such a small room. Fine. There is not much time left until the recital, so keep practicing as you have been. Yes, miss. Yes, miss. We concluded our business. Miss Cordell is a busy person, so I packed up quickly and went to leave. I slung my fortel over my shoulder, and when I reached towards the door, Miss Cordell asked me something, as if she had just remembered to do so. Have you heard anything from Asino about his partner? Huh? No, nothing in particular. I know he's looking, though. I see. That's fine, then. If I see him, should I tell him you'd like to see him? No, I'll let him decide in regard to his partner, and whether or not he would like to tell me. Are you sure? My biggest cause for concern seems to be on top of things. I'm sure Asino would be fine, too. Cause for concern? Do you mean me? Yes. Seeing Miss Cordell answer my question with a smile on her face, Val laughed a little. I considered saying something back, but I didn't have the energy. I simply grimaced and left the classroom. Well, at least she's satisfied. I didn't know Miss Cordell could laugh like that. It only happens on rare occasions. My impression of her has changed a little. It seems like she really cares about you. She must have taken a liking to you. I guess you could be right. You know what they say about teachers having soft spots for their worst students. It's very much like you to say something like that about yourself, isn't it, Chris? Again, I'm not entirely sure if you're complimenting me or not. Oh dude, that kind of music's super popular in Japan. Like, Europop, like a lot of like the Europop, Eurodance, all of that stuff is huge in Japan. In fact, like a lot of the time, the artists from there go specifically to Japan to tour, or even make songs specifically with Japanese artists and do collabs with them because of how popular all those songs from Europe are over there. I'm not really sure what caused that to happen, but it's been like that for like a good 30-40 years at this point. Like, it predates all the like DDR games and all that. Like, we're talking early 90s, if not 80s even. That kind of stuff was popular. Again, I'm not entirely sure if you're complimenting me or not. It's more or less a compliment. I wouldn't say something like that unless I liked the person. Val said this with a smile on her face. Of course, it was fair to assume that she meant, like, as in friends. Well, thanks. Okay, I guess that's it for today. You've got work next? Yes. I see. So, in the end, you're working every day until graduation? Graduation ceremony is in February, and after that I'll be moving out of my apartment, so I guess I'll be working until then. So either way, you've got no off days until the recital, huh? It goes without saying that I'll have that day off, of course. Saying this with a grimace on her face, Val then broke into a smile. It was a smile that betrayed no fatigue and no hesitation. Let's do our best. That was the only thing I could say. Furthermore, the things we could do at this point were limited too. So I promised myself deep down that the one thing I would do was my best. Yes, we'll do just that. Val nodded strongly, as if gathering her determination. Night soon came, and I was in the mood to eat out, and this was the first place that came to mind. And on top of that, it was almost time for Val to finish her shift. We hadn't made any plans to meet, but thinking that just maybe it would be possible, I entered the trattoria. Yeah, he's already too far gone. Arietta? Who's that? I don't know any Ariettas. I only know Val. I was guided to a two-person table, and some moments later, a familiar-looking server came to take my order. Are you ready to order? Yes. I ordered the first thing on the menu that stood out to me. I considered asking about Val while I was at it, but I decided not to, thinking that might be a bit shameless. After that, I ate my meal while being somewhat preoccupied with the kitchen, but in the end I didn't get to see Val. However, the meal was delicious as usual, so I had nothing to be unhappy about. Did you try eating like extra slow? So that, you know, he'd leave after she got off her shift? I peeked into the kitchen one last time and then went back to my apartment. Alright, see you tomorrow. It's a Saturday, but same time, same place? Got it. See you then. Besides the days that she had to work, we spent all day every day rehearsing. I went to school at 10 o'clock in the morning, ate the lunches that she packed for us, played my fortella until it became dark. The passage of time was strangely fast, and before I knew it, one day was over. However, on days that Val had work, I ended up having time on my own hands in the afternoon. I had no problems with just going home, but... Chris, what are you doing just standing there? What's wrong? I heard a voice call out to me from behind suddenly. Upon turning about, I saw it was Torta, walking over from the direction of the first hall. Torta, I'm not actually doing anything in particular. You're about to go home? No, I haven't decided yet. You know, if you keep staying around like that, you'll catch a cold. Anyway, why don't we go inside for now? Yeah, sure. I hadn't spoken to Torta for a while now, so it might be nice for a change. I followed on behind Torta, who was heading for the second hall. I was thinking that she was perhaps going to go into one of the practice rooms, but she went directly into the cafeteria without the faintest hesitation. Don't you usually have practice at this time of day? I was thinking of calling it a day. I just had one of my teachers watch me sing, so I'm kind of tired now. So you were just coming back from that, huh? Are you hungry, Chris? Nah, I've already eaten. I don't think I saw you in here in the cafeteria. Did you eat somewhere else? In the practice room, actually. I told Torta about everything that had been going on recently, as it was also a good opportunity to tell her about Fal, too. Torta suggests we get something to drink, ordering a chocolate calda at the counter and then sipping from it happily upon returning. You could just, like, call it a hot chocolate, you know? I get that this is supposed to be Italy, but you could just call it a hot chocolate. I don't think anyone's going to criticize the game for calling it what it is. And so, what was that about the practice room? Actually, it's exactly what it sounds like. I told Torta about how we've been eating the sandwiches and packed lunches that Fal makes for us. It wasn't really something I should be saying out loud, but it wasn't something that I needed to keep from Torta either. But you're not supposed to be eating in there, right? No, we definitely aren't. You'd be in serious trouble if you got caught. That's the thing, the teachers don't say anything even if they see us. It's actually happened a couple of times now, but they just exchange a few words and that's it. Yoda chillin'. I'm just looking at that thumbnail and I'm like, yep. Honestly, sadly, that's like me most days, unfortunately. Like, I've got this really nice dome chair that I sit in. Literally what I do. I just sit in that from my computer, possibly playing Final Fantasy or something. Not much else. I only like get up when I feel like eating or when I need a sub stream. That's it. Are you kidding? Val said that she got a kind of unofficial okay from the teachers when she straight up asked them to allow her, saying that she didn't want to waste any time she could have spent practicing. She's that kind of person? Seems that way. I have to say my impression of her has changed a bit since then. Saying that, I realized that it's only been a month and a half so far. The time we spent practicing together and eating together had increased. Now it felt completely normal. To distance myself from Torta, that excuse was now a thing of the past. You two get along well, huh? Well, we are partners after all. Do you remember what you said before? I said something? It doesn't matter. Or it doesn't matter. She laughed almost as if she was sighing, and then continued to enjoy her chocolate. Are you going to practice after this? Val has work, so I'm done for the day. She still has her part-time job? Apparently, and up until she graduates too. Oh, okay. Even if she asked me why Val was still working, I myself didn't know the answer either, so I wouldn't have been able to answer. However, Torta didn't ask any further questions. So, how is everything going anyway? Oh, not bad. You put it that way, Chris, I guess that means you're somewhat confident. Miss Cordell said something along the same lines, but do I always seem that pessimistic? No, that's not what I meant. But I just can't imagine you bring me with confidence either. That's true, even I can't imagine that. It's more characteristic of you to say kind of, or somewhat, something like that. Not really a characteristic to be proud of. If you're not happy about it, you could always make an effort to change. I think I'd be even less happy about that prospect. I thought as much. Torta responded immediately, as if she had already known what I was going to say. Still, it wasn't that she was being mean. It was the comfortable kind of conversation we could only have because we knew each other so well. And then I remembered another certain someone who wasn't here, and went a little quiet. The sweet smell of chocolate, and the chuckling of a voice I knew well. If I close my eyes, I feel like I could recall various old memories in an instant. But instead I faced straight ahead and continued talking. How about you, Torta? No problems here. My recital is a solo performance, so I can do things at my own pace, which makes it easier. Didn't you have to do an ensemble with a piano or something? That's something else entirely. It's different to have a it's different to having a partner like Fortel players to have to. The singing is the only thing they focus on. Piano doesn't get judged. Huh, that sounds easy. Excuse me, do you really... I'm joking. I know that doing solo is different and difficult in its own way. Really? Do you? You're the one who said it was easier. I'm allowed to say that. You're not, Chris. Okay. I was unable to keep the somewhat nostalgic feelings at bay when someone else called to me from behind. Well, this is rare, seeing the two of you together like this. I guess that's true, recently. Commenting like this, Asino took a seat next to me. Hello. Hi. Time for lunch, Asino? Yeah, bit of a light one though. Set me his fork into the past on his tray and disinterestedly mixing it about. Asino continued on. You finished practicing for today? Yeah, my partner has to work. And so that's why you're sitting around chatting to Tortanita, huh? Huh? What about it? Nothing. Asino? Really, it's nothing, sorry. Feeling a bit irritated because I still haven't found a partner. What, still? Is that gonna be okay? I'll be fine. I have some potentials after all. I know that. I was talking about rehearsing. It doesn't really matter who I choose as my partner. We're gonna be performing a song that I wrote myself, so it's all good. There's a bit more to it than that. When you have a partner, you... Chris. It's okay. Asino gets it. Exactly. I hope so. I always wondered about this, but I had the feeling that these two weren't capable of getting along. Asino almost never joined the conversation when I was with Torta like this. And vice versa. Torta never spoke to me when I was with Asino, unless she absolutely had to. Asino also never called her by her nickname, Torta, but instead always used her full name, Tortanita. But despite all that, they sometimes talked naturally about things I didn't understand. Well, I'm going to go back to practice. It seems you're working hard, Chris. Makes me feel like I should practice a little more too. Oh, okay. But try not to overdo it if you're feeling tired. I'll follow your example there, don't worry. Okay, sure. See ya. Torta said a brief goodbye to Asino, then walked off in the direction of the practice rooms. Ugh. I think we're almost done. I'm not actually sure though. This one feels longer than the previous one. On the other hand, Asino just continued to nonchalantly eat his meal. You have rehearsals again after this, Asino? Yeah, with one of my potential partners. Oh wow, you actually have your act together. Didn't we just establish that? Sounding unimpressed as he spoke, he then finally opened up a little. Was I interrupting? You and Tortanita. As if. There's nothing going on there. You don't like her? Oh no, I like her too. Too, you say? In the same way that I like you, Asino. But, you know, she might not be thinking the same way. Of course she does. My relationship with Torta only exists because of Ari. That's how it works? Pretty much. So, are things going well with the all-important Arietta? That's another weird thing to ask about. I'm just concerned, as a friend. I mean, she probably wasn't expecting to partner up with a girl that isn't Tortanita. Probably not. She wrote as much in one of her letters, but... She also wrote for me to do as I please. She's given up on you? Nah, at least I don't think she has. You're so negative. You guys have been together for 3 years, haven't you? Yeah. In that case, you just have to wait a little longer. I know. I'd ever spoken to Asino about Ari like this before? Never wanted to gush about my personal life, so I always kept it short and talked about her only when I was asked. I doubted that he had just become interested now after all this time, but in any case it seemed that he was concerned. But anyway, be nice to her, yeah? Yeah, I will. Said the same kind of things again, and I started to feel a little uneasy toward change in Asino's attitude. I had some things on my mind, and Asino continued eating his lunch in a way that seemed like he was deep in thought too, so neither of us said anymore. Taking the sound of Asino placing his fork on his plate as an opportunity, we both got up to leave. I was going to go home. Asino was going to go back to practice. Okay, see you around. Sure, see ya. Was he worried about me? I felt happy that he was concerned about me, but at the same time I felt a slight burden too. But appreciating the fact that I had friends who talked to me like this, I left the cafeteria. I suddenly recalled what happened the day before yesterday, decided to drop by Fal's trattoria one more time. Perhaps she went home comparatively early last time, as I was unable to see her. I should have asked before she left, but since we were absorbed in our rehearsals, probably would have been hard for her to recall. I went to the trattoria about the same time as the day before, but when I tried to open the door, someone opened it from the inside instead. I tried to make way thinking it was a customer leaving the trattoria, but before I could, she let out an exclamation. Chris! Hey, Fal. What's going on? Are you here for dinner? Yeah, it was kind of impulsive, but I decided to grab something to eat. Did you just finish your shift? Oh, yes. Would you like to join me? Sorry, I have to meet someone. Oh, okay. In that case, don't worry about it. I'm sorry. If I'd known earlier, I would have been able to eat with you, but... Nah, it's okay. Really. I only thought of coming by just now. Really? In that case, let me know in advance next time. We can share a meal then. Sure. So you're free from this time of day, right? Yes, this works for me. Why do you ask? I came by and had dinner the day before yesterday, but I didn't get to see you. I ended up working late that day. You're still working hard as always, huh? But I had my shift started, so it's really nothing I can't handle. Right. Weren't you supposed to be meeting someone? Watching Fal peek at the end of the street a number of times during our conversation reminded me of what she said when she first came out. Oh, yes. Sorry, I need to rush. I'll see you tomorrow. See you then. Wait, that's the second time we've done this today. It is? Anyway, see you later. She must have really been in a rush, as she ran a little as she left. Watching her leave, I kind of lost my interest in eating at Copert and decided to walk home instead. Yeah, we all know why you're actually eating there. Mister, I don't go out often to eat because I don't have a lot of money. I spent my time doing nothing, waiting for Arie's letter to arrive. Including Saturdays, our days were packed full with rehearsals, so Fal and I agreed together that we would have Sundays off. This was mainly a one-sided request from me, however. Even then, Fal laughed, saying that she could make no promises about the final Sunday before our recital. Phew. Gazed at the clock and checked the time. It was still just after 5. This was meaningless, however, as checking the time wouldn't do anything for me since I didn't know the exact time Arie's letter would arrive. But I couldn't help but do it, and for some reason or another, I couldn't just sit calmly. You're checking the time again? That's right. Thinking about Arie's letter? I know it's meant to be your day off, but don't you think you should play your Fortell just a little? I'll do that after the letter arrives, don't worry. We'll have an ensemble just like we always do. That's not what I'm worried about. Then what is it? I'm just saying that if you're going to sit around doing nothing, you should just play your Fortell. By myself? Well, it goes without saying I'll sing for you. That's not much different than from our ensembles. You might feel better, you know. You're just pretending to be concerned, but all you want to do is sing. I'm not pretending to be anything. Whatever. It's probably better than sitting around wasting time anyway. Oh, really? Yeah, playing my Fortell should help pass the time after all. I wasn't that crazy about Forney's idea, but as I told her, spending my time working with Forney would probably be better than just sitting around doing nothing. I wonder how many more times she would beg me to perform ensembles like this. In that case, let's start before her letter arrives. Kinda sounds like the purpose of doing this has just done a 180. That's okay, as long as I can sing. Thanks for only thinking about yourself. Wow. I'm going to sing now? Okay. Forney started singing like she always did, and her beautiful voice filled the room. The sound from my Fortell overlaid itself with her voice, and the two sounds created a complex, perfect harmony. Gently being swayed by the waves of sound, for some reason I suddenly felt like I wanted to burst into tears. Waves of emotion that I was unable to understand crashed against me, and I had to make an effort just to keep them at bay. But even then, the music I played wasn't disturbed. It even flowed smoother into its finale. Music that Forney and I had just created was more emotional than any of the other performances we had done together. wasn't sure from when, but at some point I had closed my eyes. I was unable to escape the lingering emotions, move, or even speak. Trying to find the cause, I focused my nerves and delved into my memories. Forney was nearby, and even if she had been watching me, I didn't have the mental leeway to care. What was it that just happened to me? It wasn't the first time this had happened, but it was the first time that my emotions had been shaken so strongly. Chris! A voice. A voice that called to me. A voice that reminded me of something. Chris! Forney! What's wrong? Nothing. Hearing her just now, I suddenly felt certain that her voice was the cause of my condition. Or to be precise, it was the emotion that was contained in her voice. I recall hearing a Fortel lecture that research was being performed on the meaning of magic. The Fortel, an instrument of magic. Its origin unknown, the Fortel was an old instrument passed down through the ages that required magic to be played. And that magic was emotion. Oh shit, actual lore. I think it was a scholar or musician from somewhere that said this. Perhaps it was a scholar who was a musician, or a musician that was a scholar. The theory wasn't highly supported, but in this very moment I believed it to be true. There were accounts that indicated that many Fortel players were people with strong emotions. However, many prominent musicians of all kinds fit that profile, which didn't help bolster the theory. Besides, I never saw myself as having particular highs or lows in my emotions. This was the kind of discussion not found in the textbooks, but the kind of a teacher would tell you when chatting between classes. So, to be honest, I thought a little more of it than the fact that such a theory existed. But... Forney? Yes? What were you thinking about just now? You mean, when I was singing? Yeah. Who knows? Same things as usual, I guess. The way that Forney played dumb did not hide the truth. Something was different to usual today. Maybe. Shoulders slumped in a tiny admission of my observation. If I were to put the emotions I imagined from her songs into words, I would say it was parting. Was it sadness that she infused into her song today? Forney was in front of me, but she wasn't crying or showing any other signs of sadness. But after finishing everything and thinking of the music we had just created, as groundless as it was, I knew I wasn't wrong. But even though I now knew, it didn't change the fact that I had no words. Anyway, don't you think the letter would have arrived by now? Yeah. I had little choice but to follow Forney's implication, so I went out to the entrance of my building to collect the letter. Upon returning with the letter, Forney was nowhere to be seen, and I was greeted by my empty room. I considered calling her name, but I felt I just had to read Ari's letter first. In the end, I said nothing and opened up the envelope, and it took me a few seconds longer than usual to take out the letter. Dear Chris, is it still raining there as always? The weather here is not especially good, however. However, it's not so bad either. In less than just 2 weeks, it'll be time for your graduation recital, won't it? The only words I can say right now have little meaning, they are most predictable. But please do your best. I'll be thinking of you, and cheering you on from here. I have too many things to tell you in this letter, so it has become a little long, but I would be happy if you read it all the way through the end. First, about Falsita. I understand your desire to try help her. I can almost imagine you practicing your heart out, even though I have hardly ever seen you doing so. The only thing I can really remember now is your gentle face. You always had that same look. It was truly gentle. When you were troubled, you would make that face that said it was nothing. You even made the same face when you played music. When you played the Fortel with ease. When the three of us were going to music school together, I wasn't able to keep up even though I tried so hard. So instead, I just gazed at you from your face from the side as you played the Fortel happily. I'm sorry. I've gotten sidetracked, haven't I? I want to write my honest feelings in this letter, but I just cannot seem to find the right words. I still have a lot of things I need to write. Perhaps Aria needs to get in the right frame of mind. She had started writing on a new page. In my letters, I wrote many times for you to do what you think is right, didn't I? And your reply was always short, that you understood. But even if my tactics were a little underhanded, even then, I suppose I wanted you to reply saying that you wouldn't help her. The only thing I could ever do was watch you from far away. You always looked truly happy when you performed on your Fortel, so I thought that I would be happy with how things were. But you then told me you had feelings for me, and I said the same about you. At the time, I thought that would change everything. But you left and went to music school for 3 years. And as a result, I was left behind once more. I felt like I was left back in that time, when I just watched from far away as you and Torta performed your ensembles. But despite this, I always felt we were connected, though these letters we write each other. You only had Torta by your side. But it's different now, isn't it? Now you think of someone else, and are doing your utmost for them, and I'm unable to even see it. The distance between us is too great, your words no longer reach me. I can no longer see your feelings in the words written in your letters. So, that's why I will say it. Chris, let's go our separate ways. I'm sorry I tested you, but that was the only thing I could do. I know that I'm being rather selfish, but even so, it was the only thing I could do. There's still something else I need to write. Firstly, please do not come to see me. It will only hurt to look at you. You're probably thinking, if we meet and talk it over, it'll be okay. Something like this, I suppose. I know that right now these feelings would be true, but you'll come to know Falsita more closely, and as the time you spend with her increases, I'm sure you'll be able to forget about me. Actually, I'm sure you'll forget about me. I wrote this letter because that is what I want you to do. I wrote this letter because that it's what I truly wish from the bottom of my heart. It is okay if you don't understand right now. This is something that only I can understand. Even if I repeat myself, sure you won't be satisfied. Also, you no longer need to write to me. But I have the feeling you will do so anyway. So, if you do, I will keep your letter but not read it. I'm not emotionally ready to just tear it up and throw it away. Someday, when I really am, I will read it. But that someday will be after a lot of time has passed, when I know I won't cry. Even then, I think I'll end up crying. Chris, this will be the last letter I write to you. I've written terrible one-sided things in this letter, but it really is the last. I'm sorry for being selfish and unfair, but I think that someday the time will come when you understand your feelings for Falsita. When that time comes, if you could forgive me, even just quietly in your heart, I would be happy. Goodbye. I read her letter again a couple of times, and laced about in my bed. Horny hadn't shown herself since last night. Morning. You've got practice, right? Time to get up, lazy bones. Same as usual. Actually, her voice sounded more intentional than usual, as she tapped me on the cheek with her wings. Despite the fact she hadn't shown herself since last night, I was honestly thankful with how she gave me a push like this every day. Morning. Not enough sleep? You still got practice, right? Yeah, I know. In that case, get moving. It's a little later than usual. Had she let me sleep until the last possible minute? In the end, just how much did Forney know? Last night, even if she had asked to have an ensemble, probably wouldn't have been able to play properly. I think that Forney knew this, which is the reason she didn't reappear. And even now, she didn't try to ask about it. Are you ready? Haven't forgotten anything? Probably not. Probably not. I've got a bad feeling. No, I'm good. Really? In that case, it's okay. Alright, I'll see you later. Okay, have a nice day. I just looked over at chat. I don't even want to know why that was linked in the first place. I see what the title is, because that's a thing I can do on my version of Twitch. I just have, all I can do is like look at that fucking title and just sigh, because it's like, why? What the fuck? The channel has the gall to call itself Fact File, making fucking shitty top 10s about obviously unreal shit that some people will probably believe anyways. A cheerful voice gave me the energy I needed as I headed out into the rain. The rain was heavier than usual today. I was going to get drenched if I took too long walking. I never liked running, but right now I didn't mind even if it would tire me out. I held the bag that contained my Fortel tightly under my arm so that I wouldn't get wet, and hurried along my route to school. was probably because I wasn't used to it, but I soon felt pain in my lungs, and I found that I could barely run. The shops along the main street had cover, so I didn't have to worry much when I was under it, but there wasn't much cover on the streets of my school. I went from cover to cover so I could stay as dry as possible, and walked briskly when I got through the school gates. I felt pathetic for running out of breath like this. I supported myself with my hand against the wall. Soon my heart rate went down. The fatigue in my long legs got better. But at the same time, my heart hurt as if it was being squeezed. What kind of face was I supposed to make when I saw Fowl? Wasn't sure I could put on a smile. And having said that, I couldn't spend the whole day looking gloomy. Fowl would probably start to worry and ask me what happened. I wasn't confident I could give her a good answer. I hadn't gotten my head around my own feelings enough yet to be able to tell her the truth. I was just the same as Arietta, the feelings she told me in her letter. Helplessly confused, I was unable to stay calm. I mean, it was kind of his own fault. He was like, no, I don't want this to become a thing. And then he just, like, ended up going to the restaurant, like, every day. All he had to do was, like, not see her outside of practice. That's also kind of her. Like, he got fucking manipulated. He shouldn't have fallen for that easy shit. That's his fault. He brought this on himself. But either way, time would continue to pass, and the things I had to do were not going to disappear. I took another unnecessarily deep breath and headed towards our usual practice room. Plot twist. While Sita isn't there, she found another partner. Now he's just all alone, weeks before the finals. Morning. Oh, good morning. Val remained seated as she greeted me. After doing so, she returned her gaze to her score. Taking advantage of the fact she hadn't seen how I looked, I set up my Fortell and just sat before it. I'd probably be able to keep my mind off various things as long as I was playing the Fortell. Perhaps Val had realized that I wanted to start immediately, as she cheerfully asked about that very thing. Shall we jump straight into it? I'm ready to start at any time. Yeah, let's do that. Shall we begin? Sure. Oh, we're playing again? Is this like the super hard judge one? There was definitely one last route. Fuck. Oh, fuck, I missed the key again. I was like feeling really confident about that attempt at it. Oh, I did it! Holy shit. I actually did it. Fuck! I can't believe I missed that one of all things. What a fucking world we live in. That's the first I'm hearing of whatever the fuck that is. Not even gonna read that. No one else needs to know about that. World's not ready for it. Finished all of our rehearsal and I was given no choice in the matter of being drawn back to reality. And what was waiting for me was Val's gentle smile. Is there something bothering you today? What do you mean? Nothing, just you seem a little different today. I could more or less tell what Val was trying to say. It's hard for me not to notice while we were rehearsing. The essence of the music I was playing, it was different to how it had been in the past. Of course, it wasn't as if the quality of it had changed. It was no different to the sound my Fortell had always made, and it wasn't as if I changed the way I played it. I almost felt that those emotions I felt in Forney's voice yesterday had been transferred across to me, which is why I didn't feel I could get away with simply saying it was nothing. Yeah. Okay. I barely put together a proper sentence, and I doubted that this would be the end of the conversation. But those were the only words I spoke. Well, in that case, why don't we go again from the start? Huh? You're not sick or anything, right? It didn't matter if we performed well or poorly. It was meaningless to judge the rehearsal we did just now. However, Val felt something in the music she just heard, and interpreted that in a positive way. She wanted to rehearse again, no questions asked. She was acting just like Forney did this morning. Alright, let's go again. Sure. Okay, I was gonna say, are we gonna make me play it again? Yeah, okay. That's sounds like something. Holy fuck. It sounds like Super Viagra. That's what the fuck. I didn't even know you could actually die from that. Like, that's a thing people joke about, but it's one of those things that sounds so ridiculous. Of course you wouldn't believe it's gonna happen. Our rehearsals after that went without any problems. I accepted the change that occurred and obeyed as I continued to play my Fortell. Of course, I didn't quite feel able to accept what was behind that change, but I was at least able to separate myself from the anxiety and impatience while I played. But having said that, I wouldn't be able to keep it from Val forever. I would have to talk about Val everything in the not-so-distant future. This was because I felt an obligation, but more so because I wanted her to know me better. Perhaps I was just being needy. Or maybe it was a self-preserving hope that she would accept whatever it was. I felt a sense of self-loathing at the thought, but I continued thinking about whether I should tell her or not. There should be a time jump sooner than later. Is this because it's one of the good endings? We're gonna play through the entire month? Practicing with Val yesterday helped me settle down a little. Arietta's letter, which unexpectedly brought words of parting. Still hadn't written a response to it. The turn of events didn't quite go as Ari had detailed, but I was definitely going to write a response someday. Okay then, shall we call it a day? Yeah. I was comfortably tired. I felt like I could just go home and crash in my bed. And then I'd wake up and start practicing and we'd rehearse like crazy until Val had to go to work. That was the only conceivable routine for me right now. Hey, Chris. I was just wondering if you're feeling up to it. Uh-huh. We could have dinner sometime or something tonight. Okay. Sure. I started to feel defensive for a moment, thinking that she was going to ask me if something had happened recently. But it seemed I was wrong. Feelings relieved, I answered before actually thinking about it. I had no problems with doing something along the lines of dinner. Hearing my response, Val showed a slightly relieved smile. I don't know if something happened or not, but let's eat something nice, refresh ourselves. You look pretty tired, so I was a little worried about you. Val closed her mouth at the moment she finished speaking, as if she regretted it. She was trying not to say anything. That is what her eyes suggested to me. I probably realized that she indirectly admitted that she was trying to hide the fact that she thought something had happened. But reciprocating the consideration she showed me, I didn't deny it and instead continued the conversation. Sorry to make you worry. You're right. I'm a little out of it, but I totally agree with the idea of eating something nice. Are you getting tired? Yeah, we just finished rehearsal after all, but I don't mind if we keep practicing after we eat. In that case, I'll cook something for you. I'll make enough so you can eat some tomorrow too. You mean cook something at my place? Oh, but you don't have to say yes if you don't want to. No, that's not what I meant. I simply thought that this would be a good opportunity to tell Fal everything. It wasn't the kind of thing I should talk about at a place like Copert or another restaurant. It wouldn't be fair to just suddenly go over to Fal's. So if she wanted to come over to my place, I couldn't imagine a better opportunity to talk about it all. Anyway, are you sure you don't mind? As long as you don't, Chris. I was the one who suggested it in the first place. Thanks. Well, shall we get going? Yes. Been raining heavily since last night, but now it didn't seem so bad. Unlike the last time the Fal came over, it wasn't ready at all today. I decided to go home via the main street so we could pick up some groceries. Even going grocery shopping together? Yeah, this guy's too far gone for sure. There was a section of the street with a number of grocery stories. Ah, yes. I love me some grocery stories. You got any great grocery tales of daring do to tell us? Yet not always. Upon arriving, I asked Fal for her advice. I usually do my grocery shopping around here, but I don't suppose you know any better places? Oh, I usually shop around here too. I think this is probably the cheapest place around here. Oh, really? I usually just buy whatever, so I never really compared any of them. There's this place and one more, but that one's a little more expensive. Oh, and the shops in the new district are another story, so we'll just ignore those. Telling me about those kind of things, Fal looked at the vegetables lined up in the store. I come here almost every day, but we haven't run into each other, have we? Fal didn't take her eyes off the vegetables as she spoke. Usually, probably wasn't the right word. I don't actually come here every day. Oh, is that so? Just after school, or sometimes I come on a day off and buy a whole lot at once. It's probably cheaper to buy things regularly, and if you come late at night just before they close, they'll often give you a discount. Oh, I've heard about that before, but I've never really come here at that time of night. Rookie mistake when it comes to grocery shopping. Around here, if you come after 8 p.m. or like first thing in the morning the next day, the store I worked at would have like tons and tons of their bakery items for 30% off. And some places do it even more, it's like 50%. But you can just walk in, they have like a whole rack. Because it's like all stuff that either expires the next day or like 2 days from now. Or it's like stuff that they bake that day and they can't sell the next day. Perfectly fine stuff, it's just that, for whatever reason, they've deemed it unsellable. And they have to toss it the next day, so they discount it to try and get some out of it. But then it also means, you know, you get some cool shit for cheap. That's so good. These little things are all important if you want life to go smoothly. You know, I feel like I've seen another side of you. What do you mean by that? Take it as a compliment. For some reason, I just don't feel like I'm being complimented. Trust me. Anyway, let's finish up our shopping. I'll leave the menu to you, so get whatever you need. Saying this, I passed her my wallet. This is least I can do, since I'm gaining you to cook for me. But if you take a look inside, you'll see I don't have that much, so let's budget to what I have. This is more than enough, but let me pay half. Val. Yes? I'm really grateful that you worry about me, and that you offer to cook for me. But there isn't really anything I can do for you in return, so at least let me cover this kind of thing. Okay, I'll cook up something nice, so I hope you're hungry. Don't worry about that, I will be. After that, I simply followed Fal around carrying the increasing number of shopping bags as we walked. It seemed that she wasn't exaggerating when she said she shopped around here almost every day. It appeared that she knew the clerks at almost every shop and chatted with them as she went about. I had a slight expectation deep down that she might try and haggle a little, but the shop clerks seemed to give her discounts whether she asked for them or not. I suppose it was fair to say she was a regular. Of course, they all knew her name, but Fal also addressed everyone by name in return too. Once again, I thought I had seen a new side of her. I mean, it's kind of smart. It broke things up with Arietta. Because, you know, why have her when you have this girl? Fucking taking friends with benefits to a whole new level. Welcome back. You're home today. You're home early. Hearing the sound of the door open, Forney called out to me from deep inside my apartment. I'm home. Saying this in a voice that wasn't loud enough to sound too strange, I took one of the towels near the doorway and handed it to Fal. Didn't, like, he do that at her house too? Saying I'm here or I'm home to no one in particular? Like, usually you only say that, at least in Japan, you only say that when there's someone actually home to say it to. So it kind of makes sense that he's doing it at his apartment, because at least he knows someone's there, even if no one else does. Here. Thank you. Huh? So I have voices turned off, so I don't know why this part is being played. Somewhere in my apartment, Forney let out a confused voice. Getting a towel for myself out of my dresser, I spoke to Forney while pretending to clear my table. I'm home. It all happened suddenly, but Val ended up coming over. It seems she's going to cook for me, like last time. After that, we're going to talk about something important, so I think she'll be here for a while. I see. It was all pretty sudden, so I didn't have time to explain. Sorry. It's okay, no problem. Shall I disappear since I'm in the way? Dummy. You can do as you please, Forney. You can stay and listen if you want, or if you prefer, you can disappear. But either way, I won't be able to talk to you. Sorry. Don't apologize. I'll find a way to pass the time. Okay, thanks. If we're breaking it off with Arietta, why not just, like, explain Forney to her at this point? No? Yes? Maybe? Thanks for the towel. After wiping down her wet uniform and drying her hair, Mel carefully folded up the towel she had used and handed it back to me. You're welcome. Did she say something just now? Just myself. Don't mind me. Really? Well, if you say so. So, are you ready to start cooking? I can begin any time. I kept the cost down, so I'll make the same thing. Actually, I'll make something even better than last time. Can't wait. Is there anything I can help with? Nothing. So what should I do? If you feel bored, you can always play your fortell while you wait. Practice? At this hour? No, I just want to hear you play something. Anything will do. Oh, okay. Well, I'll try to be quick, so just wait a little longer, okay? Wait, why do I need the Buster Sword with the first option? I can understand the second option, but I'm a little confused on the first one. Rolling up the sleeves of her uniform, Val headed into the kitchen. I sat down in my fortell as Val asked, and for a brief moment, I wondered about what to play. But it was as if my choice of song had already been decided. She said anything will do. Oh, anything you say. Wait. Anything means that our song is okay too, right? Okay. Don't worry, I know what you mean. You know all along, but you were just being mean. Can't help it. It's cute when you get angry like that. Fine. I won't sing with you then. Do as you like. I'll just play by myself. Okay, I'll sing. As you wish. Oh, is that the song you wrote? I only heard it once, haven't I? Yeah, that's right. Good memory. I raised my voice a little to reply to Val. I usually never forget a song, especially one that left an impression. Well, thanks. Oh, the Buster Sword is the ring? How the fuck would that work? That's one hell of a ring. Come on, quick. I know. Felt somewhat nervous, not as much as I would if I was playing for Miss Cordell, but still felt different to when I practiced or just played on my own. The only thing that was a shame was the fact that Val couldn't hear Forney sing. Okay, here I go. Plot twist. She hears Forney sing. Sure. God, wouldn't that be a twist and a half? And in this way, time passed in the blink of an eye, and the night soon became late. It was a nice break from our usual practice, as we played random songs that we knew. Val even improvised someone on the spot. It seemed that Forney had also enjoyed herself, harmonizing her voice with Val's and overlaying her own during the songs. Forney had to warn me sometimes when I almost forgot that Val couldn't see her, but in the end, everything went smoothly. And then... Okay, I should probably get going. Before you do, there's something I had to tell her. The main reason I had her come over. What is it? Perhaps Forney knew what was coming as she held her breath and looked at me. We had already discussed this matter. She had surely said for me to do as I please. I just gave her a small smile in response. You asked me if something had happened. Would you like to hear the answer? Actually, sorry. I didn't mean to ask if you wanted to hear it or not. I just thought that I should tell you about it. I see. Val had already stood up to leave, but it seems she realized this was going to take some time, so she sat herself down in the chair again. Is this about Arietta? Is it that easy to tell? Well, I can't really think of any other things that could possibly trouble you, Chris. I guess you got a point there. I wonder if it's because of me that... No, it's not like it's your fault in particular, or anything like that, really. It's really his own fault. We all know that he could have turned her down at any time, just like, no, this is strictly a business relationship. He couldn't let that happen. And, it's kind of hard to explain, but if I don't, then it'll probably create a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? It's not an issue of whose fault it is or why. Wait a minute. That sounds a lot like it's not, really. But I won't say that has nothing to do with you. But I'm the one who created the cause of it all, and Arietta is the one who decided everything. That can't be right. I'm clearly part of it. Talking about that now isn't going to change anything, which was my choice in the first place. This is why I want to make it clear, so that there are no misunderstandings. The problem is between Arietta and me. There's nothing that you should feel responsible about. But... And besides... I spoke over Val, so as to stop her from saying any more. The things I was going to talk about were still a bit fuzzy to me. Things I hadn't completely processed in my own mind. And besides, I didn't say that we have broken up. Huh? She said she wanted to break up in the letter that she wrote. I haven't written a reply yet. Wasn't even sure if I intended to reply or not, or what I would write. If that's the case, then... What are you gonna do? I shook my head as if to indicate that I didn't have any more answers. If I didn't have any answers, then why did I even bring it up? Was it for self-preservation, or because of the guilt? Either way, it wasn't very positive. I see. For a moment, Val almost seemed as if she was disappointed, but then she forced herself to smile. In that case, you must be happy. We can still talk it over. Don't worry about me. Just do what you think is best for you. That again. Huh? Oh, nothing. There it was again. What I thought was best. Did she really mean it? Or was Val testing me too, just like Ari did? But I wasn't about to give an answer either way. I gave an ambiguous nod in response as a way of telling Val that I had nothing else to tell her. That's it. Sorry, I kind of lost track of what I wanted to say. No, it's okay. I'm happy you shared it with me. Now I know what has been bothering you. And I'm happy that you were honest and told me that you didn't have answers. But why did you suddenly decide you wanted to tell me? Was it because we're partners? Or was it because you needed someone to listen? Probably neither of those. If that's the case, then I just felt that I should tell you. I don't want to keep it from you. And I don't like the idea of making you worry either. I see. Val simply nodded in response to my awkward words. It seemed that she accepted them. Thinking that this was the end to a long day, I took a deep breath and let myself relax. It's become quite late. I'll walk you home. I went to get up off my seat in order to head out, but Val stopped me. Wait, what's wrong? I also have something that I want to talk about, Chris. I sat myself down again, as if to show I was ready to listen. What is it? You asked me if something had happened. Would you like to hear the answer? Huh? She used the exact same words down to a T that I had used earlier. You don't remember? The day I came back to the Piova. At the end of our rehearsal, you asked me if something had happened, didn't you? Ah, that's right, I did. But at the time I felt as if I shouldn't be asking. But you didn't press me any further, right? Yeah. Would you mind if I told you about it? Only if you want to talk about it. You feel comfortable telling me about it. In that case, I'll tell you. It's not a very pleasant story, mind you. Val grimaced, almost as if she was mocking herself, and then began to speak. I was an orphan. I wasn't very surprised when I heard her say this. I considered the possibility a number of times, and it wasn't as if there weren't certain facts that backed it up. And furthermore, at least a fraction of the students at the Piova Communal School of Music was made of orphans. Of course, there are many students in the Fortel course who were exempted from their tuition, as it required specific talents. But even in other courses, there were students who would receive special treatment if they had connections to members of staff, or if their ability was recognized by certain teachers. I imagine that Val is probably one of those students. You don't look very surprised. I guess I'm not. Is it that easy to tell? Val laughed a little as she said it, copying the words I had used earlier. I had the feeling that might be the case. I couldn't think of any reason why you'd be working at a time like this. That's true, but it seems there's a lot of students like me at the school. I've heard stories like that before. I don't think I knew of anyone like that. Really? I guess you don't. Anyway, we were talking about what had happened, right? Turned away slightly and moved her gaze about as if she was sifting through her memories. I told you I went back to my hometown at the end of the year, right? That's right. But you said hometown? You've heard of shelters that take in children who, for whatever reason, can no longer live with their parents, right? I think so, yeah. That's where I went back to. They asked me to visit them. Why'd they ask that? Because they will encourage the kids there. Orphans like me don't have many options for the future. Only the ones like me who are recognized with talent can find happiness. No, I understand that's not the only way to be happy, but it's a dream that is important for us. So I decided to show my face for a change. I went back and cooked and sang for them. But in that case, why were you depressed? Because there's nothing I can do for them. What do you mean, nothing? I can't do anything for them. Nothing. Even though I'm in the same position as them, all I can do is sing. Is someone expecting anything more than that from you? Huh? Does someone expect you to do more than sing for them and give those children hope? If there isn't, then don't you think what you've done is enough? I don't really know what you and those kids have been through, so it might be a bit strange for someone like me to comment, but I kind of think the fact that you were there, that you sang for them, means that you're able to do something for them. And with a smile, I added something else as Val was still silently looking for an answer. And I think it'll be even better when you do an excellent job at the graduation recital, and then become a professional musician. Val stared at me with a surprised expression on her face, and then finally regained her ability to smile. You're right. In order to do that, I'll have to work hard. Yeah. I nodded strongly, swearing to myself that I would truly do just that. And to finish it up with a joke, I tried copying Val's words. But why'd you decide suddenly decide you wanted to tell me? Was it because we're partners? Or was it because you needed someone to listen? Probably neither of those. Then I just wanted you to know, I guess. Val had already stood up and was getting ready to go home, so I didn't see the expression that was on her face. While I was getting ready to head out in order to walk Val home, Forney sat herself on top of my jacket and looked at me. You're gonna have to work real hard. Yeah, I responded in a small voice, and Forney nodded as if she were satisfied, then disappeared. I grabbed my jacket and then headed to the entrance to my apartment where Val was waiting for me. Time to head out. I said this to Forney, even though I wasn't sure if she was listening or not. The door and closed the door on my way out. The further in we go, the more typos. You know, difficulty is increasing. There's a bit of a difficulty curve when it comes to reading, you know. They gotta challenge you, since it's a visual novel. See if you're paying attention. I think that's about it for today. Finished up our rehearsal like we always did, and began to pack up. Things we discussed yesterday were not in vain. We had both benefited from it. Despite the fact I hadn't written a proper response to Reed's letter, just the fact I felt more at ease was a big thing for me. It's not as if anything had really changed. But Val, who was in front of me this very moment, now knew the problems I faced, and this gave me an earned sense of comfort. And in the same sense, I knew of the things that she faced too. Alright, have a good day at work. Are you gonna drop by for dinner? Nah, probably not. If I wanted to eat Val's cooking, I didn't need to go to Copert to do so, and either way I'd spent long time with her anyway. Okay, well, see you tomorrow then. Yeah, see ya. Even if it was short, I always felt emotionally tired and heavy after a good rehearsal. Just when I was thinking of going to the cafeteria to get something to drink before heading home, I ran to Torta as she came out. Oh, Chris, are you heading to the cafeteria? Didn't you have lunch in your practice room? Yeah, I already ate. I just thought I'd grab something to drink. Oh, by yourself? That was the plan. Well, do you mind if I join you? No, be my guest. Okay, let's go then. Alright. Torta seemed unusually serious, so it was easy to imagine what she was going to talk about. Marie would have written to Torta as well, so it would depend on just what Ari had written, but I had no doubt that she was going to ask me about it. So, what are you going to do? Her tone wasn't at all intense. She didn't seem to have any intention of criticizing me. She said it simply, almost tactfully. This conversation began just as we were about to sit down, after placing our drinks on the table. I need to ask just to be sure, but how much do you know? I know that she wrote to you, saying she wanted to break up. I see. That means you know everything. Now, just how was I supposed to answer this? I hadn't made any decisions about what to do about Ari. However, I had already made a decision when it came to Fal. You're not going to change your mind about performing with Falsita, right? Yeah, that's right. I see. In that case, you and Ari haven't decided anything. That basically means you have. I haven't written my response to Ari yet, but I think that has nothing to do with Fal. I think it does. It doesn't to me. But it does to Ari. I don't know the exact details of what Ari wrote to you, but I'm the one who told Ari about you, so I want to know what's going on. Is that a problem? Of course it's not a problem. I'll tell you whatever I can. In that case, let's start with the thing I want to know the most. Torta put a smile on it as she asked, almost as if she was going to laugh. Do you like Falsita? I'm not asking if you're dating her or anything. I just purely want to know how you feel about her. That's... I practically know the answer, even if you don't say it. I want to hear it directly from you, Chris. I'm gonna put this out there first. But Fal and I aren't a couple or anything like that. But she is my partner, and if you want to simply know if I like her or not, then the answer is, I do. I knew that there was no point in hiding it. It was ridiculous to say otherwise. I knew about her past, and I knew what she was striving for, and I honestly felt that I wanted to help her in that. Alright. I want to do what I can to help her, if I can, that is. In that case, there's nothing more for me to say. So, what did Ari say? She told me to be forgiving of you. Saying only this, Torta got up out of her seat. Make it sure to do your best. I feel like everyone is telling me that these days. And your answer? Of course I'll do my best. Good. She sounded almost like Forney, trying to speak as if she was above me. But then I remembered that it was actually the other way around in reality. Since we were children, Ari was introverted and quiet. It was Torta who always took a mature tone and scolded Ari and me. Thinking about this, I realized that Torta and Forney may have been a little similar. Oh, by the way... what is it? Where was that trattoria that she works at? Planning on going there? Maybe. I was just thinking I'd like to go sometime. I was wondering what kind of food she cooks. But perhaps she doesn't actually do any cooking. Well, she said something about her running the kitchen, so she might. Oh, I see. In that case, why don't you go there? I could join you if you like. Yeah, that might be a nice idea. She said she was working until 6 o'clock, so shall we go there before then? Okay, sure. I'll keep practicing until then. In that case, I'll just wait at home. You don't need to practice? I already have. You mind if we wait in front of my place at meet in front of my place around 5:30? No problem. Is the trattoria close by? It's about a 5-minute walk. Okay. But I don't want to get wet, so can we just meet at your apartment? Of course. It makes it even easier for me. Okay, see you later. Saying this, Torta left with the usual smile on her face. I woke up to the sound of a knocking at my door. It seemed I had fallen asleep when I was lying about on my bed. I'm coming! Sorry I'm late. I realized I'd forgotten something on the way here and had to go back to school to get it. What is it? What time is it? I turned around and looked at the clock, which read just after 6 o'clock. I think I'm about 30 minutes late, but you were asleep, weren't you, Chris? He was asleep. Forney appeared suddenly and called out from a distance. Hey, isn't Torta coming in? She asked me about Torta, even though she knew I couldn't answer. Ignoring her, I responded to Torta. Only for a little bit. It's your fault for being late. That's the face of someone who was asleep for a long time. He slept so long. That's got nothing to do with it. Anyway, let me get ready. I'll be right back. Okay. Not like I have a choice. That's what I was going to say about you being late. If you'd been awake, we could have already left by now. Whatever. Aha! Left Torta at the entrance to my apartment and went into my room. Are you two only having dinner? Torta's not coming by later? I told you, only dinner. Had down my messy bed hair, put on my jacket, and headed for the door. Not fair. Haven't seen her in so long. Time to head out. Saying only this, we headed out. Damn. Ditching her once again. I guess she has already finished working tonight? I guess it is about that time of night, yeah. Oh. That's kind of a shame. You want to meet her and talk? Not exactly. Chatting like this as we walked, we arrived at the trattoria much sooner than I expected. It's quite close by, huh? Yeah, I only found out about this place recently, through Asino. Oh, really? I think that just maybe we might be able to see Fal. We actually did run into her as she came out of the trattoria. Oh, Chris? Hey, we decided to come by for something to eat. I moved over to the side, positioning myself where Torta, who was standing behind me, could see Fal. Hello. Oh, hello there. At that moment, Fal took a few steps forward as if she was pushed from behind. Nope, not today. There we go. Oh, what's the matter? Unexpectedly, it was Asino who came out from behind her. Asino's here too? Oh, I'm sorry. I ran into Asino just now in the trattoria. Oh, it's you. You here for a bite? That's right, with Torta. Hello. Hi. But didn't you say you weren't coming tonight? I didn't plan to, but we came here because I wanted to come here, that's all. Oh, I see. I just finished my shift, so... Ah, that's okay. You're going home, right? That's too bad. Two of us will just grab something then. Fair enough. I'm going to head home now. Enjoy your meal. Come again sometime too, Asino. Huh. Alright. See you around. Bye. Torta simply gave a polite bow. Helping Fal on her way home and making her have dinner with Torta and me wasn't really an option. Asino had already eaten and was on his way out, so I guess Torta and I would just have to have dinner together as planned. Well, Asino, we're gonna go grab something to eat. Hmm? Oh, right. See ya. Asino gave me an absent-minded response, looking like he wanted to get going. We exchanged pleasantries and watched Asino head off home, and then Torta and I went inside. It's pretty nice in here. Torta's first impression of the trattoria was unexpectedly good. But after that, for some reason, she barely spoke. Even during our meal, the conversation was minimal. Of course, when she ate the lasagna that Fal recommended, she was very impressed and said it was delicious. But even after that, the atmosphere was awkward as we left the trattoria. Clearly, things did not go as planned. Is something the matter? Huh? Oh, it's nothing. You know, we're already at that point where you can't say that's nothing. I could feel something was strange the whole time. You didn't like the trattoria? No, that's not it. It's just, there was something bothering me. Something bothering you? Something has no connection to you, Chris. Sorry, we don't eat out together so much and I ruined it. I don't really mind, but that's just how it is. Don't worry about it. Alright. When does this game take place? I don't know. Like, it's supposed to be modern. It seems like they have fairly... Like, everything looks modern. They were inside the concert halls earlier, and they all look modern. They have electricity. That's a guarantee. But I don't think they have, like, technology? Like, they don't have computerized devices. There's no digital devices, but they do have electronics. So, like... Maybe, I don't know, but it's like, it's weird because you can't really like put a decade on it. That's the thing. Because like, I don't think it doesn't seem old, but it also is missing things that we would consider normal. So it's like modern, but minus the things we would consider normal. At least in terms of electronics. They also have magic. That was confirmed right at the start. One of the very first sentences that I read was that there was magic in this world, but something called science took over at one point. I decided not to pursue the topic, because I had the feeling she wasn't going to answer any more questions. Alright, I think I'll get going. Okay, me too. I'll see you tomorrow. But I guess we can't, can we? See you around. Yeah, see ya. Nice ray tracing on the ground there, with the puddle reflection. I heard a little when Torta said that, but even so, the things we spoke about today were important. Oh good, we're starting to skip days. You know, for a bit there, I thought we were gonna have to, like, play the whole month. I was like, where's the time jump? That time jump happened so fast last time, but I guess that's because it was the bad end. I started rehearsing with Val in December, and by Natalie our graduation recital together was also made official. And since then, I had been practicing so much that even I was impressed with myself. Before we knew it, there was only 1 week left until the recital. I didn't feel like it was all that stressful, and the fulfillment felt from helping someone was stronger in any case. But by neglecting to pay notice to all the sacrifices I made to do so, I was also running away. Even if I had written a letter, we probably wouldn't read it. Like, they still use ink. But okay, it's weird, because they still use, like, ink and a quill. But then he also has, like, a fucking ballpoint push pen. So, I don't know. It's a really strange mix, but this kind of thing is super common in a lot of these kinds of games. There's other non-visual novel games that I've played that are also quite like this. It's like high fantasy, but then also not. But with like a ton of modern in it. Like, look, he has a fucking electric lamp right here. But then he's using like a quill to write. And clearly computers and shit don't exist, so I don't know. Even if I had written a letter, I probably wouldn't read it. I could say that I wasn't using that as an excuse. But had I done so, she wouldn't have missed the fact that I had written back to her. The only reason I didn't write was because I was scared. Scared of betraying Ari even more than I had. And then, this is probably a terrible self-centered thing to think, but I was also scared of Val finding out about it. If I told her that Arietta and I had broken up, what kind of face would she make? If I told her that Arietta and I had mended things? Chris. Bonnie was looking at me with a concerned expression on her face. I'd woken up after lunch with no real motivation to do anything at all, and that was already late afternoon. Had she been concerned the whole time, after she woke me up at midday? Her expression was surprisingly gloomy, and I could tell that she was seriously worrying about me. You haven't eaten anything since you woke up, have you? I'll eat something when I get hungry. Hell yeah, that's my guy. I wasn't actually as depressed as Fornia thought I was. And it wasn't as if there was something wrong with my health either. I was just tired. I felt dominated by a sense of anxiety, something that I never felt when talking to Torta or Forni, or when I was with Val. It was Sunday today, and I was thinking of Ari a lot. And I was waiting for a letter that would never arrive. Was I really waiting? I repeated this question to myself so many times that it made me sick. Would I have felt happy if I went to the entrance of our building, found Ari's letter waiting for me in the mailbox? I wouldn't know the answer to that question until it actually happened. Alright, I'll leave you alone. I'm sorry. Don't apologize. I'd rather you just cheered up a little more instead. In that case, I might go check the post. Do you think there'll be a letter? Nah, I don't think so. Then why are you going to check? Because I want to. I went to look at my mailbox for a reason that Forni probably wouldn't have been able to understand. I fiddled about with the lid of my mailbox, and after confirming numerous times that there was nothing in there, I went back inside. After repeating this a couple of times, it became dark outside. In the end, Forni didn't even ask me to do an ensemble with her. She acted as if the letter wasn't even a thing. and almost as if she had forgotten about our daily routine, just stayed with me until I fell asleep again. I'd managed to get the day off from practicing with Val, but all I did was waste it like this. Hey, all our troubles are over. It's happy music time again. This is the second time I went to school on a Monday morning without touching the mailbox. I imagined that my life here in Piova would be over before I got used to not checking it. I was planning to return to my hometown the moment the graduation ceremony was over, once we had completed our recitals. So, regardless of what happened, or what didn't happen, there would be no more letters. I wonder if today would have actually been the last day that I received a letter. There's a feeling of longing, one of sentimentality that I felt as I looked at the mailbox and then rushed off to school. Man, the fact that we did like that neutral bad end first, where we actually got to see her, kind of got to see everything through, kind of gives a different feeling for this ending. Knowing that that won't happen. Morning. Oh, good morning. Her voice was cheerful. This rehearsal time that I spent with Val, I realized I had become quite accustomed to this routine that had formed without my knowing. The soothing, unique scent of the practice room. It was not only the scent, but the fact that I knew if I came here that she would be here, which also soothed me. And the guilt that came with it, also being stronger. The letter that never came and the letter that I never sent. Mondays were depressing. What's the matter? That look in your face says you hate Mondays. You could say that. Top 10 cartoon cats that are real. We gave ourselves a well-deserved rest yesterday. Did it not help? I wouldn't say that. In that case... Seeing me half grimace in response to her, Val suddenly closed her mouth when she was preparing to ask me why. Val had good intuition, or perhaps she was playing smart. She may have already realized what was going on. Val knew that I had received that farewell letter from Marie on Sunday, 1 week ago. So, Val surely thought that something had happened yesterday. In actuality, nothing had happened. I didn't receive a letter from Marie. I didn't write one to her either. But that was what cast an even heavier shadow on my heart. Well, shall we rehearse? If you get absorbed in your practice, you'll be able to forget about everything, at least while you practice. You don't think that will work? No, you're probably right. Thanks, and sorry I've been making you worry over all these things recently. It's fine. It's a good opportunity to make you practice anyway. Right, yes, because I'm always so lazy and never do a thing. Since you understand, okay. Practice, practice, practice. We only have 5 more days until the recital. Spurring us on to practice, Val clapped her hands together as if to say, chop chop. It's like my music room teacher did when I was a child. I did as I was told and set up my foretell in its specific spot, and placed my fingers on the keys. I opened my well-aged score to the first page and shifted my gaze to Val. Our eyes met, and we synchronized our breathing. We both sensed that the other was ready, and that was the sign that drew out the first note. So, one thing I've also noticed, this bar was completely empty around Christmas, and it's completely full. It's been slowly going down. I thought this was like how long we had until either A, the end of like actually trying to choose a partner, and then maybe B, the recital. But now it just doesn't make any sense, because you'd think that if it's only 5 days away, this would be a lot shorter, like it was before winter break. So I still don't understand what this bar is, or why it like fills up or empties or anything. Once we began performing, my hands moved on their own, smoothly and fluently. It wasn't that I was trying, but it felt like the music was outside of my consciousness. I was observing it silently from a distance. However, today, I felt surrounded by something unlike my usual sense of elation, but heavy and heart-wrenching, and it made me wish the music would never end. Those powerful feelings became music. It made both my body and heart tremble. Oh, 1 second. Pencil-thin eyebrows was an undesirable trait? I mean, depends who you talk to. I was under the impression it was something that girls liked. His feelings grew larger as we reached the end of the song, and along with the song they came to an end. Suddenly, I knew that everything was over, as if the consciousness that was drawn from my body had just returned. I was drawn back into reality by the sound of Val's voice. Chris. Yes? I really don't know what to say, but... Val's gaze darted around the room as if she was hesitant. Then she continued with a certain determination. The way you played today, it was amazing. Thanks. It was praise from the heart, I suppose. Val looked at me with eyes that were moist, and even when I noticed this, she didn't try to avert her gaze. I wonder what makes us so different. With that, Val suddenly looked away and went silent with a look of sadness on her face. I don't know how you can compare pencil-thin eyebrows to smoke goblins, but okay. You want to elaborate on that one? Just out of curiosity? Huh? What's the matter? What do you mean, different? My singing, and your foretell. I think those two things have always been completely different. Not that. I feel there's something more fundamentally different. We talked about this before, right? There was something I was lacking. Yeah. I can feel that from your foretell, Chris. I can't actually explain it, but I can feel it. I see. Something I don't have, but you do. Val whispered, to no one in particular. It was then that I realized something so basic and fundamental. I wonder if it's... magic. The magic they say is needed to play the foretell? Sorry, that was a ridiculous thing to say. I mean, it's obvious, voice and foretell are two completely different things. Don't you wonder about magic, though? I tried to change the topic because I thought what I had said was ridiculous, but Val cut me off with a question instead. Why do you wonder about that? I learned about this in class, so of course I know that it hasn't been properly clarified yet. But what does it mean to you, Chris? Is there some kind of, how should I put it, a sensation that only foretell players can understand? No, I think that kind of thing is just something subconscious. In my case, there was a foretell at the music school that I happened to go to as a child, and it made a sound when I touched it. You didn't do or feel anything special at the time? I don't recall doing anything special. As for what I felt, who knows? So, in the end, you don't really know. Seeing Val smile in the way that she had given up, I started to feel like I had to say something. Should I talk about what I felt when performing with Forney? The groundless certainty that I had that magic was an emotion? Either way, it was an issue with no clear answer. I decided not to talk about it, hoping that might help to make Val feel even just a little better. Yeah, but like, smoke goblins? I was under the impression that some people did like them. I didn't know that everyone was supposed to hate them. The eyebrows, not necessarily the goblins. But there's an interesting theory about this, one which I've felt I could relate to. What kind of theory? That magic is an emotion. One of the teachers talked about it, as if it was just something to chat about, so it's not in any textbooks. An emotion. Yes, I've heard this before. Anger, joy, sadness, the teacher spoke of it like it was one of those things. In that case, Val closed her mouth again, showing that she had an idea of some sort, but then hid it. So, there's just this theory, nothing more. That's right, nothing more. And then I too recalled something. The day that I could no longer feel that something which Val was lacking. It was like a piece of the puzzle fitting into place. She was troubled that day, and at the same time she was also saddened. After a long, long-lasting silence, Val looked at me with an expression on her face that I had never seen before. Chris. For a moment I straightened up at the sight of that expression. Chris, do you feel sad? Val had probably identified correctly the emotion that had seeped into my foretell, the same way that I had sensed parting from the way that Forney sang. No. Barely managing to lie, I took a step back to make space between us as we were already standing too close. As if she was pursuing me, Val took a step forward and continued. Ooh. If I were to... We were so close I could feel each other's breath on our cheeks, and Val looked at me with glistening eyes. Oh boy, here it goes! It's coming. I knew that I shouldn't, but I couldn't move. If I was the one to take one more step forward, there'd be no more going back. I was dismayed at myself as I was staring, trying to no longer think that this was a bad idea. but I was swayed by even stronger emotions. Her eyes closed, and the distance between us grew smaller. My hand moved, as if it had a mind of its own, in the moment that it almost touched her cheek. Ah! Both murmured at the same moment, and Fal's face then flushed red as she turned her eyes to the floor. Yes? Forget about what just happened. Nothing happened, okay? Ah, okay. Val hurriedly gathered up her score that had fallen on the floor, and faced away from me as she brushed it off with her hands. I was still stunned, unable to move. Her score hadn't fallen on the floor just now. I was sure I would have. What is this? Ah, yes. I can see the resemblance between these and pencil-thin eyebrows, definitely. No, it all makes sense now. I mean, I don't know how I feel. I don't think I would want that goblin statue in my house, but it doesn't look bad. Just like some people might not want to look at pencil-thin eyebrows, but they don't necessarily look bad. Well then, we still have time until midday. We better keep practicing. Yeah, sure. Are you hungry? Would you like to eat first? No, I'm alright for now. Really? Well, if you say so. Two of us were shaken by what had just happened. We were not entirely focused during the practice we did after that. I saw Fal off from the hallway as she headed to work, and even then my heart rate was higher than usual, and I was unable to regain my collectedness. I felt hesitant to be conscious of, or even speak of these feelings that were brimming inside my heart. I unconsciously murmured the name of another girl, and almost gasped as I remembered the content of her letter. Did Ree know that this was going to happen? Yeah, I think she fucking did. She's not stupid. I think that someday the time will come when you understand your feelings for Falsita. When that time comes, if you could forgive me, even just quietly in your heart, I would be happy. I'll sell them. I'll sell the goblins. Every last one of them. How much were they going for on Etsy? I mean, if I get them for free, then I guess any profit. $1,000? What the fuck? That looks like something I would pick up at the garden store for like $25. What the fuck makes this $1,000? Goblin core. Everything's a core of some sort. Etsy, yeah, you're right. That's true. But if someone just sent me a crate of these, man, I don't know how I could get rid of them. Even if I just made like $25 off of each of them, I feel like that'd be a pretty decent little wad of cash. I wouldn't sell them for $1,000. Who the fuck would buy those for $1,000? Feeling restless ever since what happened yesterday. If I opened the door in front of me, I would see Fal there. She would say good morning and smile. This would surely continue until the graduation recital was over. I hadn't abandoned everything just yet, so it was hard for me to honestly feel happy with this. But standing here in front of the practice room door and imagining who was there on the other side made my heart begin to race. I couldn't resist my feelings. I took a deep breath, put on a straight face, and opened the door to the practice room. And nobody was there. Morning. Saying this as I entered the room, I didn't get the response I had imagined I would, and suddenly I felt disappointed. She's not here yet? It was still 5 minutes before our agreed meeting time, but usually Fal was always here earlier than I was. I decided to begin setting up my foretell and score before being asked to. I placed the pages of my score on my lap and put them back into order as they had gotten messed up in my bag. Vividly recalled what happened yesterday. That moment. If her score hadn't fallen to the floor by chance like that, would I have just gone and kissed her? The answer to that question was quite clear. It was just a result of coincidences overlapping in which there were no facts. My heart had already given its answer. So I continued telling myself my excuses. Marie had known me better than I knew myself. She'd accurately understood what was going to happen, and the answer she had found to this was to break up with me. At the end of her letter, she had written this: "Forgive me." Oh, good morning, Chris. Morning. It's rare for you to arrive after me. I was talking to Miss Cordell. She said she's doing one last checkup on all our students, since everything will be over after this week. And that she wants to listen us to play at midnight. Why did she choose to tell you? Could it be that she doesn't trust me? I just happened to be passing by her office, that's all. You had something to do over in the first hall? Oh, more or less. One of the teachers asked me to help them. What? Copy a score again or something? Bingo. At a time like this? But it's just 5 pages. The volume isn't the problem. I finished work earlier now, right? I just have to spend a little time on it before going to bed and it'll all be done. Kinda feels like it defeats the purpose of you having your shifts shortened. It's okay, really. They consider all this when they ask me, and trust I'll be okay. I can't tell if you're too diligent or just... I think it was just born this way, so I've given up fighting it. If you put it that way, then there's nothing more for me to say, but it could have helped you, you know. Really? I should have asked you to. Really? I've never said no in the past, have I? That's true. Okay, next time I might ask you then. No, just say no to them next time. Both started laughing, and I felt thankful from the bottom of my heart that it didn't turn awkward. Val's attitude didn't show any signs that she was forcing herself not to think about what happened yesterday. It seemed that she had accepted it, and was smiling naturally regardless. Our relationship had obviously begun to change. I don't think I would try to avoid Val because of Marie. I should just plain admit it. I had developed feelings for Val. Look at this thing. Is this one also like $1,000? Holy fuck. Why is that on 2,500? What's it made out of? Ceramic. Highlights. Handmade. Materials. Stoneware. Ceramic. Time. Love. Magic. Energy. Glazes. I like that glazes was the last thing on that list. Like, it looks pretty nice for what it is. I get that some people are into that stuff. I used to have storybooks with, like, a lot of characters and creatures that are drawn kind of similarly to this. I'm not paying $2,500 for one, though. This does not look worth $2,500 unless it's, like, as tall as me. Oh, and it's also another $73 in shipping. Is there like any information? It's literally one of a kind. There's only one available, but is there like any information of like how big this is? No, it sounds like it's pretty small. Someone ordered one and they were like putting it inside an aquarium. So it must be pretty small. Well then, shall we get started straight down to business? Miss Cordell is her usual self, consciously telling us only what she wanted us to do. We'd already rehearsed a little, so my body was feeling quite limber. I'm going to start any time. So am I. Miss Cordell showed a slight expression of surprise towards my response and then smiled. Is something the matter? No. Why? I was just thinking that those words were a rarity for you. Is it really that rare? Normally, you would have said something like, I'm ready, more or less. Huh. Just teasing you. But I suppose it's true. Either way, do not concern yourself. Now, why don't you begin? Wasn't like I was unaware of the change in my mentality, but having it pointed out to my face made me want to retort a little. Truly am sorry. Now, if you do not start soon, it will put me in a difficult spot too. I still have a lot of students to check on. Yes, Miss Cordell. I just heard one of the wonders of the world, an apology from Miss Cordell. And it also seemed that she really was in a difficult place, so I stopped being childish and placed my fingers on my foretell. Oh, we're doing this again, eh? Is this the super strict judgment one? Oh my god, I got so, like, complacent with not having to play anymore. Loved it. No, we're totally ready for the recital. Definitely. I can play the song perfectly in my sleep. Okay, kinda hit it. Can't wait to see what like the next songs are gonna be. Because we only played like 2 songs so far. I could like imagine maybe at least 3 more songs perhaps. Based on like the amount of routes I'm guessing. I don't think I played at the recital itself last time, but I could be wrong. I don't remember. So that might be the last time I have to play that song. Onion water. I think the idea is like, so at least when I have hot food, it just feels really nice because it's like the only thing you can eat when you're sick is like hot liquids. My mom always makes like chicken noodle soup, like the dried stuff from like Lipton packets. That or honey butter milk. She'll mix like honey and butter inside milk and give that to me, and that tastes really good because it's just like it's something soft. It's filling to some extent, as filling as you want it when you're sick, and it's some sort of like sustenance. But I think it's more about just something that feels good going down your throat, because your throat's always the worst part. Swallowing, worst part when you get sick. Absolutely. I wouldn't mind being sick if my throat didn't get fucked every single time. It wouldn't be that bad. Finished performing for Miss Cordell, and our ensemble had gone so well that even I was satisfied with it. Yes, I see now. She looked like she had something else to say, but Miss Cordell said only this, and then stared at me for a short time. Is something the matter? Oh, it's nothing. In any case, our rehearsals for today weren't over yet. When I turned around to look at Fal, our gazes met as she was staring at me with the same expression on her face that Miss Cordell had. Val? Oh, yes? I wasn't actually asking you or anything. You okay? Yes, I'm fine. Well, should we get ready to head home? I ended up going with the flow that Fal forced upon me, and nodded. Following her lead, I also began to pack up my fortel. Okay then. Thank you very much for today. Thank you. You do not have so much time left. Be sure to make the most of it. Yes, we know. There should be no problem, as long as you understand. Okay, okay. If you'll excuse us. Chris. Miss Cordell stopped me, just as Fowl left ahead of me. Yes? Did something happen? Yes, a lot of things, I suppose. I see. Very well. Okay then. Oh, that's right. Have you heard anything from Asino about his partner? Yes, he is next actually. He found a recital partner. He doesn't have a lot of time left, but knowing Asino, he should be okay. He is smart and flexible. I see. That's a relief to hear. Well, if you'll excuse me. By onion water, do you mean like water with like bits of onion in it? Like kind of like soup? Because then, yeah, see previous comments on that. But if you just mean like onion flavored water, then I guess also see previous comments, but it's like, damn. I guess, you know, whatever you enjoy when you're sick, right? I don't know if I would want just onion water. Although the soup that you get from like those Lipton packets may as well just be chicken water, for as far as I'm concerned. There's like nothing in it. Those noodles are nothing. Is everything okay? I was standing in front of the door and it seemed that she was concerned why I came out late and asked me about it. Yeah, Miss Cordell just stopped to ask me something. What did she ask you about? If something had happened or not, that's all. Oh, it seems like you're in there a long time for such a simple question. I asked her about Asino. Apparently he was able to find himself a partner. I was a little worried, but Miss Cordell said he'd be okay. Oh, I see. That's good to hear. I wonder if Asino's partner is relevant to anything at all, for any reason. Yeah. Oh, by the way, what are you doing today? What do you mean? Aren't we going to keep practicing? I meant after that. Would you like to come over for dinner? Your place is okay too, though. I don't want to. You don't have any problem with that. It's decided then. Since we went to your place last time, why don't we eat at mine tonight? I don't mind either way. That's also decided then. So, shall we finish up a little earlier than usual today? Probably shouldn't. Well now, that's not like you. But you're right. Dinner will taste better if we practice hard anyway. If you say so. Can't help but raise an eyebrow at the first part, though. I let out an honest laugh and we walked toward the practice rooms. Watching her as she walked ahead of me, I couldn't keep the feelings of happiness at bay. It was like onion tea. I mean, fair enough. I don't think I've ever heard of anyone drinking onion tea. Or a similar facsimile kind of thing, but like, sure. I mean, that's not too different than onion broth when you think about it. It's got that onion flavor. I woke up in the morning feeling good. Until yesterday, I was afraid of admitting my feelings. Perhaps it was my imagination, but it seemed brighter than usual outside. Rain must have eased off. I stretched out while still in my bed and thought about yesterday's events. What lay beyond the admission of my feelings was Fowl's gentle smile. Oh, morning! You're up on time today. Oh, hey, good morning. And you even look refreshed too. Actually, I just might be. What are you acting all cool about? You're talking about yourself, you know. I know, but I really do feel good today. Oh, you just admitted it. Yeah. I see. What's up? Never mind. It's nothing. Forney? It's nothing. Forney repeated herself and smiled. It's a good thing. Much better than you looking all gloomy all day long. Have I really been that gloomy? If anyone would know, it'd be me. I'm sorry. What about? About everything that's happened, and everything that's going to happen. I'd say Arietta's name, but Forney seemed to understand correctly. Have you forgotten what she wrote in her letters? Do as you like, Chris. If this was my answer, then she probably would be happy with it. No, I remember. I get it. Thanks, Forney. Thanking me won't help you much, though. Forney commented teasingly like this, and then pointed to the clock. Since you got up so early, why don't you go to school and get more practice in? Okay. I just might do that. Oh my, you're really gonna go? Hey, it was your idea. I was trying to praise you. It's been a while since Forney and I chatted playfully like this. I had the feeling that today was gonna be a good day. Hot jello? Hot jello? I don't know if I want hot jello. Like, we're talking gelatin jello, not like pudding jello. Because, like, the point of jello is to let it cool so that it coagulates. It becomes a solid. You heat up Jello, it does not become a solid. That's just sugar water at that point. I don't want sugar water. If I want sugar water when I'm sick, I would just drink pop. But I can't drink pop when I'm sick because it feels terrible. Quickly got ready and went outside. Found that it was comfortable out, the rain only being light. Just as I had felt earlier in the morning, everything went smoothly today. My fingers glided smoothly across the keys of my Fortel. I even felt that I could hear every individual note clearly. Times like this, time always passed quickly. Before I knew it, we had already played until lunchtime. However... Hey Chris, are you feeling out of form today? Val asked me with a slightly mystified look on her face. Huh? Was something different than usual? That's not what I mean. I don't think I made any particular mistakes. I'm not in bad form either. Yes, I agree. Oh, I'm sorry. I might have just been imagining it. Really? I hope that's the case. Yes, I'm sorry for bringing it up. I wasn't sure I wanted to say it myself. No, it's fine. Don't hesitate to point out anything that doesn't seem right. Okay, so why don't we practice one more time after I finish work? I said not to hesitate, but not in that way. The fact we only have 2 more days left is kind of weighing on me. Thought it was just a joke directed at me for not practicing enough, but it seemed that she was actually serious. I hurriedly corrected myself. Oh, if that's what you mean, then sure. I can practice anywhere you like. Really? Of course. But in return, you make me something nice to eat, okay? If that's all you need, sure. There's nothing I want more. Something is definitely wrong today. Was that strange? Yes, just a little. You're so mean. Have you forgotten that you're the one who just said to point out anything that doesn't seem right? That's not what I meant. You have a point there. Val cracked up laughing. I ended up laughing too. Never expected we'd end up having such natural conversations together. Things just might be good this way. At the very least, I was satisfied with how things were. There are people who were saddened because of me, but in reality, there was no way to make everything work out perfectly. There's no ideal way of doing things, only a best way. Searched my options, made a decision, and did my best. Or at least, I was trying to do my best. Using any word to describe the temperature of the Jello that does not involve cool, cold, chilled, no, that doesn't sound right. Because that's the worst I've had is room temperature Jello, and when you have room temperature Jello, it just turns into Jello soup, and it's still not very tasty. It tastes wrong. Jello can melt. That's why when you go to like buffets, you always see the Jello is like in a really cold place. It's on the salad bar, and always kept very cold, so that it does not melt. In that case, let's meet in front of the trattoria around the time you finish your shift. I don't want them to confuse me for a customer. That's true, but if the rain gets heavier, you can wait inside. I'll make sure it's okay with everyone. Alright, see you then. See you later. We made our plans and then parted ways at the intersection between my place and her trattoria. I watched her walk until she was out of sight, then returned to my apartment. Oh, welcome back. You finished early today? Yeah, it's a Wednesday. I wiped the droplets of water out of my hair with the towel near the entrance of my apartment and went inside. But even so, aren't you home a little early? Yeah, we're going to rehearse again tonight. After Fal finishes work, you mean? That's right. Wow, we're practically spending the whole day together. There's not much time left until recital after all. And once it's over? What do you mean? Are things gonna change? Well, of course they'll change. I don't mean it like that. Then what do you mean? Is the way you spend time with Val gonna change? I guess this is a strange way to put it, but we have no choice but to change. After we finish our recital, we won't need to rehearse anymore. Does that mean the two of you won't have anything to do with each other either? I'm not sure, but in the least, I don't think so. Good, that's what I wanted to hear. Why? I just had to know. You don't need to understand why. I can't help but feel curious if you put it like that. More importantly, shouldn't you get some rest? Huh? Rest? I was just thinking maybe you should take a quick nap. Though I think you'd nap even if I didn't suggest you to. So rude, but I've been rehearsing all morning, so I do need some kind of rest. Even though Fal is working right now. Ugh. I'm kidding. Everyone has their own pace. You have yours too. Sure. Well, I'm going to sleep for a bit. Good night. But it's quite rare of you to suggest I take a nap. Why not? Isn't it nice for a change sometimes? Prompted by Forney, I took off my jacket and lay down on my bed. We'd been rehearsing constantly recently, and it seemed I was considerably tired from it. After I buried my face in my pillow, I soon felt sleep come out from me. I asked Forney to wake me up 30 minutes before the time I planned to meet Fal, and then passed out. Must be nice having someone who can actually wake you up when you tell them to wake you up. I wonder what that's like. You're sleeping well. Look at you, such a happy face while you sleep. Felt like I could hear a voice in the distance. But I'm glad you found someone who'll be with you. Now I don't have to worry. Worry about what? Who is this strange fairy? Forney? Oh, you're awake? Were you saying something? Nope. Anyway, it's time you got up. Already? Got up quickly in an attempt to shake off my sleepiness. But because I did that, Forney almost fell from my pillow. Eek! Oh, sorry. I rushed to support her balance. Hey, don't get up so quickly. Sorry, but why were you sitting there anyway? So that I could wake you up, of course. Usually you just do it from afar. Some days I want to do it like this. Okay then. Anyway, what's the time? It's still a little early. You were planning to wake me up, right? I think you were doing something just then. Huh? I was just peeking at you while you slept. Why were you watching me sleep? Because I wanted to. Come on, it's not like it'll kill you. Do we know it's not gonna kill me? What do we know about this fairy? I have no idea where you learned to speak like that. Okay, time to get ready. Well, it would be rude to keep her waiting. I did as I was told and got ready to head out. It was still a little early. I didn't want to get wet if it could be helped, so I needed to pass some more time. A glass elevator. I've been in some glass elevators. I would need a very big house to consider having an elevator in it. But I'm sure if I had a big house, it would be useful. Especially when you're like moving furniture. But most of the like residential elevators I've seen on videos and stuff inside like mansions, they're usually pretty small. Like they only hold like one, maybe two people if you could crowd them in there. So I don't know how useful it'd be for furniture. But it's like, I don't understand how they get furniture in and out of the house. Because the staircases in such houses are usually so elaborate. Good luck getting anything like half decent up the stairs. Like you won't get a bed. The beds are going to be really hard to move up. Fuck getting a couch up there. You just give up entirely. Because the stairs are usually like super curvy. Or like they zigzag everywhere for some reason because they think it looks cool. Like, why not put a functional elevator in the house? If you want one so bad, why not make it like twice the size so you can at least like stick a piece of furniture in there so that you could have something practical. It's cool when you want your house to look all cool and neat and fancy, but it's like, that's got to be practical too, or otherwise what's the point, right? Gazing out the window, I checked how it was outside. Same as it was earlier, the rain was still light. I could have just left early, as I probably wouldn't have much trouble finding shelter. How would something like that be possible? Would we have to, like, somehow lock Mars to Earth's, like, synchronize Mars's orbit with Earth's permanently? I don't even know if that would work. What about all the stuff in the way? What about the moon? What about Mars's moons? How would we make sure that the skyscraper doesn't go around that? I'd be more scared of, like, a moon or something hitting the skyscraper and snapping in it too. But, like, okay, that doesn't solve the fear of, like, what if something runs into said skyscraper? Space is big. Really big. There could be any number of things that could just come along and smack that skyscraper at any point. moons or otherwise. Hey, it's still a little early. Are you going out already? Yeah, that's the plan. If that's the case, could I ask you to do me a little favor? Favor? As long as it's nothing ridiculous. You want me to take you with me, right? No, nothing like that. Could you put me on your shoulder for a little? Doesn't that mean you want me to take you out? No, it doesn't. Now come on, let's go. Fine then. Did she requested and put her up on my shoulder. Oh, well, that's kind of nice. See, look how small she is. Like, you don't get that from the normal talking point of view. Horny moved herself into a position that put her within the arm's reach of my ear, and began to chuckle softly. Hey, that tickles. Just bear with it. Bear it a little longer. I don't need to bear anything without good reason. Well, I have a very good reason. It suddenly felt like something touched my cheek. It was just for a split second, making my hair flutter a little as she brushed my cheek. Blink of an eye, Forney had floated down to a nearby table and was looking up at me. Okay, have a nice night. What did you do just now? It's a secret. Secret? You know that I... Come on, get going. You'll be late. Alright, you can tell me when I get back. Sure, see you later. Weird little fairy. Forney was acting a bit strange, but I left her at home and headed to the trattoria. It was still a little early when I arrived in front of Copert. The rain hadn't gone any heavier, so I decided I would be okay waiting outside. I don't know what kind of skyscraper can act like a rubber band. It would still be very disruptive of everyone inside. Also, what about gravity? Is it just like a free fly? I don't know if I'd want to live in 0G all the time. Does a skyscraper like rotate on its axis so that we at least have some sort of gravity? I'm still not sure I'd want to live in it. Because, like, you're not making a very convincing argument about protecting from incoming unidentified projectiles from the depths of space. After waiting like this for a few moments, the door soon opened and out came Val. Sorry to keep you waiting. We could have waited inside, you know. It's not that bad out here. I looked up at the sky as if to check that the rain was still light. Oh, I see. But I wouldn't want you to get any wetter than you are, so let's go. You need to do any shopping? I brought everything I needed before my shift. I can start cooking as soon as we get back to my place. Are you hungry? Pretty hungry, yeah. I didn't eat anything for lunch today. Good. I'm hungry too, so I'll start as soon as we get back. Great, can't wait. Being able to eat truly delicious food with the person that you want to eat it with just might be the stuff of happiness. It was small, and probably insignificant. Small happiness that for some people may have been laughable. But I'm sure that some others would have also felt what I felt. I treasured the time we were sharing, hoping the girl in front of my eyes was feeling the same way. Well, now that our stomachs are satisfied, shall we start rehearsing? After a little food break, we returned to our main purpose for being here. I was thinking about what it was that Val said was bothering her, but the only thing I could do right now is my utmost to make it the best performance ever. Set my fortelle in this position and finish my preparations as quickly as I could. I'm good to go. For the time being, let's rehearse in the same way we did earlier today. It's possible that I was just imagining that something didn't sound right after all. I hope that's the case. Okay then, let's begin. Taking her words as a signal, we began our rehearsal. My fingers didn't stop. I wasn't in bad form. Actually, it would be fine to say I was playing well. But even I could feel that something was lacking. Something emotional that couldn't be put into words. When I was thinking about this kind of thing, unable to concentrate properly on my performance, Val stopped singing immediately and looked at me with an expression of concern. Chris? Sorry. Something isn't right, is it? Maybe, yeah. Are you okay? I'm sure she was genuinely concerned about me, but even more so, she must have been worried because the recital was waiting for us the day after tomorrow. I'm alright, I think. As long as you are. I'm really sorry about this, especially at a time like this. No, it's okay. As long as nothing is wrong. Recital's the only day that matters. Unable to say anything in response, I simply nodded. We're not going to pass the recital because he's not happy, so he's not able to give the proper emotions to his fortelle. Because he broke up with his girlfriend because he's a gullible idiot. That's what I'm getting from this. I rehearsed many times after this, and by the time I went to go home, it was already the middle of the night. We agreed to rehearse again tomorrow and went to the entrance of her apartment. Okay, see you again tomorrow. Sure. The thing from today might be different again after a good night's sleep. Okay. Well, I'll be going then. Wait. What's up? Did anything happen recently? No, not particularly. Really? Val came closer to me, as if to expect what was behind my eyes. The distance between our faces became small. At a distance where I could feel her breathe on the tip of my nose, Val continued speaking. Oh, 1 second. You can tell me if something happened, you know? Just like when we discussed all those things last time. Yeah, but I'm okay. I mean it, you know? I couldn't stop my cheeks from flushing. Because I suddenly remembered what happened the other day in the practice room. I had the feeling that if I were to draw her closer to me now, that she wouldn't resist. Noticing the change in me, Val also went red and quickly slid back a step. Sorry. No, it's fine. Val gasped slightly and made a face that said she had realized something, perhaps the answer to her own question. It started to feel a little awkward between us, and I didn't feel like I wanted to do anything further. Well, it's getting late, so I should probably head home. Sure. Oh, do you mind if I ask one last thing? Go ahead. Do you feel happy, Chris? I think so. The question was so sudden I gave an ambiguous response, and then corrected myself. No, I think I am happy. I see. But even then, Val looked away and shifted her gaze to the floor in response to my slightly hesitant answer. Immediately after that, she raised her gaze, and the only thing I could see on her face was her usual smile. However, I didn't know what kind of expression was on her face before that. Comfortably tired. It's almost the right way to explain the fatigue that enveloped me. I dried my hair quickly with the towel that was placed back in my doorway, and went straight to my bed. Perhaps Forney had already disappeared for the night, as she didn't welcome me back or say goodnight to me. One more day. When I woke up, I was surprised that I no longer felt tired. I felt this refreshed because I had a nap yesterday as well, which made me worried for a moment about Val. Realizing that it wasn't necessary to worry about her, I grimaced and then checked what time it was. 9:40 in the morning. But I still had time, as Forney hadn't come to wake me. Forney? I called her name, but there was no response. I started thinking about silly things like whether fairies could oversleep or not, but then I realized I didn't have time for this kind of thing. I quickly got ready and headed out. I'm heading out! I didn't even need 10 minutes to get ready, so I was able to make it to school without running too much. I couldn't leisurely take my time either, but I only needed to walk a little quicker than usual. Morning! Morning, Chris! We greeted each other, and then started on our individual preparations. I placed my score in front of my position at my fortel and sat down, focusing my senses. Tomorrow's a big day. Yeah, that's right. About the details. There's a lot written on the campus bulletin board, but most of it doesn't apply to us. The whole of tomorrow is going to be used solely for fortel performances. I hadn't really thought about it till now, but the fortel recitals were on Friday, and the recitals for other courses were going to be held throughout the following week. I suppose Torta would be having her recital on one of those days. There were just over 200 students in each year level, but naturally some courses such as the poetry course didn't have recitals. Furthermore, for every fortel player recital there was one less vocal student performing on vocal course recital days, so in actuality there would be around 30 pairs performing in one day. We were able to partner up with people other than those from the vocal course, but most people, including myself, paired up with someone from school, so that's how it worked out. And when do we perform? Huh? Your name was listed at the start of the afternoon group, so I guess sometime after 1:30. I see. So we're up first in the afternoon. You didn't check this yourself? I was too busy practicing. Can we just leave it at that? Anyway, the practice rooms are still open tomorrow too. Let's meet at the same time and practice a little before we take on the recital. Roger that. So what are we going to do today? Practice until we are satisfied? Just to confirm, but until which of us is satisfied? Until we're both satisfied, of course. Got it. Yeah. Well then, let's begin. Okay, this has to be the last one. Unless we play on, like, the recital day, which may be a thing. Fuck. Almost. Fuck, I missed it that time. What was that? Whatever. Not sure what happened there. Not even 30,000 that time. Abysmal. Finished playing, and without sharing any feedback, Val then casually asked me a question. You want to keep practicing? Nope, I'm good. I think I'm satisfied. I'm good. I don't think we need to. Phew. Nah, I think we've done enough today. Seems that we had both been rehearsing so intently that we'd lost track of how much time had passed. Decided that it would be no good to tire myself anymore before tomorrow. Removed my hands from the keys of my Fortel. You're probably right. The performance was shaping up well. Practically made no more careless mistakes. Our interpretation of tempo for the song was completely balanced between the two of us. Yes, this is a 100% true statement and is in no way false. Definitely. Let's call it a day, shall we? Val must have been tired by this point, as she spoke with a weary look on her face. Are you tired? You okay? A little, yes, but I'm okay. Val started packing up as she spoke. Wouldn't be fair to make her late, so I also started preparing to head home. Both finished up packing, and then I spoke to her just before we left the practice rooms. Hey, why don't I walk you home today? Huh? I was just a little worried about you. Why were you worried? Aren't you a bit tired from having to work and rehearsals? Sure you okay? Thanks. I'm a bit tired, but before I go home, there's somewhere I have to drop by first. You're not going off to help someone with something, are you? Never. Anyway, why don't you come over later? Huh? Don't you have somewhere you have to drop by? Yes, but after that, I was hoping we could have a chat for a bit. Chat? About tomorrow, things like that. And things after that? That's a good idea. Of course, as long as you don't mind. Okay, Here's the key to my place. Make yourself at home. Oh, shit! Yeah, no, you ain't fucking weaseling your way out of this one now. Ariana's not gonna hear any of this. That's it. That's the fucking last nail in the coffin. Just handed over her keys like it's nothing. Are you sure? I trust you, but just don't look around too much, okay? I won't. Taking her key, Fal and I parted ways in the hallway. It seemed that the place she had to drop by was somewhere at school. Hoping that she truly hadn't been asked to do something for someone, I watched her leave and then headed for her place. Well, here I am. Speaking to no one in particular, I entered her apartment. It wasn't as if this was my first time coming here, but doing so by myself made me feel kind of nervous. It's not every day that you go into a girl's room by yourself. And what was it that she wanted to talk about? She said she wanted to talk about things after that. Thinking about what that could mean made my heart beat faster. Understanding full well that it would be rude to look around her room, I just found themselves looking here and there at the things around me. The place is still as bare as I thought it was. The first impression was like that too, and upon looking around her room with no one else in it, I felt like that impression just got stronger, until I forgot about the atmosphere of her room when she was close by, or when I could see her cooking. Pondering these thoughts, I ended up wandering around her room for no particular reason. Probably should have just sat still and waited, but for some reason I was feeling restless. Like, what did she expect him to do here? Alone? While she was off doing who knows what? What's that? A messy pile of papers stood out in my field of vision. Really out of interest, despite being fully aware it wasn't a good thing to do. I took a peek. Oh boy. Looks like some kind of notification. After looking at them long enough to understand this much, I realized that they weren't written in Fal's handwriting. Quite frankly, the handwriting was far from being neat. I guess someone asked her to rewrite all of this. Again, like they always do. Thinking that I might be able to help her a little with it all, I picked up one of the papers and checked what it was about. After reading a little bit of it, I could tell it was like a thesis or some kind of homework submitted a long time ago, summarizing the personal interpretations of a certain part of music history. Once I read a little further, I realized something was strange. There were musical symbols written here and there, but the lettering was beautifully done, as if it were written by a completely different person. I feel like I had seen these musical symbols before, and I felt like it wasn't long ago that I saw them. Is that Fal's handwriting? Only the symbols and words used in music were written extremely well. The rest of them were shaky and seemed as if they weren't even written by the same person. Coming to a sudden realization, and knowing that I shouldn't be doing this, I picked up another bundle of papers. This guy's an idiot. There was nothing written on the first few pages, but the pages after were filled top to bottom with the same words repeated over and over, just like what I did when I was learning to read and write as a child. The same words and phrases were being practiced repetitively, carefully written, clumsy handwriting. Is this truly Fal's handwriting? But now that I thought about it, she mentioned when I was helping her write out some documents that she didn't like her handwriting. I didn't think of it as any more than a joke at the time. Did the shackles of being an orphan still have an influence on her even now? Do you have to teach yourself to read and write after coming to this school? Maybe that's why she always takes those assignments, to practice her writing. But the closer to the top it got, the better the writing became, indicating that they were perhaps more recent. The writer had now reached a level that was still hard to praise, and I felt something was still off when I saw it earlier. These had to have been written by Fal. She's really working hard on this. This is the only thing I could say right now. It wasn't simply because she was talented that she had the capabilities that she had, or that people trusted her to the extent that they did. It was more like she had a slow start, and despite this, continued to make efforts to improve and form the person she is today. I returned the bundle of papers to where I found them, and sat down again. I wonder how I should express the feelings that had welled up inside me. Adorable may not quite have been the right word for it, but I couldn't help but think about whether there was anything I could do for her. What could I possibly do? She spoke of how she wanted to become a professional musician that night, when we stood on the empty recital stage. She said she wanted to make a living out of singing. Right now, what was it that I could do for her? What I could do was go up on stage with her tomorrow, and give the best performance I could possibly give. Nothing more, nothing less. I'm home. Chris, are you there? Oh, did I press the Right click? No? How did that happen? I'm not sure why it, like, got rid of the text in the HUD. I only pressed left click. Weird. Yeah, I'm in here. I didn't respond in a very big voice, so it seemed that Val didn't hear me, as she only noticed I was here after she came inside. You're here. Good. I'm back. Welcome home. I turned around and greeted her kindly. Are you hungry? Shall I make something? No, it's okay. You must be tired anyway. I'm asking whether you're hungry or not. I am. Good. Okay, won't take too long. Gazing at her silhouette from behind, the lifeless room suddenly felt like it was now alive. We enjoyed a pleasant meal and sat around chatting while having some warm drinks. Val had changed out of her uniform and was wearing her room clothes. However, I felt like Val still hadn't broached the topic that she had wanted to talk about. And just like when I was starting to feel that I was okay with that, Val turned around and gazed at the clock on her wall. Phew. Saying a deep breath, Val slowly stood up, and then she walked to the window and stared out into the falling rain. Without turning away from the window, she asked me something. Tell me, Chris, what do you think of me? The question was so sudden that for a moment I didn't know how to answer, but I was sure that I could give her the answer that she desired. Have you ever thought I'm a horrible person? Huh? Before I could give her any kind of answer, she repeated her question. No, I've never thought of you in that way. Really? Yeah, really. But I really am being horrible. Is it hard to believe? It is. I thought as much. Saying only this, Val removed her gaze from the window and looked straight at me. What's going on? Why'd you suddenly start saying those things? It's nothing. Do you mind if I sit over there too? Again, suddenly, and without warning she said this, came over to sit next to me without even waiting for an answer. Hey, Chris? Yes? Her face was suddenly close to mine. Do you love me? She finally said it, the question that I had kind of been expecting. Deep down in my heart, I had already decided what my answer. All I had to do was actually put it into words. Yeah, I do. I love you. Thank you. Saying this, she closed her eyes. I knew what I had to do. It wasn't as if it was my first time, but my lips were dry from the extreme nervousness I felt, so I moistened them and then gently, I kissed her. My lips only met for a brief moment, but between my shyness and more so the adoration I had for her, I almost couldn't help myself from hugging her. When I was thinking that this was actually the right time to wrap my arms around her, she took the initiative and hugged me first. Kiss me again. And with her arms wrapped around me, our lips met once more. Hey, Val. Felt like I heard a voice somewhere. Uh-oh. What is this? What the hell? Huh? Val disentangled herself from me and shifted her gaze to the source of the voice. What the hell is this? Sino. Huh? I also shifted my gaze to where Val was looking and realized that it was Sino who was standing there. But I didn't understand what he was saying or why he was even here. Everything was beyond my comprehension, and all I could do was sit there stunned. I have an idea where this might be going. Not liking it. You said I'd understand everything when I got here. This? This is what you meant? I'm sorry, but yes, this is exactly what I meant. Tell me what's going on here. What is there to explain? It's Chris that I love. That's why I asked him to be my partner, not you. Could have just used words, but I thought that it would be easier to understand this way. Val, what are you saying? What did she mean? My eyes darted between the two of them, but neither of them even tried to look at me. Asino, what's this all about? Shut up! Just shut it! Could you please not raise your voice? Sorry, but I was just using you. Using me? The only reason I got close to you is because I wanted to know more about Chris. I really am thankful in that regard. Fucking knew it! She was manipulating everyone from the start. This was all a trap. I can't believe this. She may not be like a fucking murderous bitch, but she's acting pretty yandere right now. At least she's got the manipulation part down. Val reached out toward me and gently caressed my cheek. The movement was almost seductive, and I felt a shiver run through my body. I distanced myself slightly from Val, who was smiling, and gently pushed her hand away. Val? Why, Chris? Why does everyone choose him? Even Miss Cordell? Even you? Surely everyone has their own individual reasons. You're what? I'm nobility, damn it! Are you saying I'm inferior to him? Oh, fuck. Pulling the nobility card. Didn't I tell you I hated that kind of thinking? I'm different. I'm not like the others. Really? Because it sure as hell didn't sound like that 5 sentences ago. And what makes you so different? Can you even tell me why you're different? Did you hear that, Chris? Nobility or not, in the end he's just saying that he's better than you. Wait a minute, please, could someone explain what's going on? Please. No, I never said anything like that. Oh, how strange. I'm quite sure that's what you said just a moment ago. No, that's not... Why? Why, Chris? You were just trying to use him too, right? You said it yourself. Use me? No, Chris and I were friends. No, we are friends. Didn't you say to me that you kept him as a friend because he was useful to you? That was... not what you meant? If you were gonna do this world-weary, lovable cynic routine, perhaps you just shouldn't have done any of this in the first place. But... the reason you're so pathetic is because that's the only way you can maintain your cheap pride. Look on Asino's face. It's like that of a hurt child. I slumped against the wall, the strength gone from my body. I couldn't say anything. Is this all just an act? If I screamed, would they start laughing and tell me it was just a joke? You two, this is just a joke, right? I'm sorry, Chris. This is the truth. All of it. No, that's a lie. Chris, now you know that this so-called friend of yours is a horrible person. Aren't you happy that you discovered the truth? No. Chris, it's not like that. Could someone please just explain? Asino? I stood up and walked toward Asino. He flinched, seeming almost afraid, and then looked right at me. I didn't mean to. No, that's not what I want to hear. This is a joke, right? You and Val are just playing a prank on me, right? Asino didn't say anything. He just shook his head. Why would you two pull such an elaborate prank? Val? Like I said, this is not a joke. You need to understand, Chris. All of this is true. You probably don't want to believe it, but I'm a horrible person, and so is Asino. Plain and simple. Val admonished me as if she was just telling me about the ways of the world. The way she spoke was strangely kind, which in turn made me feel repulsed. As much as I didn't want to believe, I was starting to see that it was all true. A few moments ago, I could never have imagined I would feel anything like this toward her. I just kissed her, held her, told her I loved her. But now she seemed almost like a completely different person to me. You were deceiving me? That's right. And Asino too? Yes, I used him. He proved most useful too, but it seems he got the wrong idea at some point. If only he had known when to walk away, we could have all been good friends. Val, stop it. Why are you saying these things? I don't understand. I told you earlier, I'm a horrible person. As I was about to respond, I heard the sound of something dragging along the wall behind me. Asino was using the wall to support himself as he stood up. I'm leaving. Wait, Asino, we're not finished here. Stay away. Just leave me alone, please. I'm sorry. What do you mean you're sorry? Just as he says. I was using you. I don't care about that. You're being used too, right? I care, Chris. And I'm really sorry. So, please just leave me alone. Asino. Thanks for what you said, though. Just like that, Asino left, quietly closing the door in his way. What is going on? My body almost felt numb. It all happened so suddenly, and everything was falling apart. I could barely breathe as I sat there being tortured by the endless questions that filled my mind. And if I could just turn around, a lot of answers to my questions would be right in front of me, but I was unable to do so. Chris. From behind me, she called my name in a gentle voice. I gathered what little strength was left in my body, and forced myself to turn around and face her. I'm sorry this had to happen so suddenly. Why? Why did you do all of this? It's just as Asino said. I approached him and used him so I could get closer to you. Why? Because I was in love with you, of course. You're lying. That's the truth. That's why I looked into you, and that's why we're here now. What do you mean, looked into me? Why'd you even have to do that? Because that was the only approach I could think of. You're lying. If that was the case, why would you tell me like this? You could have just kept quiet. I can't tell what's true and what's not anymore. I've said nothing but the truth. I just want you to see the true me. What I'm really like. And the true you is this horrible person? You could have just told me. There's no reason for you to hurt Sino like that. I did use words, you just didn't hear them. How did you expect me to believe something like that? She was so diligent, gentle, dedicated, and... See, that's exactly why I needed to do something to make you understand. There's no need to do any of this. It was for me. Hey, what do you think of me? I want you to know who I am. That I'm a person who can do such horrible things. But why? Because I want you to say you loved me despite it all. Was that how she really felt? Even if that was really how she felt, I didn't have the confidence to say that I still had those feelings for her. It was all too hard to believe. There was a part of me that was still praying that this was all just some kind of joke. There was still time. She would just laugh and say it was all a big joke. Everything would resolve itself and it would be okay. Do you mind if I ask you one more time? Go ahead. This is just a joke or something, right? This is the truth. Sorry my answer isn't what you were hoping to hear. Why me? If all of this is true, then you must have been lying when you said you loved me too. I do love you, Chris. Why? The way you play the fortell. The sound of how you play the fortell is something beautiful that no one else has. Something that no one can imitate or recreate. And the very first time I heard you play, I knew you were the one. With you, I could aim for the top. With you, I can make my dreams come true. So in the end, you were just using me too? I suppose so. That's also the truth. She admitted as if it were nothing, kept going on. But isn't it natural for someone to use someone to gain something? The only reason I go to school is because the person who found me wanted to use me, and I chose to go along with it. By doing so, my tuition was waived, and I was able to find a cheap place to live. I also got the chance to learn how to sing, and now I can use everything I've gained to move up in the music world. And through that, the status of the person who recommended me also improves. It's a win-win situation, is it not? That's just not right. Which part? The whole thing. But that's how I've lived my life this far, and that's how I intend to continue. And to do that, I need you. If that's the case, you chose the wrong type of way of going about it. Yes, I think so too. She shook her head in reflection, and admitted honestly, Huh? Didn't I tell you earlier? I wanted to hear you say you loved me, despite all of this. Her expression was determined. If only I could read what was in people's minds. I was almost ready to believe her, which is what made me think such a thing. No, I'd practically already started to believe her. If she was planning to lie about that too, she wouldn't have needed to call Asino here. The moment I came to this realization, my heart started to hurt. All that just for this? And what about Asino? No, I suppose the fellow is more than just for this. That's why I'm telling you the truth like this, because I want you to know what kind of person I am, and I want us to be together in spite of that. I'll ask one more time, Chris. Will you stay with me? Val slid over next to me, her face close to mine like before. Chris, do you love me? I couldn't answer her, even though it was the exact same question she asked me earlier. Then, have your feelings for me changed? Again, I answered her only with silence. I still needed time to just understand what was going on. There's no way I could process my feelings just yet. Not going to answer, I see. I don't like being used. Then you should just use me too. I don't have any desire to use you. Really? Not at all? No. You said you loved me just before, didn't you? Those feelings have completely disappeared now? I guess there's still hope if you're having a hard time answering. Just kind of like waited until after the concert. Oh, I think I'm starting to understand this meter now. I'm also starting to understand the rain. I don't know how there's a correlation. Or what the science behind that is, or magic, whatever you want to call it. I'm starting to understand though. Everything's slowly making sense here. And I'm sure it'll make even more sense once we go through the other paths as well. Saying this, she removed the outer layer she was wearing right in front of me. Whoa. She was only wearing a shirt made of very thin material, and her now revealed skin was etched into my mind. I looked away immediately. Stop this. I won't. She moved even closer and whispered in my ear. We gonna have to call the cops here? There's telephones, right? Right? Why don't you just use me? I said that I love you. Until a moment ago, you said that about me too, did you not? Shut up. I don't want to be used. I don't want to use you either. Everyone does it, you know. I do it. You do it. Her arm slithered around my shoulder. Oh, fuck. We have to actually make a decision here? Okay, we're probably going to play both of these then. If there's, like, reason to, anyways. It's enough. We're going to stop to this. Can't have this on Twitch anyways. It's enough. Please. Just don't say anymore. I see. She picked up her clothes that had fallen to the floor, and in the corner of my eye I could see she was getting changed. A few moments after she was clothed again, she said one last thing. Could you find a way to still do your recital with me tomorrow? My registration as your partner for the recital has been finalized, so it's too late for me to perform on the days allocated to the vocal course. I would have some more flexibility if I weren't a third-year voice student, mind you. Alright. I feel like this is partially on her, like if she really wanted to pull this whole stunt, why didn't she just wait until tomorrow evening to do it? Right now, that was the only response I could give. Thank you. I walked home through the dark streets, thinking about how much I wanted to just crawl into bed. The rain had become heavier, and my body was cold. Wasn't the rain, like, pretty much non-existent on Christmas Day? That's why the meter goes up and down. And I think it's related to the same magic that powers the foretell. Although, why the rain is controlled specifically by Chris and all the people he interacts with, I don't know yet. But I feel like we're going to find out at some point. I didn't have the energy to run, so I just walked home as fast as my legs could carry me. That rain is actually very loud. Holy shit. I'm home. Called out those words as I always did when I got home. The answer I would usually get never came. The towel that would normally be waiting for me wasn't there, so I ended up having to drag my cold body inside to get one. Is this guy like the only one that can use magic? Is his ambient magic causing it to rain all the time? But wasn't it raining before he got here? And I was also going to say that, like, Forney's also related to his magic. But then I think it said something about Forney being here for previous students as well. So I'm not sure about that one either. It was only just after 9 o'clock, which I felt was a little early for Forney to have already disappeared for the day. I considered that might not be so strange, but then I realized I hadn't seen Forney at all since yesterday. Feeling uneasy, I did a quick search around my apartment, and upon doing so I noticed a single piece of paper on my desk. And on it was just one word. Goodbye. Written in messy handwriting, and just dumped there right next to the note was a pen that would have been hard for her to lift. Okay. What did she want to say with such a curt one-word message? Dumbfounded, I almost felt apathetic. But then I suddenly indulged the impulse to scrunch up the piece of paper in my fist. Emotions rose and fell quickly, and I soon became calm again and looked at the piece of paper in my hand. And then, carefully unfolded the piece of paper and flattened it out, returning it to a state which the words could be read again. I took the piece of paper and opened my drawer that was filled with many letters from Marie, gently placed inside. Well, shit. This is certainly not the ending I was expecting with this. It was still early when I opened my eyes. No one had woken me up. Perhaps I'd awakened subconsciously because it was an important day. Morning. There's no answer, of course. My voice simply dissolved into thin air. Grudgingly, I got out of bed and looked at the clock. Sure, we'd agreed yesterday to practice at 10 in the morning. I really didn't want to. Then again, I couldn't go without doing anything, so still groggy with sleep. I dragged myself over to the Fortel and sat down. When I played the beginning of the song, it felt as if Forney was still beside me. But no matter how many times I looked back, straining my ears, there was no sign of her. As if such a fairy had never existed in the first place. I got up, almost involuntarily, opened a drawer and read Forney's letter again. It was a short letter, with just one sentence. All I wanted was to reassure myself of her existence. I sat down again in front of the Fortel, placing my fingers on the keyboard. Confirming Forney's tracks must have calmed me down as my fingers moved smoothly across the keys. I was so far off from what I needed to do at that time, but I didn't care. With the thought that this was the last time I played this song, I played it with all my heart, right up to the very last note. I listened with my whole body, determined not to forget those lingering tones. Then I headed for the shower. After showering and putting on my uniform, I went out to find it raining harder than usual, and I thought I'd be soaked in no time. I headed to school at a speed in between walking and running. I was going to fill my last promise to Fal. I didn't want to think about what came after that. About having to return to my hometown, but no longer being a student, about having to work for a living. I didn't have the capacity for those thoughts. All I could think about was how much I wanted this day to end, quickly. After passing through the gates, I noticed someone standing in front of the concert hall looking this way. Having nothing else to do, I rushed over. Morning, or should I say, good afternoon. Didn't I tell you yesterday about practice? I played the Fortel at home this morning. Whatever. There's a 1-hour break in the program right now. And I'd really like to practice together at least once, but I doubt that's gonna happen. If you don't mind, I'd prefer not to. I will say we have to be by the stage 15 minutes beforehand. Let's head to the concert hall. Alright. What about the rain? Aren't you cold? When you're this wet, you're bound to feel a little cold, right? Come here. Nah, I'm fine. Brushed her hand aside as she reached for mine. Without much force, just enough to show how I felt. I see. So be it. All I have to do is be in front of the stage 15 minutes before, right? Yes, that's fine. Okay, then I'll find some way to pass the time. As you wish. Val spoke evenly, with her unchanging expression that was almost a smile. And then, as if I intended to practice, I entered the second hall without turning back once. Was I the bad guy for not giving in to her? Was she in the wrong, having forced things to this state? I didn't think I had an answer for that. Our performance was a complete non-event. There was some applause, but that was all. Not bad, and certainly not good. My fingers moved perfectly thanks to all that practice, and her singing was perfect as well. But that was all. Thank you. Don't mention it. I guess this is goodbye. Yeah. That's rather cold of you. Well, whatever. Yeah, whatever. I don't think we'll meet again. So long. Uh-huh. So long. With that, she walked off. I watched her head for the school hall, and I followed behind her. We were going in the same direction, but our paths have already diverged. She would continue along her path, and I had to find a new one. Bad end. Foul. Bad ending. Yep. Now, see, that's an ending I can agree with being bad. That was a horrible ending. Alright, I want to just see if, like, the option is any different if I click shut up instead. I doubt it. Oh, yeah, we get violent, though. Slapped away her arm. Ah! Whoa! Okay, that might be okay to show into. Actually, wait! Is this a different path? Is getting violent with her the right path here? Holy shit. It's okay. We're fine. I have an emergency button, but we're fine. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologized by reflex, but stopped immediately and looked away. The bed creaked a number of times, and soon the sound died down. My heart was pumping. My ears hurt despite the silence. After becoming attuned to the silence, I started to hear the sound of her breathing. She was in the corner of my eye, and I was unable to push her out. She lay on the bed, simply staring into my eyes. The look in her eyes seemed like it was pity and disdain. At the same time, a look that called for help. You really don't feel anything for me anymore. I'm ready, you know. Her voice sounded twisted. Or perhaps it was simply the word, oh, that had become twisted. It felt like nothing mattered anymore. And then she spoke one last time. And that's because I'm in love with you, Chris. You're mad. What happened after that was all a blur. I never imagined I could ever feel such rage inside me. It wasn't pure rage, really, but more like frustration, profound sadness. I was almost in tears, and so was Val, as I did as I pleased with her. Oh, okay. Yeah, I hate sex. Yeah, I hate this. You love to see it. Despite my memory being foggy, there were fragments. The sensation of her body and her scent that burned strongly into my memory. Yeah! What the fuck? This is not the twist I was expecting. Hey, can we talk a little? I sat on the edge of the bed, lifelessly staring at the floor. Was I unable to even nod in response to her words, and simply sat in silence. In the end, people can't make it on their own. Not me, not you. Wasn't everyone used to each other? Is this the good ending? You're kidding me. There's no way this is the good ending. I'm gonna be so fucking shocked if this somehow ends up different. You're wrong. I'm just changing the way it's worded, but what we're all doing is the same. I'm pretty sure most people don't see it the way you do. And how do they see it? As helping each other. People respect each other, thank each other, and do things for each other because they want to. The words I spoke were idealistic. I wasn't even sure if I believed them or not. But, like, didn't... all the people she helped, it's like they wanted to help her. She wanted to help them. So, was it really that manipulative? They were the only words I had to counterfell. Helping each other, you say? I say it's the same thing. Besides, even I showed respect to people, although I can't say I've ever felt genuinely thankful toward anyone. I mean, maybe they didn't necessarily feel genuinely thankful toward her either. How many times have I said thanks out of courtesy and nothing more? What if that was actually true? Having relationships with people, no. Having someone do something for you is nothing other than using them. And what Val was saying was right. I want to be happy. She said these words in a murmur, unexpectedly. I've lived my whole life singing. When I was a child, I sang on the streets, and I survived off the money people gave me for it. Even when I no longer needed to sing to survive after being put in an orphanage, I continued singing to prove myself. But that doesn't mean that singing was just a means to an end. It has always been my dream. I love singing. I can only imagine how happy I would be to make it my life's work. And I've spared no effort in order to achieve that. Always practicing, always making an effort to avoid conflict with people, always accepting people's requests for help with a smile. I was aware of all these things. She was always strict on herself, and never showed complacency. The dreams she once told me of, the values she spoke of now, all of these things might just be the truth. All of this is so I can live my life singing. And you need me to do this? That's right, I need you. I was still unable to give an answer. My emotions that suddenly welled up had cooled off. Because of that, I had lost the will to make any decisions at the moment. Those emotions hadn't disappeared. Still lingered deep inside me, simmering. Can I ask one thing of you? Okay. Could you find a way to still do your recital with me tomorrow? My registration as your partner for the recital has been finalized, so it's too late for me to perform on the days allocated to the vocal course. I would have some more flexibility if I wasn't a third-year voice student, mind you. Then why did you do all this now? Yeah, that's what I wanted to know. Last time. Maybe we'll find out this time. Your answer? I repeated her question without answering mine. Alright, I promise. Thank you. Now, about the first question I asked you. You don't need to answer it yet. Why is that? It seems like you're still unsure, and sometimes giving an answer immediately isn't always the best course of action. Why don't we talk about it once the recital is behind us? Okay, we can do that. Thank you. Yeah, though this is a different fucking path. Holy shit. That was a twist. She fucking manipulated everyone she knew. And then we just have hate sex. Great. I walked home through the dark streets, thinking about how much I just wanted to crawl into bed. The rain had become heavier. My body was cold. I didn't have the energy to run, so I just walked home as fast as my legs could carry me. I'm home. Called out to those words as I always did when I get home. The answer I would usually get never came. The towel that would normally be waiting for me wasn't there, so I ended up having to drag my cold body inside to get one. Forney? It was only just after 9 o'clock, which I felt was a little early for Forney to have already disappeared for the day. I considered that might not be too strange. Then I realized I hadn't seen Forney at all since yesterday. Feeling uneasy, I did a quick search around my apartment, and upon doing so, I noticed a single piece of paper on my desk. And on it was just one word. Goodbye. Written in messy handwriting, and just dumped there right next to the note was a pen that would have been hard for her to lift. Okay. What did she want to say with such a curt, one-word message? Dumbfounded, I almost felt apathetic. Then I suddenly indulged the impulse to scrunch up the piece of paper in my fist. My emotions rose and fell quickly, and I soon became calm again and looked at the piece of paper in my hand. And then carefully unfolded the piece of paper and flattened it out, returning it to a state which the words could be read again. I took the piece of paper and opened up my drawer that was filled with many letters from Marie, and gently placed it inside. Well, let's see how today goes. Who knows, maybe things will be different. It was still early when I opened my eyes. No one had woken me up. Perhaps I had awakened subconsciously because it was an important day. Morning. There was no answer, of course. My voice simply dissolved into thin air. Grudgingly, I got out of bed and looked at the clock. I'm sure we'd agreed yesterday to practice at 10 in the morning. I really didn't want to. Then again, I couldn't go without doing anything, so, still groggy with sleep, I dragged myself over to the Fortel and sat down. When I played the beginning of the song, it felt as if Forney was still beside me. But no matter how many times I looked back, straining my ears, there was no sign of her. As if such a fairy never existed in the first place. I got up, almost involuntarily, opened the drawer and read Forney's letter again. It was a short letter, just one sentence. All I wanted was to reassure myself of her existence. I sat down again in front of the Fortel, placing my fingers on the keyboard. Confirming Forney's tracks must have calmed me down, as my fingers moved smoothly across the keys. I was so far off from what I needed to do at the time, but I didn't care. With the thought that this was the last time I played this song, I played with all my heart, right up to the very last note. I listened with my whole body, determined not to forget those lingering tones. Then I headed for the shower. I hope that, like, if there's a good ending version with Foul, I hope that I don't have to, like, redo half the route with to get that. Especially, like, the playing parts. I wonder if I skip them in, like, the options menu. I wonder if I skip them, what it considers me doing. If I played them well or not. What would happen if I played them poorly? Because if I'm able to get the bad ends with playing them well, then what exactly does playing the songs poorly get you, I wonder? Is there like another neutral bad end or something? Like a special end for just fucking up the songs, maybe? After showering and putting on my uniform, I went out to find it was raining harder than usual. I felt I'd be soaked in no time. I headed to school at a speed between walking and running. I was going to fulfill my last promise to Foul. I didn't want to think about what came after that. After having to return to my hometown, but no longer being a student, having to work for a living, I didn't have the capacity for those thoughts. All I could think about was how much I wanted for this day to end, quickly. After passing through the gates, I noticed someone standing in front of the concert hall looking this way. Having nothing else to do, I rushed over. Morning, or should I say, good afternoon. Didn't I tell you yesterday about practice? I played the Fortel at home this morning. Whatever. There's a 1-hour break in the program right now. And? I'd really like to practice together at least once, but I doubt that's gonna happen. If you don't mind, I'd prefer not to. We'll say we have to be by the stage 15 minutes beforehand, so let's head to the concert hall. Is any of this different? Oh, here we go. Oh, wait, what? Oh, come here. Oh, This time she actually letter obliged. Okay, I see what's changing here. She dragged me by the hand into the building. Didn't push her away this time. Although it was lunchtime, there was no one around. Val must have picked the first hall on purpose, figuring that most students would be on their way to the cafeteria. The hallway was deserted, which made me feel even colder. Lower your head a bit. Even before she'd finished her sentence, she forced my head down and began wiping my hair with a towel. Hey, you get sick, I'm the one who will suffer. Wrapped in the towel's warmth in the head, and the sweet smell of soap, I almost felt relaxed. As if I'd found a small part of the happiness I'd recently lost. What about your hands? Can't have them freezing up when the time comes. This time she took my hands into hers and rubbed them together. They're really cold. Palms grew warm between her hands, proving once more that warm blood ran through her veins. Which was incredibly obvious, but then I remembered how Fal had said such cruel things yesterday, and felt so incongruous. I opened my mouth, thinking I needed to say something, but she sensed someone walking toward us and motioned for silence. Be quiet. Footsteps grew louder, and then I saw who it was. Ah, Falsetta. Good morning. You're performing today. Yes, I'll be performing with Chris here, from the Fortell course. Is that so? Well, I have high hopes for you. This is a new character. Wait, was he... No, was he at the beginning? Oh yeah, I think he was at the beginning of the game. He might have been. I don't remember. I think we might have seen him once before. Without looking at me even once, he walked away. Val smiled as he left, then turned to face me with the same expression. That Noma man is my benefactor. The one who took me in. Okay, no, never mind. I thought we saw the principal, and I thought that was the principal. But I might be wrong. Do you dislike him? Yes, and his daughter, too. His daughter? Never mind, that's irrelevant. With scorn in her voice, she looked off into the distance. She held a necklace in her hand, and she kept rubbing its surface. I felt I'd seen that gesture many times before. Perhaps it was a habit of hers. Alright, it's almost time. Before I asked, Val looked at the clock and got up. The side of the stage was quiet, perhaps because it was still lunchtime. Having been instructed to do so by the student in charge, I silently set up my Fortell on stage behind the curtain. Meanwhile, Val's eyes never once left her score, and seeing her like that comforted me somewhat. Are you both ready? Miss Cordell, who didn't know anything, called out to us from behind. Ah, yes. All preparations are complete. Excellent. And what about you, Chris? Yes. Is something the matter? I think he's just a little nervous. Isn't that right? As always, her smile was perfect. It was so natural, it didn't seem possible that she could be so disparaging of others. Yeah. The comfort I'd felt earlier vanished instantly. This was indeed the same Val from yesterday. Chris, Falsetta. Excuse us, the buzzer will go off any second now. Val dragged me by the hand to the edge of the stage, as if she wanted to separate me from my teacher. It's almost time. Lacking the strength to pull free, I merely nodded. Right then, the sound of the buzzer filled the hall, and the chatter of the audience stopped. Let's go. Is this going to be any better than last time? Hopefully. I walked on stage, but it felt like something happening far away. Stopping at my spot, I placed my fingers on the Fortell's keyboard. Val turned to face me, searching for my gaze in order to synchronize our breathing. That image blurred into another, a girl speaking of her dream to sing on stage someday. I felt transported back in time. Then I realized that our breathing was in sync, and all our preparations were complete. Fingers started to play the notes they'd rehearsed over and over again. Oh, we actually have to play this time. Okay, this is the good ending. Don't fuck this up. I fucked it up. I didn't take long. I hit it! Fuck it, whatever. We made it. It's good enough. Okay, well, I apparently missed a couple at the end there. Screwed up somehow, but it's good enough. That better be the good end. Feels like it was, because we didn't even play last time. By the time I noticed, the performance was over, and we were showered with thunderous applause. During the performance, there had been many things on my mind. Val, Forney, Ari, and Torta too, of course. Then, Asino and Miss Cordell. My fingers, acting almost independently, had given a flawless performance. Through the foretell, I had put my conflicting emotions on display. Confusion, sadness, sometimes anger. Even some of Val's emotions had become mixed up inside me. There was no confusion in her. There was only a girl's simple desire for happiness. Chris. Amid the endless applause, Val said my name in a soft voice. I was brought back to reality, whereupon I took a bow with her, and then we walked down off the stage. Miss Cordell and two other people were waiting for us below. Before I realized it, Torta and Asino had appeared. I'll be at our usual practice room. Just as the others drew near, Val whispered that in my ear and left. Oh, the rain eased up a little. That means something good's gonna happen, right? Torta and Miss Cordell praised our performance, the former with her usual smile, and the latter wearing a very uncharacteristic one. They found it extremely moving, like nothing they'd heard before. As for Asino, he waved at me from a distance and then disappeared. Briefly thanking Torta and the others for their kind words, I took my leave. I stood in front of the practice room and sighed deeply. I hadn't made up my mind yet. There's no point standing here like this, so I opened the door with conviction. Are we gonna have, like, less angry sex in the practice room? What if we kissed in the practice room? There she was. She seemed calm, as if we were about to have a little chat. That was fast. I thought you'd talk to them for a while longer. I was more interested in talking to you. Is that so? Does that mean I should go get my hopes up? Had no answer. My silence made her snicker. Let's go somewhere else. This room is hardly an ideal setting. Anywhere is fine with me. And let's go. Val sounded upbeat as she headed outside. I sensed where this was heading. I had no choice but to follow her. Not here though. Please not here. The rain had lightened a little. Val seemed to be weaving in and out of the rain, then she stopped at one part of the avenue. We stood under a large tree with overlapping leaves, which shielded us somewhat from the rain. That was where Val started speaking again. Why here? And so this is the end. Now will you give me an honest answer? Yes. I was a little shocked by her abruptness. I like you, Chris. I find myself entranced by the sound of your foretell. I feel I can go even further, with you by my side. That's why I did all those things to make you like me, some of which were terrible and hurtful to others. Still, I wanted you. I should have just kept it hidden, but I couldn't. I wanted you to see the real me. Beyond that, I also wanted you to come with me. I'll say it once more. Come with me. It was a surprisingly genuine declaration of her feelings. This was her true self, the girl beneath the veneer of lies. Without any attempt to repair her image, without showing any remorse for her misdeeds, all she wanted was me. For that very reason, I had to answer sincerely. Alright, I guess we gotta see both of these too. Because there's probably like a neutral end or something like that. Alright, well we'll start with the obvious bad one. We'll end on a good note tonight. Sorry, I'm afraid that's not possible. That was how I truly felt. After much thought, I'd arrived at that answer. I've been confused up until this moment, but now I knew that I could never go with her. Relationship built upon using and being used by others. I found that utterly depressing. I just can't understand you. But I'm not criticizing it. You'll go forward, Val, in your own way. You'll be fine without me. Is that so? She didn't say anything else, and merely nodded. Yes, you're bound to be happier this way. I can see that now. With that, she walked off. This disconnected conversation was the last time we spoke to each other. I watched her head for the school hall, and I followed behind her. We were going in the same direction, but our paths had already diverged. She would continue along her path, and I had to find a new one. I didn't know what lay ahead for either of us, but for now, I shed a few tears over her. Neutral end. No? Anything? Nope, I don't even get an achievement for that one. That's like such a stupid ending. Like, I failed, at the last second I made the wrong decision, and it's like, nah, you don't even deserve an achievement for that shit. Stupid. You had the right decision right in front of you, you didn't go with it. Which is why we're doing it now. Alright. As I answered, I felt my mind cloud over just as if I had a fever. She was unsightly, and that was beautiful. Really? She sounded almost fearful. Had her show of confidence been nothing but an act from the beginning? Really? I see. I heard her speak those words, and then, all at once, I remembered her singing voice, and the emotions mixed therein. Perhaps it was okay to be used by her. She trusted no one and showed no gratitude. She only sang and had no qualms about deceiving anyone she needed to. If there were anyone else in her ideal vision of the future, it could only be someone whom she could use for the rest of her life. That someone simply happened to be me. I was also entranced by her fairness, her beauty, and the coarseness of her spirit. What's wrong? Do you accept? Yes, if others judge you, I will stand by your side. Seems a bit of a 180 considering last night, but maybe he just needed time to mull it over after all. Val. My name. By your side, Val. Chris. We shared a brief, silent embrace. What do we do now? Whatever you want, Val. I have nowhere to go back to. What about the shelter? I don't want to see that place ever again. It reminds me of my most hateful self. I see. Then will you come with me to my hometown? Would we live there? Not necessarily. Anywhere is fine. But it's somewhere I have to return to at least once. That's true. After the graduation ceremony, perhaps I could go with you. I recalled with great fondness the faraway streets of my hometown. I wouldn't see Arietta, of course. I'd only hurt her if I did. When I got back to my room, I'd write a letter to her and end it all, while wishing that someday we would be able to read that letter. Well, this is a new scene. What's your hometown like, Chris? Well, it's doing quite well, but it's not nearly as beautiful as Piova. It's still very rural in some ways. I think that's much better than the city that flourished as a status symbol for the nobility. Although, I did like the old district. There wasn't even a hint of a smile in her answer. Lately, Val hadn't been smiling much. Or to put it more accurately, she didn't have to force any more smiles. She didn't need her near-flawless social skills around me, at least. I felt genuinely happy about that. Besides, it wasn't like she'd stopped smiling altogether. She smiled normally whenever she felt happy and enjoyed herself. The point was, it was natural. That was her true self, which only I knew about. So, what are we going to do? What to do, indeed. We talked about the future many times, but we still didn't have an answer. That wasn't because we had a lack of options, however. Our graduation recital, apparently, had received extraordinary praise, more than we'd ever expected. A few days later, when we went to school for the ceremony and other events, we found many awards and offers from orchestras waiting for us. For the moment, our future looked bright. seemed that she'd be able to fulfill her dreams someday. Most importantly, no matter which path we chose, we would never be apart. As long as she needed me. As long as she loved me. I too was able to pledge my heartfelt love for this girl. That's why I was by Fal's side, who wanted to be happy. Something on your mind? Yeah, I was just thinking about you, Fal. Weirdo. With that, Fal also turned to look out the window. Rin had just left the station. Hadn't even reached the mountains then circled the city of Kilva. On the other side of the incredibly long tunnel that ran through these mountains, probably wouldn't be raining. It'd be my first time seeing blue skies in 3 years. While imagining that moment, I gave myself up to the movements of the train and felt the unhurried passage of time. Ah, we finally entered the tunnel. Yes, but our destination is about half a day away. That's far. Sure is. I wonder how far the journey had seemed to me back then. Even so, Arietta did come to see me a few times, didn't she? When we come out of this tunnel... Nothing. It's a long way to go, right? It's a pretty long tunnel. Yes. Val nodded somewhat uncertainly and brought her hand to her chest. I'd seen that gesture many times before. Kind of habit, perhaps? Hey. What is it? Is that a habit or something? What do you mean? That pendant. You touch it sometimes. With a pained look. Does it have some special meaning to you? Yes, I do have that habit. As for special meaning? Yes, I guess it is special to me. Something important? Yes, you could say that. This is the only thing I have left from the beginning. The only thing? Apparently, when I was left at the shelter, this pendant was the only thing on me. A silver pendant and a dirty towel. Nothing else. Not even a name. It's made to look like a pair of wings, this pendant. Perhaps the person who left it with me wanted me to fly high. She didn't have the notion of parents. During her childhood in the shelter, Val only had herself, the people running the shelter, and the children in similar circumstances around her. It didn't seem like she found it upsetting, but she said many times before that she was never going back to that place. When she went there at the start of the year, it had been in the instruction of the nobleman who adopted her, to improve her impression of it. Of course, there's no way of ever knowing the truth. Val touched the pendant once again, a self-deprecating smile on her lips. Because she touched it so many times, perhaps that pair of dull gray wings were so grimy, it's hard to imagine its original color. But these slightly tarnished wings kind of suit you. They're beautiful even. Huh? Asino once said that to me, although it's gotten dirtier since then because I kept touching it. I heard it's used to be bright silver. I see. But it's just some cheap trinket, so it became this color very quickly. The chain broke too, and now it hangs on a leather cord. She sounded unimpressed, but she was still toying with it, with a kind of fondness. It's pretty. The wings. And you too, Fal. Moron. With that, she finally let go of the wings. Did you talk to Asino after that? Only briefly, but he wasn't angry at me. And despite his fears, I'd never been angry at him either. So you guys made up? On the surface, yes. Great. It irked me a little to hear her, the cause of that episode, speak so casually. That was the kind of person she was. I'd accepted that fact. But nothing was said about you, Fal. I doubt he would have been able to forgive you. I don't mind. I deserve it after all. If hating me makes him feel better, then that's what he should do. Isn't it your loss to be hated by others? Not if someone worthy of that hatred is by my side. Such comments are no longer made my heart race. But I knew that was the truth, so I let it slide. Suddenly, the train car was filled with light. It was so blinding I almost had to shut my eyes. But even so, I couldn't take my eyes off the view outside the window. Ah, sky. It's blue. Yes. It's been 3 years. Indeed. Well, I think we truly won after seeing that scene. That was our true objective. Find blue skies. We'll be here for a while longer, but I feel a little better now. Great. What about you, Fal? Aren't you moved? I was just on this train earlier this year. Ah, that's right. But for me, it's been a really long time. I know. Fal kept looking out the window, showing no interest in my reactions. Wait, why is this still like halfway? It's not raining anymore. This should be like empty. Off. Gone. Nothing. I'd acted all excited, just like a little kid. I felt a little embarrassed. Sorry. Val laughed, finally, and shook her head off as if to say it didn't matter. Then she suddenly said something I hadn't even thought about. Hey, Chris? What? When we get there, are you going to see Arietta? What for? I think you need to talk to her. Like I said, what for? If you don't, you probably can't go any further. I've been thinking about it all along. You still care about Arietta, Chris. I don't deny that, but I'm with you now, Val, and... I know, but... I want to start my life with you after everything has been settled. Or is that too much to ask? No. Then you'll do it? I swore I would do whatever I could for her. And so I... Alright. I gave my word. Chris, I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing? It's okay. If that's what you want, Val, I'll do it. Okay, and in return? Val slowly took off the necklace and broke the wings in 2 pieces. She gave one of them to me. These are my wings. With them, I'll fly high. And with this wing, Chris, I'm placing it in your care. Can't fly with just one, but the 2 of us can go wherever we want to. Thanks. I took it and squeezed it gently. The wing was a little dirty, but definitely hadn't lost its beauty. Holding the wing with which to support her, tried to imagine our future together. Will you stay by my side, always? Of course. I'll stay by your side too. Forever. Actual credits. Finally! Something good after last time. Well, I'm glad we got both endings out of that. I think these are different from the last credits we saw. Or are they? Maybe they're not. I don't remember this song, though. Well, I guess I might as well let it play. Oh, there's the credits. I think we did see these credits. I feel like they're going to be the same credits each time, so I'll let them play when we get to the end of everything. Oh, there's an epilogue. Nice. We're back in the City of Rain. Over and over again, the sound of my Fortell is offered up in her service. I sensed her standing behind me. I heard her voice next to my ear. That was the constant scene in the room which we shared. Chris, I'll stay by your side forever. Tarnished wings made a dull sound when they knocked against each other. Where would we go on these wings? Where could we go? Almost immediately, the sound was erased by the Fortell. Then, her voice was laid over it all. I focused on the keyboard, pouring all of my rising emotions into the music. Even after her song ended, she did not move. I love you, Chris. You and the sound of your Fortell. I'll stay by your side forever. Whispering this in my ear, Val gave a satisfied smile. Val, good ending. Excellent. That's what I like to see. That's it, right? Yep, that one's it. Nice. Well, at least we got one good ending so far. I might have to look up how to do the rest, to be honest. Unless we want to, like, try for Torta, I guess. Because I feel like that's probably an ending. So that one might be an easy one to get. It's the other two that I'm not really sure how we do that. But Torta would be easy. The only problem I did with the first playthrough was, like, I just couldn't balance between the two, but I feel like Torta would be easy. So I guess Torta or Girl in the Abandoned School. One or the other. I hope she doesn't turn out to be like a ghost or something. Because she just hangs out in there all day. That'd be a twist. I mean, we got fairies. I don't see why we can't have ghosts. But, I mean, I'll keep my expectations in check. Now, that was a good one. I'm looking forward to the next route. Hopefully that'll be next week. I don't know if there will be stream tomorrow, to be honest. I'll see. Like, 40% chance at this point, I'd say. I'm not even sure what I'd do. If there was a stream, I might see if I can find, like, a thematically appropriate Minecraft map. Otherwise, I guess I'll just continue from where we left off last week with the cave exploration. So, in the meantime, hopefully everyone enjoyed today. It was very fun with the new pad Stepmania. I'll be doing that again at some point. I'm not sure when exactly, but it'll probably have to be an earlier stream, obviously, because that thing does get very loud. But yeah, thanks for watching, and I will see you guys next time.